Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good evening, good evening. How y'all? We missed two maps, by the way. But it's not easy to wake up.
And we do see the ban out of that Venom. They don't want to deal with it anymore. Get rid of the Venom. She just absolutely deleted off the face of the planet as the Hela. It's almost like recompense. They're just like, nah, I see what you did with the Hela, and I raise you the Venom. Let's get that out of there, as they are going to continue to lock down Space's Magneto.
Good evening.
Yeah, Space has been trying to learn the other Vanguards. Not sure how flexible he is, but them consistently protecting Mag tells me, like, this is such a core piece to their puzzle to protect the Wolverine. Days is a menace on the Wolverine. Oh my god, just off the rip against their opponent yesterday, Shroud X. That was no fun. Best of luck to anyone who gets kidnapped there by Days. But the Loki slips by Shib, and that's going to be another layer to get through as the Wolverine.
Yeah, we're going to see Dinks locking that in immediately. Surprised to see it, allowing Loki, like you said, that double dance floor is tough to handle, but Envy electing to not, at least at the moment. We'll see what Sleepy does after the armor packs are thrown, but at least right now, only one dance floor on the side of Envy, but Invis just so much value, knowing that potentially the opposition's going to run that Wolverine. Invis being one of the only solutions. Besides, you know, the thing, not being able to get pushed around is obviously valuable against Wolverine. Still gets diced up by the claws. But, you know, Invis, outside of that push and pull is pretty much one of the only things that can shut him down, and if communicated properly, will get you the W, as we do see some switching here, as Paint's going to go to that Luna.
Yeah, and for Shikigami, their backup plan, you know, they obviously run a lot of dive with the Venom, the Star-Lord on this very map, and now that it gets banned out, it was important for them to keep the Wolverine in the picture, and that will be swapped into. A lot of people like to bring out the Scarlet Witch to give that team up to the Magneto, just for that first, what, like 15-second window that you still benefit from the team up after the swap. But breaking through this point is gonna be a task of all time. Shikigami really struggled at this yesterday, so we'll see. It takes a lot of time to get through, to say the least.
Yeah, as we begin this first fight, a lot of the teams have elected to go around the building.
I'm the biggest NK fan, by the way.
Building kind of changes the speed and the style of the fight. Kray's going to dive in early on the thing, going to use that reduction to reset as a team. We are going to see the Loki clones just taking priority and holding like a wall in the front line. But this looks a little more standard of a fight than we do see on some of the other teams who try to make those outside skirt plays. Paint just dealing a ton of damage, trying to keep up Remix, who is at about 5% HP, but no, is going to stay in the fight, and nobody down on either side yet.
Yeah, good conservative position, and this is why
Amplifier
to win, because this backline can go back into the arcade and
no one's gonna do anything about the thing.
So accessing these strategies is so difficult.
Holy, nice shot, NK.
Already has the damage boost, and we already have a Galactic Legend on the flank from a Median.
Yeah, I think they thought they were going to sneakily get that ult out before Paint got there, but Paint getting that ultimate within a minute, very fast on the Luna. And here comes the Meteor M. Is it going to find value? The shield was up.
No,
and I
it
believe
did
it gets
not.
eaten well done there by Space to keep the team in it, but we do
they got. Let's go, Jitlays.
Dealing a bit of damage, ready
They
to
got
set up
ultimates very fast.
on the Wolverine, finding an off angle, waiting, and here comes Daze. Lands the Kraken on the back line. He's going to find one, resets up in the sky. Here comes another. Cal going to turn that around though. Get rid of Scatter. And the rest is going to happen for NK, so nothing happened on the side of offense at the moment, as Envy's just waiting out their time.
Well, the clobbering time to try and lock down this Wolverine, that's picked off too, and the kickoff on the Luna, but the
Cal's on Wolverine, I just saw that.
Helps the twin, I guess, get through. Shikigami have a good chance. The scales in their favor. They need to slice down these Vanguards, but the healing is just too much. Shikigami kind of let go of the steering wheel for a bit, but now they're driving towards victory. They've warded away Envy, and that should be a full cap with... Oh, there is a Doctor Strange up from Remix, maybe trying to portal through, but at the very least, Cal will be able to recontest.
Yeah, there wasn't
Never
much to
mind.
buy some time. The teleport could get there, and here it is as they do initiate down a number right now. Shikigami just going to keep this pressure on, though. They know where they're coming through. Keep the absolute raid as Ricky's going to take out iRemix. Space is going to get rezzed up, though. It's just going to stall this a little bit, but I still think...
Holy, we actually
Shikigami's
stalling.
favor, but again,
Oh, no.
Shikigami gets 4-5, and they are going to cap this first point.
They actually got it.
Insane
3
setup by
minutes?
Crazy
That's
on
actually
the
insane.
thing, and the damage that poured all over Envy was beautiful. Good recontest from Envy. Taking time on the clock is still valuable, and a brawl that builds ultimates is even better. But Kraken Impact will be ready soon from Days. Paint has to be ready to heal the team with the Fate of Both Worlds. Power position trying to be fought for there by Shikigami, which can create a flank angle for your Star-Lords to get around in a
definitely
Keep an eye
has
on
to
him.
win
He could
this.
be a huge source of success, or he could be a liability depending on how deep he goes in.
Taking space and giving a KO. Two very synonymous things at the same time. It just depends on line of sight up in the sky. We go a combination there as the Meteor M's going to eat the damage, allowing them to pop off with Cal. Cal does find one as Days goes
Bro,
down.
Bucky
Early
has
start
to
there,
go
but that
crazy.
is
You know,
two
they have
ultimates
Loki
utilized
lamps.
as we are going to pop the Fate of Both Worlds on the side of Shikigami, and here comes the dunk. Will we see the meatball land? Bang! No, it gets caught.
What a save.
Just like that, keeping them in the fight, and they are still going to be holding this area.
To dodge that Meteor M by going inside the doorway. That's a next level reaction. And here is the reaction, the retake. Amadian with the Galactic Legend. But Sleepy copied the Luna ult. NK is frozen.
Oh, what is
and
this
the
alt
Shut
NK?
down on Daze's Kraken Impact. But this defense has been next level. It's resilient. You saw it on the previous
Nice.
map. You
Nice,
need
though.
to fully wipe Envy or they will not go down.
Yeah, great defensive positioning and patience right there.
I think
Don't
Cal was doing good on
overact.
Wolverine,
When
no?
something is happening, you don't panic.
Bro,
Play
how
smart,
are we
let
not
stuff
getting
burn out if you're using some
again
strategist ultimates,
with
but we do
Loki
see a
clones?
trade back as Cal played a little aggressively trying to find another, and unfortunately going to turn the tides back towards Shikigami's favor as their spawn just a little
We
bit
don't
closer
have a Raccoon
towards
anymore.
this, payload here as we are pushing forward. NK trying to find an early pick onto the back
Do you
line, just filling
think
up that alt charge.
they
No
win
advantage yet as actually
with a
Crazy
Loki?
Mate does have the club.
Nice
Time
goal.
as it gets launched. Doesn't land into anybody in the back. They're going to try to follow up with the Kraken Impact that just gets turned around and thrown directly back in the back line.
I think the Loki
space.
regen domain helped Dinks and friends survive the Meteor M. Defensively, great
Holy.
bubble on Cal, the Galactic
What?
Legend
That's
has to be more
big. That's
aggressive
so
because
big.
of that. Picks in favor of Envy with the Luna ults to spare.
Nice.
It's the
Now
win in the
we
back
get
pocket
it.
from Sleepy, and you're not even
No,
gonna
what
need
even?
it. There's
Well, we're
just
getting
nothing
it.
left at the tank
We
from
still got it.
Shikigami to fight back again.
No, let
and
him
this is costing
again
a
that.
good amount of time. Now less than 90 seconds for Shikigami to get the point B.
Yeah, a massive miss there on the side of Shikigami. Crazemane tried to land a thing, clobbering time on the back line, and Daze immediately popped Kraken Impact out of hearing that noise, thinking there is a free pick for me, but unfortunately, both of which found no value, giving the advantage back to Envy, who's utilizing that to own this space. Now we're back towards Shikigami ultimate advantage. Let's see how they play out with it. Remix holding on to that clobbering time. Sleepy ready to start dancing to even the odds a little bit, but we do see Amadian, and here it gets popped right now up in the sky. Galactic Legend trying to
Okay,
find
good
somebody.
lamps.
Remix gonna put some pressure onto the front line, and immediately now chase
Nice,
the strategy
good.
while there's distraction.
No.
Oh, it gets frozen during the
Holy,
clobbering time. Not
nice.
able to get a pick there as they're driven back towards their team.
But still forcing out the Loki crystals from Shikigami could have still been valuable as iRemix is a menace. He's in the middle of 12 people. Ow! Is iRemix
Space
still
has his own.
alive? Shikigami had to use ult just to sustain, and now it's time for offense with Daze with the Kraken Impact.
Oh, thing is
being
one.
enabled by Crazy on the front side.
Yeah,
There's no
kill
space
him, kill
being
him,
earned
just
by
kill him.
Shikigami as the clobbering time from iRemix hits both strategists.
And up goes NK, getting two.
NK.
Ricky making a
Holy
baby line up.
NK.
Let's get more. Daze goes down, scatter, and Envy gonna push this thing into OT and likely make this happen. Good defense on point
Can
two.
they touch?
Just the trade of
No.
ultimates. Envy may have
Nice, nice,
faltered,
nice.
but they never gave up. And this is why most teams will ban the Loki. The level of sustain that you have with having two Luna ults and just the great bubbles that came out of space. This is why Envy protected Magneto every single time. His awareness of the battlefield is next level, and enabling Cal and the Galactic Legends is that extra bit of space that Cal can push into, having that extra level of protection, and for them to also shut down on Daze on the Kraken Impact. There were some ultimates where Daze could only get 1 elimination,
Good
if not
bad.
0. Envy are quick to react, they're quick to strike, and it's a defense that holds on about short of point B. Very, very winnable for Envy, but this point of the map is
Isn't
very
remakes a really
difficult to
good
push
route?
into. So Shikigami, I believe that they could
But
do
they
a full hold
protected
as well. They
Wolverine.
did it against
Makes
Shroud
sense.
X, and they could do it here again.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't be our first time seeing it in this tournament. This is obviously a very defensively strategic position. You do have high ground, you have off angles, but you really kind of have the advantage in forcing the team down a small choke before they can get to that open area that you own. We saw really strong play there, a little bit, a couple missteps there on some ultimates. Teams roughly running very similar comps, except for obviously Sleepy going to be starting off here on Rocket just to give that armor pack to the team. We will likely see a switch on the side unless they want to boost out NK and allow the Z-Pack combination to take some space, but we'll see right now as we push in to the attack on the side of Envy.
And just a neutral fight. Keep in mind the Bucky
Bro,
hooks.
Loki breaks
This could just
the
and
map
with the thing,
so
you know,
well.
that's front and center. It's you know, immune to
actually
displacement. It's
insane.
not the easiest thing to pull off, but the Star Lord's going to combine in the sky. You got the Magneto from Scatter in the top right. Shikigami take angles.
Holy
They pitch
shots.
in, but
NK,
clapped them
holy.
right back with 2
We win.
picks.
Oof, we just started the fight there. Envy just popping off.
Wow.
Finding these off angles. Shikigami not ready for that pressure. And it
that
happened
team.
quick as 2 go down and give them a point within 30
What is that?
seconds. What a press
Is it
there
that?
by Envy. One thing we're noticing now is these Magneto ultimates are finding a lot less value. Teams are learning strategies as the teleport comes in. There's
Nice.
3 bodies out. Cal gonna find 2. Soon to try to make that 3 out of the thing here. Gaining that all charge at the same time, just feeding these duelists their ability
Nah.
to press Q as Remix takes out Daze. They do get the first point.
So, okay, I'll come
Yeah,
back.
the portal back from Shikigami wasn't fully synced. There's some people who took the portal, some people who didn't,
bro,
and
it
it
did
just
this
wasn't
one.
enough chaos but created at the beginning because the portal that came from Envy's side was in the middle of a battle that was already taking place. That's why it had a lot more value from the distraction. Now Envy have built up a lot more ult charge from this unfortunate scenario from Shikigami, and the time bank advantage that they have, 5 minutes to get all the way to point B, is quite incredible.
Yeah, they do have the advantage here too, because honestly, wow, well done there by Space picking out a Median early. They did not push the cart too far on the side of Shikigami. The Space taken.
GG. NK's on fire today, bro. I think he saw my stream.
Opposition as Shikigami is falling apart.
There,
and
have a
pressing this
TP,
thing
GG.
forward. I think that is going to go directly onto the side of Envy.
That's just it. Envy gonna go to series
GG.
point with back-to-back map wins.
yeah,
Really
yeah.
insane stuff. Shikigami just had a median setting up on the wall with his squids, thinking he had
Yeah.
space and time to just go for the free poke with the tridents, but unfortunately he gets caught. And I also gotta say, paint on this Luna. We never get to shout out Lunas because, you know, it's a Q-bot sometimes, but
I fell
the
in love
frag
with the
potential
hustle.
of paint, just
I
that
fell in love
initial
with the
damage
face.
is setting up everyone for success, and that was a big reason Amadian even got low on that wall, was paint with the shifted primary fire to the rest of Envy following through. The comms are incredible, and the Envy guys have known each other for years, so despite
We're
this
actually
team, I guess, quote,
insane.
coming together a week before Invitational,
Envy
they're a
maps, I
team
just
that
want them to finish
have so
fast,
much
with
experience
Envy
in
winning, of
esports,
course.
know how to
Rest
shut
of
up,
the
know how
match,
to calm
I
when it's
always
right, and
wish
know how to react in
they
time,
go
and Envy showed us 2
OT.
masterclass performances.
Absolutely.
Five
You talk
maps,
about
all
the
5
backbone of
maps.
a team being the strategist, and you know, maybe not showing enough love all the time. And honestly, I think that is a problem that virtually everyone playing hero shooters has. But we did see just a lack of getting KO'd on the strategist side. When you have that ability to stay in the fight, your entire team has that ability to stay in the fight. And you see one only getting KO'd 1 time and 2 time, I believe 1 and 2 on the side of when it comes to Envy. They just absolutely had the best positioning. They played off those Loki crystals, and they were able to stay in virtually the entire time. And it was just an absolute slaughterhouse on attack.
Well, we'll see if maybe Yggdrasil Path Convoy could be a map up Shikigami's sleeve. They picked that against Shroud X another time that they lost. We'll see if my crystal ball is correct, though, after this.
Nice. How much time do we have? You know what I'm gonna do? We'll watch the first maps. Is this Guru?
Notice
No.
the same type of thing, right? When it
Boger.
comes to Strange being a little weaker now. My question to you would be, because obviously still like Yggdrasil's path, blocking portals is massive. But
We'll watch
when
the
it comes to
first
like
map.
why he's yeah, Sleepy gonna put down the res beacon just to get the armor out for the team. First fight pans out because that typically is a big tone setter for how
They
domination
play
plays out.
the Venom.
Excited to see Crazy on the Venom, and this is
Psylocke?
the pressure those strategists. But then going up against a Loki, there's so many doppelgangers
No way
that you have to
she
worry
win this,
about.
right?
So I think Sleepy will be able to slip away because he's brought out the
With
Loki
a
when that's not
Psylocke.
banned out, and Paint has to stop the dive with the freezes.
Canadian gonna head towards the left side, try to apply some pressure at a different angle. You'll see that a lot at this level of play, just constantly looking past in alternative angles instead of through the shields of the front line. So that needs to be a mindset you apply on the ladder as things are kind of stalled out now, as Maiden is just building alt charge and trying to get ready to launch the blade.
The domain
And
regen was
Psylocke
caught.
against
That's an
the Loki,
important
bro.
cooldown to mark, and this
Nah,
will give
there's
Canadian a
no
chance because
way
you don't want to
Envy
dash
loses the
in
first
and be
map,
caught. And
right?
he's
Didn't
gonna look
didn't
for that
lose this,
perfect
right?
execute. Doesn't want to be the first to fall. The point is unlocked. It was already capped by Shikigami, and they are quick to play on the low ground.
What's
but
Skylocke's
like
got
how
an
Toasty
ult? Loki
Crystal's
clones?
on, Is I remix on the thing. This has been his one trick for quite a while, and how he's gonna play in tandem from
Nah.
space, and immediate catches an isolated target.
That's an awesome early pick there on to the side of Shikigami, but they do also, they are running that juiced out Bucky composition, as we are going to see the Kraken impact early. Remix going to be taking out Craze Main, but Shikigami, Days going to land
Cal's
on
on
Cal,
Bucky.
say, hey, I am the
And
Bucky
Craze
now,
Main.
as we do it again up into the sky, trying to find another onto Remix. Ton of damage out, but he does drop back to the team and use that damage reduction about 30%.
For sure, and Paint popped the Luna ult to just keep the team centered around the staircase side. The Vanguards are taking damage, but there is now a damage boost going down. Dinks and Shikigami holding down the point, halfway capped. Here's the re-engage from Envy.
Yeah, the Fate of Both Worlds gonna slow up the pacing a little
Nice.
bit. Damage boost from NK, gonna land and take out Dinks and Days. Really well done there. That communication of, hey, I'm switching to damage. Throw the whale. Let me see the whale as it lands. It takes
No, it's
out
the
two,
other
making
way.
that 3 and 4.
He
And
throws
then
the
he's
whale
gonna
and
lose
then
points.
he switches. This
Really good
caster
retake
has
and
never played
combo
Aura.
off.
I
The Fate
mean,
of Both Worlds,
never
the damage
played
boost plus the
Marvel
whale
Rivals.
is a one-shot combo. Y'all write that down
What is
in
he
your ranked
talking
games.
about?
But you got a Meteor M available for space, and as Boger even said, it's not even just an offensive ult. You do protect, but he also attack, and you can even burst down a Luna depending on how much charge you can get
Who is
in
a
that
quick
Meteor
player?
M. You can
Quick
kill
match
the
player.
Luna in her, or eliminate the Luna in her ultimate. So that's something to keep in mind for the
They have-
upcoming fights.
Wait, am I-
as
oh,
you
wait.
have Crazy with the Venom
I was
ult.
like, why
You can
am I
also get
listening?
people
Hearing
quite
a
low.
Spider-Man?
It's paired nicely with the Kraken impact. We'll see if he'll wait for days though.
Absolutely. We also see that combination of when Luna's using that ult, you got to burst that extra health down, burst the HP where she starts at, I believe, 525. You burst it down and you throw this meatball at it as Space is in the sky.
Nice, Space.
Lands, and it does trade back and forth, one on each side as the numbers are evened out. Ooh, again, the rest are going to be up as Cal. Gonna
We
rain
break
down on
that,
Craze.
right?
And again, Shikigami still got kind of the numbers trying to battle back with 43, 44% on the side of Envy.
Yeah, for Envy to take that fight when they only had one shot to
Fucking
survive.
raccoon.
Paint got Meteor M'd right off the rip, and you didn't have a
He's
strategist
still
trade
alive.
from Space's Meteor M, so it was
Oh.
all up to that Kraken impact of Cal and just the poking and prodding. He forced that crazy Venom extra health ability, so then he was out of the fight for quite a while. Venom great at taking space, but not necessarily holding it as well, which is what Space and I Remix are just flourishing at.
Envy does go, they are going to have percentage advantage, but they're also going to have alt advantage here as they're holding on to Sleepy and NK. And you did mention, obviously, right now the coordination is not going to be able to happen with Paint and NK again for that damage boost, but the whale is ready to be thrown. Sleepy holding on, ready to make the dance floor happen.
Just
And
in
actually,
case,
Loki can make that
I'll
happen as
update.
Ricky
This is
with a
the
nice pick
maps
there
we
on
missed
Cal
while I
in the
was
distance.
sleeping.
And you got the domain region, the low-key crystals. Once that's gone, Amadian could let it rip with the dance of the butterflies, but the cap is trying to go through from Shikigami. It's 95 plus for Envy. They got the copy of the Sleepy ultimate, meaning there's probably a lot more strategist
No
action. I'm
touch?
seeing the
Yeah.
Luna aura and
How
no
are we-
touch from the
Bro, this is pro play. Somehow we are playing Psylocke into a Loki. Oops.
Somehow pull off a 3v6, but the odds of that happening incredibly
Venom. That
How?
is disastrous
How
for the
are we
Shikigami
playing
side.
this,
They definitely
Tommy?
could have bought themselves another fight.
A
could
Psylocke
potentially
into a
be
Loki.
the game winner, but no, not able to happen as Envy just owned it
GG's.
all the way through once they retook it.
For Envy to turn around a fight
Which map do
multiple
we
times
know?
in 5v6 scenarios. First, another fight where paint fell early on the Luna.
Symbiotic surface. Oh,
Fair and less about the numbers, but that Envy are picking off the duelist of Shikigami. That has to be something to look at going forward as the Hela continues to not be in the picture in any of these maps, and it's worked out for Envy to take care of the Venom too.
Yeah, ever since the Venom bans happened, things have looked a lot more smooth. We did talk about how Shikigami mentioned they wanted to work on that composition, and they found success with it yesterday and today. The first map, obviously utilizing that Venom.
People really,
success. So
really fear
hasn't been seen. We
Cal.
are going to be on Clintar here, and that is a very heavy Groot map as he does get locked down. Similar with the Spaces Magneto, was something we're very consistently seeing.
Holy bro.
Yeah,
Come on, Remix,
Shikigami
go
choice of
Groot.
map as they face series point against Envy. It's 2-1 for
Yeah.
Envy, and Magneto protected, Groot protected, and these are the core pieces to the Vanguard lineups. But what is going to be the duelists, right? You still have Star-Lords. You have a lot. We've had a lot of Namors, surprisingly, too, where Amadian didn't really
Namor?
get to shine
Namor.
that previous map because it takes some setup time. It takes some space to poke down with the Tridents, and Amadian, the first to fall in that final fight, and he wants to redeem himself, possibly.
Yeah, truth of the matter is that since we aren't seeing this Hela locked matchup and we are banning Hela early, it's allowing things like Luna through, which
Yeah,
opens
Hela
up that Namor
might be in.
extensively and allows these comps that play
Actually,
off that
it's
damage
me.
boost, that healing window,
Hela on
and just
me
find a
is
ton
in.
of value on sustained fights. So
Hela on
it's
me.
opened up things a little bit to make it more of
Is
a
my English
consistent
doing English well?
Namor play, as we're going to see Namor at least so far on both sides, I believe. So yeah, this is going to be a tough battle for the side of Shikigami, but they are going to have their group.
And Shikigami, they won this map against Shroud X in their series, so it makes a lot of sense why they've picked this. They had a defense that stopped Shroud X at point B and going on to win. It was the Amadian
My King
Psylocke
NK.
that forced away the Hela that was floating
actually doing well
out
today.
of that pick and ban. So Amadian not going to risk it yet since it's on offense. You like the range poke of the Namor better.
Yeah, and they tried to make the play with a rocket pack, but immediately NK is going to deal a ton of damage and just delete those armor packs off the HP bars as fast as possible to ensure that was not getting a ton of value. Playing around this brick right here is the way as a Vanguard. Got to use that natural cover. Natural cover is
Against a
everything.
Bucky,
Those
my-
sneaky walls above,
I
very
mean,
impactful.
if I'm a
As anyone
Bucky,
presses
it's my
through, anybody
lucky
that
day.
deals damage as well as rolls around
It's too
will
easy.
activate them. His space is going to fall early. Ricky doing a good job
Space
finding
is
some
dead.
damage. Going to take out space early, and the numbers going to be back
What
on
are
the
we doing
side
here?
of Shikigami while they own this high ground.
Yeah, love the Groot walls from Crazy. As a Groot main myself, there's many ways to place
No
them,
more,
to
no
isolate
shit.
the one, to play defensively,
Bro, what are we
offensively,
doing?
but to
Hello?
isolate space in that moment so the entire team could focus him down was huge. But Envy do have responses, but I think the real estate and having Envy's backs against the wall is going to make
Jeez.
this retake next to impossible from the defense.
Nah, 5 minutes, 30 seconds
Yeah,
is
well
crazy.
done there. Just a masterclass in owning that point. Really no flaws, no feedback, nothing negative. As they are going to stagger space here, force them back to the spawn door. We may see
Another
an early
stagger.
teleport play to try to hold them, or it's just going to be less fights. That here's the difficulty when it comes to this map right here: is if you don't take that early fight and they're able to push this payload up here where they're holding this high ground, which they are doing now, it makes it much more difficult to win and hold on point 2, because this space that they've taken, owning this high ground, forces
Bro.
them to stay back.
Mag
and
is
cover,
so OP now.
right out of their spawn
3
door
shots.
here, right as they're entering the building, and it's a dangerous position to be in.
And how
Shikigami are
fast
tempo-
these 3
tempoing
shots
up a
get.
lot better, trying to go for those
Actually
first
crazy.
picks, and Scouter's going to be forced away. The Whale plus Luna combos available from Envy's side first, and Amadian very, very close. What's the crack? No, it's not even the
What?
crack. It's just a pull from Daze to get a lot of value in the neutral fight as Paint pops the ult, and there's Cal with the Whale, and the walls, and the
Bro.
protection from the Magneto comes out,
Their
and
tanks-
Shikigami are still alive.
Just kidding.
Honestly, that was a crazy
Fuck.
placement of a group wall. I believe saved them as a Madian gonna find one on
Just
Cal.
getting
The
fucked.
space being owned here as they are continuing this rundown. Shikigami
They
saying,
can
I
get
know
a
you guys
touch.
just did this to us. Now it's our turn as they shove on a point 2. Will they be able to touch here? Looks like they might as they're grouped, but here comes the walls to buy them a little bit of time. Early pick there on the
Nice.
scatter. Walls just trying to buy them enough to get the point. They do get the point just like that.
Wow. I
Cal
love the
TP.
positioning. The macro Shikigami to be at the choke points, to be in Envy's face at all times, and to get a late copy of the ult from Sleepy. There's going to be even less options from Envy going
Wait, they
forward.
didn't get
and
touch?
especially when Daze has a Kraken impact.
How
you
they
have
reach
Dinks with the
checkpoint?
Loki ult too.
And
Like
5 minutes is
Shikigami are
crazy.
doing so well this map.
Yeah, I do like the pressure here. They're feeling more comfortable. It
Nice.
looks a little,
Good
sloppy.
stagger.
Nice job on I remix there, taking out Crazy Bang early. And the Kraken impact used while they're at their spawn door is a little difficult. I like the idea.
should
that
have
they are gonna
another
find one
again.
more as Amadian's going to fall, trying to find an off angle, being a flanker there. And it is going to reset the Kraken impact. Not sure if it connected from this POV paint. Doing a great job with positioning, just keeping everybody up. And that's it. When you're playing a Luna like this and you have your clap ready, that left shift, you're actually able to heal, obviously, everyone and deal damage in a line. So if you align yourself looking through your front line and the,
You
the
heal
back
Luna,
line, front line of the enemy,
please.
you just get so
Thank
much
you.
value with Luna. And that's why she's in such a strong spot right now.
Fantastic neutral fight from Envy with the pull and the group walls from iRemix. But how about this meteor M
What
from
a
the
block.
offense? The Kraken impact to
What a
combine.
block
and
by
Paige tries
Space.
to rally the troops and dance their life away. A Space.
Holy
with the
damage
counter
boost.
Hits Daze, and Ricky will continue to help the
Holy
team heal through. Plus the whale
combo.
from Amadian.
This combo is too OP.
Shikigami will resilient against the pressure of Envy and will finally break out of their spawn.
That was a big old fish right there. You love to see the connection just sweeping as once again
this is too
Shikigami
OP.
is owning
No
this
more
space.
end group.
Remix is holding on to that prison ready to cause some problems. Cal gonna be on, they're actually on the triple
Why is
vanguard right now,
Cal-
holding on to that
Cal is
Ayamoto.
on stream?
They want to ensure they don't have any issues. Honestly, you can wall out with the
triple
Stranger
tank
from
isn't
outside
bad.
of Shikigami, and you feel comfortable. They
Holy,
want to make a play
nice
there.
shot,
Space
bro.
gonna take out Daze
Space.
early, put the numbers back on the side of Envy.
They
as
still
they
have
are
a lot of
now
time.
Gonna just pressure them back. There's the off angle flank from Namor, trying to find a strategist. Space was trying to find a way to
Heal,
get to him, but no
heal.
connection yet. As we are gonna pop multiple ultimates. Did they have enough of the energy built up to make a play? Yes,
Nice.
they do. As down goes Ricky.
Oh, but to use the Eye of Agamotto and the Strangling Prison and a Luna ult from Envy.
Wow.
Did you need
Wow,
to do
Pain.
all that? It was 6
The
versus
snipe was
5,
insane.
And you had Shikigami on the run. And this
Nice
is all about
remix.
outlasting Shikigami. That's why you run the triple Vanguard. As the payload gets closer to the end, the respawn advantage will go towards Envy. And they may even want to stick around here and play that neutral fight of the pull with the Groot Walt choke
3
point.
minutes.
But iRemix and friends want to play around this different cover to maybe even go for flanks. They've loved to off angle. Now the Strangling Prison for Crazy could be what helps
Nice.
break through Envy,
Again?
but no!
No, again.
Yeah, you can see just the alt charge when it comes to Amadian and Ricky right now, virtually on the exact same value. Goes to show you that damage boosted whale is coming, and they like playing off that
How
right
do
now
you
as they do have
counter
all the
whale
advantage
and
pace
Groot?
sitting on that ultimate, but it's not going to do much
This
if that
play
whale
separate,
comes in
I
and
guess.
sweeps everyone. You typically feel grouped and safe when you're
Can
on
you
that
block
mid-range
whale with
world,
the
but that is
Magneto
not
shield?
what
I'm
you
thinking.
want when the
No,
whale's
I
ready to play,
can't.
and they
I've
do have
tried.
4 as we are going to match it on both sides up in the sky. We go.
Lamps would be
As
nice,
they're
I
not able to
guess.
find
Lamps-
anyone, and we're on a magic now for Days who finds Sleepy in the
The
back
magic
line.
is
That's a
10
great
HP.
early pick.
Daze has to find a health back too. Won't be involved in this fight for a few more seconds. Defensive Meteor M, but it's the offensive
Wow,
Luna plus
Space.
whale combo. Envy did a beautiful job of blocking the other Meteor M, and he continues to enable his team. But what is
This
this?
Groot
What
ultimate
this?
is fucking them up.
The magical plays from Shikigami plus the Magneto's insane.
We may have just witnessed the first Strangling Prison Magic Wombo combo as they do find a full team wipe, force them back into the spawn door. Cal does have that Eye of Agamotto. Sleepy going to be ready to start the dance floor with the fate of both worlds, looking at paint. And the odds are back in the favor of Envy on this hole, but there is a minute and 30 on the clock. Plenty of time.
Yo, we
for
heal
them to
Cal.
build ults and have one final fight to get home and walk this thing to point 3.
Yeah, Days can
No,
even be
we're
like a
not
pseudo
healing anything,
Vanguard,
hello?
and look
How?
how sustainable they are. But wait, Cal got his
He
Eye
got
of Agamotto
three.
canceled while on the flank. Shikigami have next
What is
level
this,
awareness,
Luna?
and they got the sustain. They got the
We
dark
didn't have
shadow,
it before?
And they could be having a
Nah,
full
bro,
cap
GG's.
with a minute to spare with respawn advantage for Envy. It won't matter if they're wiped away.
With exactly a minute left on
That was
the
actually a
clock, they
rundown.
push through and get 3 tacked onto the scoreboard. Now it's just on the patience of defense. Plenty of times to have successful fights. You just got to group now. You got to get in comms and you got to stay relaxed. Because at this
Sorry,
point,
but
odds are in your
Remix
favor.
Groot has
Nothing
washed.
but an OT situation in worst case for you on the side of Shikigami, and I'm sure they're feeling good about that.
Oh, the shutdown of the Cal Eye of Agamotto. I believe that was a Luna freeze. Is insane. That could have been the Envy retake of a lifetime if that would have gone through, because that could have been unblocked as Magneto was on the front lines trying to push into the Envy spawn room doors. So an insane effort from Shikigami to show us also one of our first Magic appearances in this whole invitational, and to play in tandem of the, like you said, the Groot strangling prison, to being bubbled by Scatter, to just brawling with the Vanguards like you are 1-2, and for Shikigami to adjust against the triple Vanguard from Envy, who thought if we just had bigger health pools, if we just live longer, then we'll out sustain Shikigami because of the respawn advantage. Shikigami being further away meant Envy could eventually tilt the scales back in their favor, but Envy were shut down every step of the way. It took a lot of effort, but we'll see if Envy can go all the way as well.
I'd be lying to you if I didn't say that Magic had a ton of impact, drawing focus away. Triple Vanguard struggle to try to find a way to take out Magic, especially when Magic is being played by somebody as confident as Daze, that knows they are a strong Magic and misses that meta. Still showing that she can be played as meta as we get into our first fight. Scatter just going to try to put out some damage, roughly at 12%. We aren't going to see anything major in terms of ults off the rip here, as teams are just trying to play that natural cover. Here comes the group walls as we see Remix trying to wall off somebody.
Why didn't
the same goes on the
I don't
side
think
here.
NK
Scatter tries to get a connection. Groot gonna try to find some damage as popped crystals out for the side of Shikigami, and we are seeing a sold out fight.
And Scatter needs to keep the space. They're giving way too much to Envy. Envy are taking damage on the other side. I think it's the battle of the two Magnetos of who can enable their groups a lot better, as Envy almost had half the point. They disengage, trying not to get isolated by those Groot walls. Stepping up is Envy and the rest. Paint with the first Luna ult, activates it immediately, and Shikigami will be pressured back.
I'm not sure about this
the
Luna
difficulty for the Groot on the opposition is if you take that space, you might get walled off. You better have a cooldown to get you out, or somebody who's looking as up in the sky. Go Daze trying to find one. No luck there.
Never mind.
That guy lied. 4 go down as Scatter and Daze just run through him.
I don't know about that Luna, bro. I don't know what we're doing with that Luna.
Which I think needs to be discussed is Daze actually used his uppercut to allow him to use the Kraken Impact as essentially like a roof over his head. If you uppercut with the correct timing and use your Kraken Impact, you'll actually bump your head off the enemy you just punched up, allowing you to immediately use that ultimate instead of floating in the sky. Incredibly unique technique that is used by the best players. Incredibly well done there by Daze.
And Sleepy just hesitated on whether to use a copy Luna ultimate to keep the team together, but I think everyone ran away from him during the Kraken Impact there from Daze. But Envy did collect the take just from purely zoning things off. Sleepy with the copy, the strangling prison from Remix, everything being thrown at Shikigami, who retaliates with their own combo, the Luna ult plus the whale. Shikigami still haven't clearly eliminated anyone from Envy, and if anything, this Luna has impressed me more and more from Paint. Meteor M to finish off some targets. Scatter in trouble.
Holy big
kill for Envy.
Big ult.
Yeah, well done there, Space. Just getting so much value.
Just block this.
Those throws in the Meteor and the Meatball City, as they are going to clean the rest and own that first point. Well done there. Keeping their confidence up even after a sweep like that. And it just goes to show you, when you do get swept by ultimates, if they commit 2 or 3, they, you know, maybe some of those ults are considered a little bit of a waste. It's all about ult economy. If you just don't match it, if you don't panic and hit the Q button, you can come back for the next fight and make something like this happen, as they are going to try to buy this space. But if you notice, they aren't able to get their full team up here before this team presses through and is now able to contest them on the high ground, much like we didn't see on the opposition when Shikigami got up here really quickly.
Yeah, Shikigami already forcing them back with the Kraken Impact setup ready. Sleepy copying an ult, but Shikigami not too worried. Meteor M from Scatter to collect all that damage. Beautiful block there from Space. Walled off, playing protective. Kraken Impact goes in from the defense. Response, and it continues to reset as Shikigami are protecting Daze so well. The Luna ultimate from Paint and the rest from Remix as Envy go toe-to-toe. It's a tug of war between both teams.
Nice, good pull.
Yeah, good pick there by Daze. Remix does fall. Numbers back in their favor. They're taking this space. Shikigami getting their footing. There goes the freeze by Ricky. No connection just yet. Gonna push them back towards the spawn. And there goes down one. Ricky, nice job utilizing what we're talking about. Putting some damage through. Luna, a force when it comes to Rain. Does have that hit scan on the left click and does showcase how strong that can be. One little known fact about Luna, you actually have almost virtually unlimited range with your left click, but when you do use that left shift, you do actually force yourself into a 40-meter, I believe, window, maybe 50, I can't remember the exact number, where it actually will not extend past that value. So sometimes it's not always worth popping that shift when you're trying to deal damage to somebody at extreme ranges.
Wow.
There by days.
Why are we not doing this?
Even better bubbles from
Why is
space.
Envy not doing
He
this?
has kept those, especially for
Haven't
his
seen a
group
big
player.
full.
That's why this front line from Envy has done so well in these convoy maps. But the
These combos are insane.
2Ps from a Madian, and they still have the Luna ult from Shikigami to keep pressing into Envy. They have brought down their time bank to less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, really well played. Again, these fights are so back and forth. So much success with these ults, but no, not enough to turn the tides. As Shikigami gets that early whale double, and it just doesn't allow Envy to make anything happen. 3 ults up on the side
have
of
2 more
Envy. They're going to have a
fights.
slight advantage with 1 over, but Scatter sitting on that meteor. We do also have the Kraken impact on both sides.
The
Which one's going
pulls,
to give more
bro.
value? As they're just trying to find a window, wait for some of these cooldowns to go down, and they are for sure
I
having
think
a
we're going map
conversation when
fight.
they do.
Just a neutral fight. That's all Daze cares about. It's just pulling and trying to isolate
Damn.
the wall. And as soon as Envy round the corner, they get hit by a truck. The Kraken impact will stay put. Has to deal with the squids. Now that that's out of the picture, wants to avoid the Luna
he played
ultimate
safe.
and
I
not feed
respect
into
it.
Envy. Smart, patient plays from Daze. But now it's his turn. It's his day to shine. And Envy will corner and stay in
They
their
can
place.
have-
Shikigami
No, I
don't
think
want to be
this is the
too
last
aggressive.
fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a little bit passive right now. They're still holding on to those ults, so not utilizing the ults in a wasteful fashion. Good flank here by NK, and it does have a massive pick. Make that 2 as a Madian goes down, and this is where Namor excels. Those flanks just being an absolute menace with 3 turrets down, 2 turrets down, but the ice turret might as well count as 2, as at this point they're just buying
Just
time
one cap
until this
the
ult
2
ends,
people you
so they
bring.
can sweep the rest.
Trust me.
Yeah, good copy from Dinks in the 4v6.
The 2
Took a
people
big
you
gamble
kill,
to see if they can
one
turn
cap.
it around. And you don't get to see a Luna 3K all the time. Man, this is why they protect Luna in almost every protect and ban system. Envy's out. That costed them so many minutes, and they only have 10 seconds to go to point B, and there will be another fight for that point.
No, what's better than 1 Luna player is a player that can have 2 Luna players as long as you copy with Loki, as we saw them trading back and forth with picks there. Well done by Sleepy and Paint just to make things happen. Following up on the play initially by NK, who does have the ult ready again, as a lot of cooldowns get used up in the sky with the meteor. 1 misses, 2 does connect, but here comes the whale, and it does fight 2 as down goes 3 on the side of Envy, and at this point they need to get back here fast.
Yeah, Shikigami have really
GG,
stabilized. It's all up to Paint, the solo strategist for the day in a 3 versus 6 with respawns closer for the defense. And it's just a Madian locking down every target in his path, and Bubbles at the perfect time. There's the portal. One last touch from Space and friends. Envy took so long to round the corner to get to point B. They have no gas in the tank to push through. Shikigami will bring them the
Questionable
distance.
ults there.
Holy moly, and we
Holy
are again gonna
moly.
be all tied up in the series. Just an absolute masterclass. Well done there.
We
by
don't care
Shikigami
about
getting back to point,
post-match,
holding
right?
That point 2. Point 2,
Let's-
not in
Let's go to this map.
Running one strategist, and putting all the eggs in the cow basket, and still winning that fight. To even that final fight where Cal's on the high ground solo, and I like that Shikigami
I didn't
were
see a
aware
single
to
group
pressure
pull.
that and eliminated
Of course, I
Cal.
missed.
Shikigami built
Maybe
advantages.
this was
Mania
one.
never even used the dance of the butterfly.
Actually, I don't remember a
all
single
these
one.
ultimates out, but I think that Sleepy
I don't know why are we
popping the
not
right ultimates at the right
hooking
time
Groove
on the Loki.
as
Gets
a
the extra
Bucky?
armor, and we'll see if Envy will take map 1.
Yeah, Envy doesn't have to be as cautious to make sure that Paint is comboing, because if they do have that ultimate from Sleepy, when they pop out that Fate of Both Worlds, they can still have that communication to switch the damage and allow NK to get those picks, and we've seen a lot of success there on the side of Envy. Space doing the same thing with those Meteor M's. Remix going to continue to be aggressive with those
Another
thing
we've
ults,
still
and
playing
as long as you
Psylocke
land
somehow.
them post a strategist ultimate while they're grouped up,
When they
trying
have
to
a
stay alive,
Loki.
it always seems to come as a shock and provide a ton of value for your team.
There's a dance of the butterflies
Yeah,
and the
bro.
domain
Oh, you wanna
region.
ult.
You really want to can't wait
fucking
for that
lambs.
low-key cooldown to be out, and vulnerability, the heals, and everything. But hey,
This
it
is
didn't
actually
last for the
insane.
first cap, so there's a silver lining somewhere. The Vanguard's in trouble though from Envy. Fantastic freeze from Ricky. Sets up the Kraken impact, and all Envy can do is
And we are
scatter.
still winning.
Yeah, that was really well done there by Daze to make a play off it. Honestly, Envy played it really slow in honestly smart style, just waiting out some ultimates, buying time and
Yes,
gaining all
we
charge. But
somehow
unfortunately,
still winning, by the
Shikigami
way.
committed heavy into pushing them into that doorway and just played off it, allowing Bucky to reset quickly, get an immediate two-piece off the first Kraken impact. Just really well done there. And alt advantage still going to be on the side of Envy, but it's not far off from Shikigami, who can match some things and hit them with that dance, the fate of both worlds, keeping them in the fight. So we will see how this shakes out as they're at 43%.
Oh, Madian is going for an assassination on some of these strategists. Gets pulled by the Bucky and will be forced to dash away.
They
Kraken
have
impact
a-
in response from Cal.
the
Look at
more-
this Meteor M though from Scatter to deal
And
with the
we
problem
be
at
on
hand.
Psylocke.
Cal, was he silent or silenced? Shikigami with the advantage. The Luna ult and the Venom ult to weaken, to dismantle Envy.
If
but
Envy
Sleepy matches
did lose
a
this
low-key
map,
copy of the Luna
I
ult.
see, I
and
don't
this
know the
was used
result.
later on in the
They
fight,
don't
a lot
deserve
more
to win.
sustained from the Envy side, but they haven't capped the point, Shib. So it's Shikigami benefiting from how long this is lasting.
That's two wasted
Yeah, there's a nice pick
Psylocke
again from
ults, by
Scatter.
the
A
way.
Madian gonna do the same thing. They're gonna keep this
And
trend
somehow we're still
rolling as
losing.
Ricky now finds I Remix, and now it's looking heavily on the side of Shikigami, who in that moment there is just gonna follow up and sweep everyone. I did see Ricky try to get a combination with the damage boost on the Venom. Another one of those sleeper combinations that can sweep a team, but unfortunately didn't find a ton of value. And I say that as it might turn around here as Paint gonna take out Daze, try to find a little bit of an advantage. 97% they have to touch right now, and I don't know if they can make it.
No one does.
Oh
Damn.
my god, Envy
Give
got
me a second, I'll be
distracted by flankers! And Shikigami, 100-0 cap after Envy were so close to turning it all around with a late Luna copied ultimate from the Loki to all the picks, but man, Shikigami were way too stubborn. They knew how to play a more passive style when they were at a number disadvantage, to stay on the point, to keep on the real estate so that Envy could never
Nah, bro.
flip.
This is actually insane. We're losing to a Psylocke. We're losing to a Psylocke. I'll play live. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess. Grab the whip. And that was the amazing Spider-Man.
Anyone say fireworks?
again. And again. And again.
Powering up. Maximum pulse.
Bro, what's your opinion on this Iron Man, new Iron Man thingy?
We got our first first game 5 of the tournament, folks, and kind of an unexpected one versus Shikigami and
First
Envy.
game 5
Shikigami
of the
one map
tournament
away
or
from pulling
of
off
today?
their second upset after not winning any games from the Swiss. Shib, anything's possible.
Yeah, I think we're going to be changing it up now. Our first convoy, not just convergences. That is going to be a nice little shake of pace, and that could allow virtually anything to happen. One thing me and you talked about over the break was that the issue with taking spaces of Vanguard against a Groot, right? You better have that cooldown ready, because if you take that space a little too early, it's going to cost you. And especially when Groots are playing at this level, they know when they see that cooldown, they can walk on you a little bit, put that wall
Bad
behind you,
Groot.
which recently got a little bit of an extension in terms of length, and just shut you down, pull you away from your team, and then force the team to come in like a tidal wave
It
and
was a
just push
Groot diff.
everyone out back into spawn.
It was a Groot
Got a lot
div,
of those
Bucky
tidal
div.
waves, those Luna plus Whale ults, man, that went pretty
more,
back
I
and
think,
forth. But yeah, we've been keeping
there
our
was
eye
one-
of the
only
space
one good
versus
Namor
scatter
play.
Magneto battle, but we also have to keep an eye on what Envy's choice of map is going to be to kick or really close out our series. This is the lower. We are going to go with the Yggdrasil Path Convoy. This
Yo,
is
yo,
something
yo.
they chose
Hello,
to
hello, hello. Am I back? Am I
unfortunately close
back?
out their series against 100 Thieves, and they were able to stop them at point B, but it was an insanely close map that alone, Envy and 100 Thieves could have
I
gone to
am
game
back,
5
but not
against.
on-
So we'll see if Envy
Give me
still
a
have
second,
wind in their
sorry.
sails on this map.
Yeah, that was an insane fight. I still think about it. It lasted like 45 minutes, it felt like, as we just saw teams touch at the last second nonstop. But I do believe we have the chance at seeing some Strange. In my personal opinion,
I have to
Strange's best
reconnect
map
Twitch.
by far does allow for a few, not just 1 or 2, 3 separate, if not more, portal blocks that you can actually shut down after a team wipe. And that kind of value is Strange. Does lead him to either be banned or opened up for the picks. So I'm curious to see what we'll see on both sides here.
Yeah, Cal and NK rocked a lot of the Star-Lord Bucky with just all the different angles you can take on that map. The sky's the limit, literally.
Sorry.
And that's been fun to see how NK can shine for the team in tandem with just a Groot wall. You saw how powerful that neutral fight was, but what really stood out to me from Shikigami in that previous map was the tempo, the pacing. Hella's still not going to be included, by the way, and just Shikigami knew how to temper that aggression without feeding, and that was key to push Envy against the brink, not even allowing them to recontest for B. Shikigami got such a good push and tempo off of that. Envy couldn't get around the corner in time and could not push Shikigami away, even with the 6 versus 4 advantage. So for Groot to be removed, though, that'll change some things.
Yeah, I think that's a smart pick. I think on the side of Envy, I think they excel without that on the table, as we are going to see this very common, unique. We are going to see
Not
the very
working.
common takeout of Cal's
Twitch is
Hella
not
there, but
working.
we do see the lock-in of the Venom back on the table. Shikigami having a ton of success with Venom over the last 2 days, so maybe that will be something that allows them back in the door to close this thing
Yeah,
up, but
I'm
this
not
is
lying.
going to be a battle
GG.
no matter what, and I
GG.
can't wait to see how this shakes out, as we see no Strange, at least so far, on the table.
Yeah, to ban the Groot, Envy really took a risk because they've been first banning Venom every single time because Crazy was so annoying on the first couple
Yeah,
of
they
maps.
banned Groot.
And
Yeah,
that
bro.
became the first
Fuck
ban
that
from
Groot.
Envy after that. And thinking, okay, well, you've forced them on other Vanguards after that. Surely we could just second ban the Venom, then the immediate Protect. This is Shikigami with a Madian Psylocke on the Domination map earlier is dismantled
Are we
Envy.
playing
And
this?
just the
Yeah,
early fight takes that Shikigami took with the
They play
Psylocke,
good
a
in
Madian
this.
was a star for me on that Domination map, flanking and also neutralizing a Loki and being able to identify the right doppelganger. That's what I really loved about Days and just overall Shikigami's approach.
Yep, and here comes the setup now, as we are going to likely see people on the left side. We mentioned this yesterday, but you can actually get on the high ground left here by using just that standard pillar. You don't have to use a cooldown to get up on height.
One
One
more
thing that I see a
try.
lot of people struggling with in ladder, just a note to make to yourself. Use the pillar to the left, get up on this high ground. As we see the team setting up, NK going to be in the front here. The compositions looking a little different. Days trolling just a little bit, showcasing that Wanda. And a Madian showing the Black Widow. But wait a minute, not changing just yet, as we do see Ricky on the Mantis. What a change, as we might see. No, and there's the change. I
Just a
believe
pick,
for a
yeah.
minute.
Bro, is this
I believe for a minute.
caster
No
stupid
one
or what?
the early pick. Instead,
Of course
they
they're
are gonna
going
keep
for the
the
one
Robocop
tap.
a Median going to be back on that sideline.
Bro got hyped for no
I really
reason.
want someone to lock in the black.
Why are we
widow for
giving them
good,
space so
but
early?
Just to make sure that Envy stay around this corner and as possible
I think
as
Remix
possible,
should
including if
just
there's
play
a
thing.
Star-Lord hanging around.
And why are we
that could
just
be
giving them
a
space
huge
for
pick
free?
Shikigami,
They have a
but
Psylocke
Median
again.
already
Nah,
crushing that
bro.
high ground, and with the
Yes,
tandem
nice.
of
We
the
can't
double
lose to a
duelist,
Psylocke.
This overwhelms a Median off the rip.
Yeah, nice little start there, but the res is up. Median's going to be
Yo,
right
yo,
back.
yo.
Numbers evened again. You do see the Venom on the back line.
Oh, they get a res?
Attempted an escape, but it's not going to be enough. And this is where things get difficult. Bucky does a real good job shutting down escape, and Cal can move around
Psylocke
himself.
is
Sleepy
behind.
is going to be strong on the Loki. A lot of things that can shut down that Venom, including Remix once he uses that.
I think
EXP,
Remix
can actually
is
shut
marking
down
the Psylocke.
web out as well. So
So they
will see
know
some
about
struggles
it.
here, but you know Craze Mang loves that pick right now and has found success. So even if early on it's not working, we will see some plays happening as we start again on the next fight. We are going to see some angling from NK, who's thinking about jumping up there on height, does take the angle, and here comes the Kraken impact immediately. Got to get invisible boundaried, and the dunk in the sky is painful.
Invis is
Reset
nah,
again.
bro.
Days gets 3, and it's just going to keep on going, dunking like crazy as we are going to lose Envy.
Shikigami with the ultimate shutdown. They are fearless. The Kraken impact jumping into the invisible boundary. It slows you, and to
How
target
do
the
we do-
invisible
how the
prince
Invis
to
died,
cancel
bro?
the ultimate and allow all the dominoes to fall in Shikigami's favor. But wait a minute, we got a recontest with 4 meters to go.
What a jump right there. Immediately initiating with comments on the
Lambs.
medium. Gonna pop that. Will we find value with the dance of the butterfly? It does do enough as we lose Sleepy, NK, Paint, and yep, Shikigami just still holding this space. Knew where that fight was gonna be, and they find value as we use one more, which may not have been necessary, but still sometimes feels
I
worth
actually
it.
don't know.
Feels worth it
What
in
is
your
Envy
heart.
doing?
It just showcases they wanted to clean that up with another ult.
Yeah, Envy forcing out a lot more ultimates there, I think is still huge, and every second you take off the clock is massive, because the point B is going to be the most difficult part of the map, or the second most difficult part of the map to get through. And you've already had some good shutdowns from Envy to deal with this Venom, which was pesky for them before. They've banned it before, and it's crazy that
We are
needs to match
losing
tempo.
to a
You can't go in
raccoon.
5v6 if the team aren't ready to match the line of sight and to keep him healed up. If there's like a
Did we use
unfortunate
the
lucky pull, you never know. So Shikigami
Star-Lord
trying to own the
ultimately
right
yet?
side
No,
while
right?
getting some payload push, but as they rotate back, it's a pull on the Magneto.
Nice, good
Wow.
one.
NK gonna take out Scatter immediately. We are gonna lose Sleepy. Numbers evening out. Scatter does get res.
Oh.
Again, but no luck
Where's
there. As
the
NK's
game?
gonna turn around and try to help the backline. NK falls there from Craze Ming. Once again, I did think that it was gonna go in Envy's fight, or Envy's favor for that fight, just due to all the
We are
damage.
somehow
I thought,
still
Shikigami
losing.
overcommitted a little bit, but looks like they didn't need it, as they still have the space and are pushing towards point 2.
Nah, bro.
Just bad macro
GG's.
from Envy to be on the right side,
GG.
disengage and be caught out in the open, and it was space that was isolated. Great punish from the pull from Daze. Now they built up ultimate, and Daze's Kraken impact was the whole reason they capped A, but they have to have a shutdown.
this our
on Cal's,
first?
Galactic Legend? It gets pulled by the invisible woman and does not get in range of his supports. Cal
Actually
went
fucked
in
up.
way too deep, and Ricky's invisible boundary may have blocked out those heals, that line of sight, as you got the dance of the butterflies from Median, and Shikigami have more in the tank, but the respawn advantage is for Envy, and Sleepy sets up at the back to pressure back the offense.
Gotta show some love to that play right there as we have one more dunk again. Cracking impact on the entirety of the team. Venom gonna do enough damage to get the reset. And they
What
are
a
gonna
shot.
follow. This is Daze is showcasing why Bucky needs to be banned. Make that 3. Can we get 4 off the clone again? And that is just gonna be an insane push for the side of Shikigami.
Again,
Similar
again,
combo from
again.
Shikigami they've used in the past. The dance of the butterflies to get as many of the
That's
important cooldowns
insane,
as
bro.
possible. Thinking of the Loki crystals, the domain region.
The
that gives
agains
them
were
vulnerability
insane.
to stop the push away from the invisible woman to the bubbles from space. As much as you can bring out with the dance of the butterflies, this allows the Kraken impact to really have an even bigger of an impact. As Envy hope to stabilize, they're already getting maybe pulled off the high ground. Remix is isolated, but the thing can hold his his own. Space rejoins his side, and Shikigami
What do
having
you
an
think the
extra fight.
problem is? I think it's just a
They're
big
trading it
diff.
up here, electing to go with the rocket to try to help boost NK on the Bucky, just trying to make sure that Venom gets less impact, as we are going to turn it right back
Look
around.
at
The bubble's out to
Envy's
make
Bucky
sure
doesn't get a
that they
single
are gonna
again.
hold on. As you see there, that window of the elimination does get deleted when you see that bubble pop. Immediately the team has to force reset. It's a nice drop back there by the side of Shikigami, and here comes that initiation. You talked
Surely
about
we
the
don't
bumping
use
up, forcing
Invis
out
ult
for their ultimates.
when we have lamps.
You see Paint popping that invisible boundary again. A lot of value out of these Psylocke
Okay,
ults.
they went.
And that Psylocke in the middle of the invisible boundary by themselves was able to escape. Now the offensive invisible
They
barrier
went
there
rough.
from Ricky as Space tries to hold them back with the Meteor M. A lot of pressure now coming from Shikigami.
How are we
forcing
losing to a
Magneto
fucking
shields,
Psylocke,
and the
bro? I don't get
Galactic
it.
Legend, Cal with the bubble, focusing down. A double CC hits a Manian and Days, allowing Cal to go for the big finisher, and the Venom will escape. There maybe could be some punish as Cal doesn't want to press his luck too much, and Shikigami will be forced to just stay put.
We did notice before, in something to make a note of, is Psylocke's always going to appear post-ultimate after the Dance of the Butterfly, dead center in the circle. So the team needs to be ready for that, as we saw Sleepy make a smart play with Loki before, just start shooting with the firing line directly into the center, and it did get a pick. So we saw some luck there. You mentioned how they were able to
No.
escape. As
Wait, how
maybe
did we
obviously
not
really
kill
strong
Psylocke there?
does escape from that fight, but that kind of thing cannot happen
Nice.
once you've committed an ultimate. You've got to try to make some sort of play. NK going to take out 2 and bring the numbers back towards Envy.
Kill,
NK
please
is
kill.
hitting his
Nice.
shots. Beautiful bursts of damage hitting the strategist while Cal
Yeah, but I
keeps
think they
Emadian
still lose,
busy.
but
a big shutdown
good
for
try.
Bucky could be Emadian chasing him down on the Psylocke, but the duelists are keeping each other in check, and Envy take back-to-back fights. A minute 15 though. Crazy, his impact has really been stifled on the Venom. The setups have been good, but the follow-ups are lacking when you can't round this corner as the pull almost gets Emadian in the line of fire, but Emadian and Shikigami are ready to retaliate.
Only 60 seconds left.
Just a masterclass on defense now, as here comes the Dance of the Butterfly. So much value and median showing why Psylocke still
Damn,
is here in the
bro.
meta, and why Psylocke is so strong. Great heal
How
there.
are we losing
Space
to a
with a nice
fucking
dunk on Daze,
Psylocke,
and down
bro?
goes a median from Cal. Team with a
Where's
good
the
set of
bubbles?
patience, just dropping back and waiting for their time.
Surely
and
we
still making
bubble,
things
no?
happen even
Maybe
after
he
the
didn't have
chaos.
it.
Being down 1, turning it right back around. Cal gonna chase. Great play here by Cal to try to get Craze. Craze, oh my goodness, able to get out of there at least so far. And at this point, not gonna continue the chase as Cal's gonna set up for the ultimate of the Galactic Legend.
Venom needs to change. This is just so weak for points.
You
See,
didn't
I'm
see-
a Venom enjoyer too, but your team can't follow up, and you need to hold space. And then Venom does this so poorly. And we'll see if the Venom ult can get people low for the
No,
Kraken impact with the invisible
boys.
boundaries. Now on the offense,
Why are we
sending
just
Envy
wasting
back. They'll try to
these
retaliate with their own
ultimates?
duelist ultimates, and Emadian won't overstay his welcome. Respawn advantage as Shikigami throw
Okay,
every
nice.
ultimate at
They
them.
got
Look
a
at them.
res.
They are now exhausted of options and exhausted of eliminations. They really haven't wiped Envy or really gotten them uncomfortable enough. Overtime will
Okay,
ensue,
maybe not a
and I
waste
don't know
because
if
they use
Shikigami can
Invis
finish.
ult. But
Yeah, well
they didn't
done,
have to
Kyrie,
use
to
Invis
retake
ult.
this. The team of Envy committed 3 ultimates on a Craze Mang, but I
Nice.
thought it was going to go towards Shikigami just strictly from due to that fact they're not even getting the pick, but no,
The rocket
Envy finding
gun-
their composure,
rocket's
sweeping
gun
them
does a
back
lot of
around,
damage.
and that is going to hold before we get to point 3.
Okay, nice. But I think they still
the-
lose. Hopefully they
The
won't.
Venom needed to swap. I've struggled on this point especially, and Crazy, he's been a target ban because this Venom is incredible on every other map but this area, because you have to round the corner, and it's kind of like you have to play this really from front to back, because as soon as you access those strategists, Paint would pop the invisible boundary, and even if you had Envy in an uncomfortable spot with no cooldowns, Shikigami had to make a decision whether to actually enter that boundary and to follow up with Crazy, which usually the pacing, the tempo was a bit off from Shikigami to press and be aggressive in those moments, because there was duelist battles going on of Cal versus Emadian. Daze is hitting headshots nonstop, but
Do
still
we
not
win?
enough for Shikigami to get the edge. So really good Vanguard play from Envy running the thing and Magneto to be able to hold that real estate against essentially a solo Vanguard of Scatter on the offensive side.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned, which I wanted to touch base on it, which I think is a unique strategy, is utilizing that Daze dunk with the Kraken impact immediately with Venom popping ult to try to activate the insta KO and reset the Kraken impact again. I do think we saw success with that. They tried it again on that final point, which is why I believed Craze stayed on
Why
Venom
did
there to try to
they-
make that
who
happen.
banned him?
And one thing I did like was when Craze dove that final point, they used Kraken Impact, they used Invis, they used Rocket, and I believe they used Star-Lord all on Crazemang with the Venom, who was able to pop his ult to get shield and then the E to stay alive through all of that, and still Envy won the fight somehow, and the prolonged fight. So just a really well done job there by Envy to stay calm after utilizing and putting so much effort into trying to get that pick on Venom.
Yeah, Daze and Craze need to link up as best as they can to be the ultimate
Oh, he's
duo,
one
but
shot.
this time on the defense, and how you initiate on defense
Yes,
can be a
nice,
little tricky.
nice.
As
Holy.
NK initiates with a headshot into a Median. It doesn't look like they're
Too
revived quite
aggressive.
yet, and Envy will continue with this advantage to press and force the Magneto cooldowns out of
Nice,
Scatter, and
Space.
Daze will not be able to flake, and the rest of Shikigami will run.
I may have missed it. I don't know how that rocket res did not happen on the side of a Median, how that didn't work out. But hey,
Whoa,
you know,
chill,
maybe
chill,
they got the
guys,
pick
chill.
early. They found where that location
We don't
was.
have to
Pretty
give
much
them free.
consistently either into that building to the left or off to the left side. And they got it down early.
still
so
have
that
one
pick
more
was
fight.
even more impactful. As we are going to continue pressing here again, right onto point. They might try the TP with Daze, and they do get back on point. And the team is going to collapse, trying to find this rocket. There goes the res off in an off
What
angle.
the
Good
fuck is
decision
that
to
res?
take that out before the fight continues. Nice pick there by Space and Cal to trade for Daze and a Median, and that should be enough for them to get this first point at the end here.
Oh, it's still not capped yet, and yet the invisible boundary to stabilize friends on the Shikigami side, but they have no space to work with. It's all because of this Venom, and I guess Magneto's still lurking around, but these strategists are under fire, and they're holding their own, but that means they are getting their sidelines blocked off to be able to heal their vanguards. So Shikigami are stalling insanely well despite the circumstances, but this Venom needs to be dealt with, and finally Space has to
Really
redirect.
didn't
But
have to
this is
use
the stall of
ultimate.
all time from Shikigami.
Holy
Oh,
moly,
that
this
does.
fight feels like forever. I could have read a full book. Incredible play on both teams, or both sides of the teams here, just due to utilization of that ultimate and positioning. It was very difficult to take out Crazemang on that point. Did manage to battle so long that he pulled out the ult to buy a little bit more time. Ricky popped that invis boundary, then again to keep him in there, but I just love the
Break the
space
bubble.
taken by
Kill
Space,
him, yes.
choosing to activate shield during that choke to just stuff all the heals. Sometimes it's more valuable to eat heals than it is to get a pick, because if you allow your team to get the pick for you and your job is just walling off the back line from their front line, it can be more than enough as they do push towards point two. NK trying
Nice,
to
nice,
wow,
NK.
nice pick there. Managed to get two with one shot as Scatter
Oh,
and
there was
Median go
damage
down.
boost.
Just the pressure of isolating that Magneto from Scatter and then pulling a
When did
Median who
Envy
just
use the
wanted to be
Invis
part of the fun, and that was anything but that. But Envy are just gonna hold these doors, and this is free push, and all of Envy are
Bro,
gonna be committed
Si-
to this. Galactic
oh.
Legend is at the ready, and just when it rains, it
Star-Lord
pours.
ult as
Dinks
soon as
caught one of your
possible.
strategists down. Ricky will have the invisible boundary, and this could be the only thing that saves Shikigami and salvages an upcoming
Never mind.
defensive hold.
They're about to have
Yeah,
a
I
result.
can see the momentum here for Envy.
Just
They
wait.
are going to be down slightly on ult, but
Please
not
wait.
by
Your
much.
Psylocke
Just
ult
it's
can
very
get a-
close as well. And here comes the first fight. Top Cal. Nice work there, Cal. They're going to be immediately. Venom's going to stay in the fight, utilizing those cooldowns, but that's good to get out early.
I mean,
and here
take
comes
this.
the invisible boundary following up here. There has
we
to be
don't take
value, and
this.
yes, Daze clutching what he needs to. Down goes three as NK is going to get res. And at this point, Daze is just trying to follow up and force the rest of the team back into the spawn door.
Oh, Daze
Oh,
MVP
these are some
when
questionable
his team
ones.
was down 4v6 and his duelist brother was down. He shows up with the Kraken impact to save the day for
Oh, just
Shikigami.
wait.
That was so over, which is the rocket from Dinks getting staggered out, Cal getting the edge against some Median. Daze turns it all around, and they need to also cycle their ult. Still 2.5 minutes, lots of time for Envy, and just hearing a Median and this Galactic Legend forces Envy to reset. Not gonna get too much value in terms of eliminations. Crazy has to try and get out, and this is not the easiest place to swing out of. Probably got pulled, and this is gonna set Crazy behind. Actually gets a revive there.
Yeah, very aggressive play by a Median. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Probably likely burn some cooldowns, but just was so early on in the fight, and they were able to just kite back and stay alive without having to use
And he has a lot of
anything
ults
too
right
major in
now.
terms of ult. And here we go again.
And
They're
they
gonna pop
almost-
paint, gonna use that invisible boundary. They're gonna try to play off it. They do get one. Unable to see a Median through that boundary, gives them a free pick. Here comes the Magneto, not able to get any pick early as the KOs are back in the favor of Envy, trying to make a full play here as they don't have any other ults up by 2 at this point.
Today
And
NK
they are
is
gonna
playing
hold that
better
tight
and
but we've
Cal
seen
is not doing
100
as good
Thieves
as
hold this
he
doorway
usually
and make
does.
it happen. Can we see Shikigami do the same?
Man, NK
Well.
got pulled in, and he's been an AK for this team. Always getting first bloods in these fights, and now he gets Idle Remix to give him the damage reduction. There's a portal, a scatter swap to the Strange. A few more seconds
look at the
taken away.
rocket
Not as
damage
much
inside.
follow-up, even though there's a revive.
Wait,
Envy
what are we doing?
And you got the Galactic Legend once again from
Wait,
Envy.
what?
A big investment now, and no bad spawns from the
What the
Shikigami
fuck?
side. A good contest on both point A and point B came out.
We
for
didn't have to
Shikigami,
use these
but
many
this is the
ultimates.
ultimate fight. How much can Envy snowball from this point? This is the most difficult part that Shikigami struggled with on their offense, and Envy cannot give this space up.
Yeah, this is potentially a one-fight game now. It's all about building ults and making the plays
Okay,
happen.
we have
Now
Raccoon
the
back,
value of
we
making
have
those
NK
strategies
back,
follow
we have
is even more
almost
useful. And he
invisible.
again gets an early pick.
It's revive, but NK's not even done there, and it's a Kraken
Nah, bro.
impact that gets shut down. NK
2
is
minutes.
out and brought
We
back
get the
in.
res.
The Rockets have been pivotal to keep this fight lasting
fuck,
forever.
kill
As
him.
Cal has to get the edge against his other duelist, and he's got bubbles. He's going in deep. Cal is insane.
No,
And
fall
Payne
back,
has
fall
the
back,
invisible
fall back,
boundary, the
fall
more
back,
space
fall
he
back. Play
gets, the
safe,
more
play safe
that
for
Envy
now.
can hold it using the strategist ultimates.
Holy shit. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why we're doing. Okay, we have the amplifier. Never mind, we win. You know, that was actually a big brain invisible.
Gonna take out Dinks. Down goes another for Craze. And at this point, it should be over as Envy closes out the series and takes home the W.
Cal, what
Holy
a push to set
fuck.
up that invisible boundary in the enemy spawn, and this produces a slow, so everyone was scattering. You had half of Shikigami pushing past the invisible boundary, half of them stuck in it, not able to see each other, not able to play off of each other, and this was the ultimate disruption. Envy carried the momentum. We needed them to on point C to go all the way to the finish line. A big congratulations to Envy closing out the game 5 to move on in our bracket to that lower semi-final, and that means we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Shikigami,
He
who
played
pulled
really
off
well.
one of the best upsets
They
that we
they
had
matched Raccoon and
against
they
Shroud
win.
X that were down.
After a series of 5 like that,
GG.
so back and forth trading, the alt utilization was gorgeous. Like you talked a lot about those invisible boundaries, and they are used obviously very defensively to cancel
Well, I'll
ultimates,
be
but
back
just putting that window
after
of
poop,
invisibility
poop.
up for your team to get a pick. We saw a lot of
Give
that.
me a
It
second.
almost
I'll
is essentially like a
try-
gate to allow your team to focus one person. It forces
I will
eyes
try
onto
Twitch
whoever
again.
is in that zone, and we saw that find a lot of value for Envy. Really well done there by Paint. You talked about that alt towards the end too, which just at that point, it was just too much in Envy's favor. They didn't have much to follow up on, but they didn't need to as they got multiple picks through the walls again.
Oh.
Gorgeous play. Space ending with
Doesn't
31
work.
in 4, 13 eliminate final hits is disgusting. And NK with 19 as you talk about how valuable NK's been on that Bucky.
I'll
And
try
even
with
just looking past the numbers,
the stream
NK,
key.
how many first bloods he got in these fights. I don't know what cereal he had before that game 5.
NK
because he
played
was
really
hitting a
well
headshot
today, like
after
really, really
headshot,
well.
beginning every fight on a good note for Envy. But Cal also had the game-winning play at the end, plus the Magneto bubbles from Space. Every time someone was making a play, Space was enabling it. Just great teamwork from Envy, from a team that got
I think
together
the
last
start
minute,
streaming
but from
thing is
Brothers
not
WAP,
working.
that sacred bond that have been together for years.
Anyway.
A lot of them competing since 2017, now trying to show up against this new generation of talent and actually beating them. I would consider Shikigami, a lot of these players, to be
Oh.
that next generation of talent who are really blossoming their careers for the first
I'll be
time in
back.
Marvel Rivals, and that's great to see. And they finished top 6, which is way past what a lot of people expected from them. So a big shout out to Shikigami with how far they got, but Envy, they're now the dark horse of this tournament.
Yeah, I gotta show some love to Cal too. 41 eliminations and only getting KO'd 5 times with the most damage in the entirety of the game. Cal showcasing that you don't necessarily need the Hela to pop off. You can pop off on the Star-Lord. Plays a similar style with the hit scan, a little more aggressive with the spin to win, but you have that Magneto bubble to allow you to get that alt charge. And then at that point, you're just a galactic legend putting on the mask and going to town. And it was a ton of fun to watch as this team took it home. You got to be excited for them.
It was just the duelist matchup of which one was going to make a mistake, right? Because the Star-Lord can be really squishy. It can be vulnerable if you don't use those iframes to perfection. And Cal has been caught in those moments and has been the first to get picked off. But this time he's the hero. And NK had to go toe-and-toe against Daze on the other side, on the Bucky, who was going to be the best one to set up the team for success, who was going to have the most impactful Kraken impacts. And NK was having a field day, even without those ultimates. So Envy had a lot of the fights even throughout the series where they shouldn't have even won it, and Envy just clutched up, and it made you question how the heck did they keep doing that.
Something in the water when it comes to that team. They just are so clutch. We made that discussion yesterday, how they always just seem to get the job done when the moment counts. And on that final point, like, it was just fluid. There was no real shutdown. I think one fight didn't go in their favor in that final point, but outside of that, it was just a walk down. They felt confident. You could see it. Unfortunately, Shikigami was forced to use some ultimates at times that they really couldn't do much about. Unfortunately, they just had to use them to stay in the fight if they want to make that touch happen. But we got to show love to Shikigami, who unfortunately now going to be out of this tournament, but really showed up when it mattered. And I think gained a ton of fans from the chat, just an underdog story and showcasing how strong they could be.
It's the Shikigami social media is also hilarious. And Envy, to be fair too, is yapping away. A big welcome back to Envy into esports. So excited. Just one of the OGs, bringing on some OGs to their team. They go to the lower bracket semifinal to face the winner of FlyQuest and Nightmare, which is coming up next. And we're getting one of these Envy guys in our interview here in a second to talk to them. But they're just a good bunch of guys who, again, don't have a coach. This is all just these comps that they're coming up with on the fly. They all have such tremendous experience being in professional esports leagues in the past. To Paintbrush telling me about the sacred bond that they share not only as friends but as teammates to figure out these problems, to stay level-headed, and to be down in series, to be up in series, but to know how to stay consistent. That's so difficult to do in Marvel Rivals. And the spacing, kind of funny with space, but the Vanguard play of their macro is what makes Envy such a fearsome team.
Absolutely. 13 final hits, if I'm not mistaken, from space. You know that those are from those Meteor M's. The Meatball Duncan, he's just all over those. A lot of good picks there, too. Magneto, significantly more of a threat with the recent buff. A slight buff, but just enough to be of impact because, he's got a slower fire rate, does have that combo with the right click. But if you're able to output a ton of pressure onto the back line, it forces them to angles that they can't see their strategy or their frontline Vanguards anymore. And then those picks start, when they have to peek to get the heals off, they fall for it, and that ultimately went in Space's favor as he just played a great game and got MVP.
And speaking of that, we got the man, myth, the legend, the Space God himself joining us for our post-match interview. Everyone say hello to our Magneto GOAT. Hey, bro, how's it going? Congratulations on the win.
Good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Space, I can't imagine how hyped you guys are as a team right now. At least I would be. I don't know. Do you guys take that as, because I know like winners hate losing, right? Obviously, it was a close match. Are you disappointed, or are you riding that hype train ready for the next game?
I wouldn't necessarily say we're hype. I think we definitely made a lot of mistakes and we should have played better, but that team is really good at Venom, so we had to adjust it. We haven't played against it a lot, so we just had to make like some mid-game adjustments. There's a lot that goes on in the ban phase that you have to think about, but yeah, I think we could have definitely performed a lot better, but we are excited. Like, we're happy we got the win, and we're going to focus on the next match.
Absolutely.
I don't blame you for being stressed. As a Magneto player, you have so much on your plate. Tell me what goes through your mind in these fights, because you have to bubble Cal, you have to make sure iRemix is good. How do you communicate through these tense moments?
It's just like all like a flow, and you have to kind of react to what the enemy team is doing. If the Bucky ults, I want to ult to counter that ult. I also have to see like what composition they're running to kind of decide when I'm going to use my ult and who I'm going to bubble. So it's just a lot of communication, which my teammates help me out with. They let me know, like, if they're the player that the mag is going to ult, they let me know and they call for me. So it's just a lot of communication and a lot of practice that goes into it.
Cool.
Real quick, I want to touch on this just out of curiosity. We've been seeing a lot of Rocket, obviously, in the last few games. Is it the beacon? I know there's a lot of conversation about Rocket nowadays, and obviously you're not playing in the strategist backline, but as a team, is that just something you like just due to his mobility or due to his
Yeah,
all?
a lot of it is due to his Z, like his team up. The infinite ammo is really strong. It's very strong in the neutral, and it's good against Venom. And then the res beacon is on top of it, and his ult is also very strong. He also has like pretty good healing for like a second support. It's not bad.
Sure.
And, you know, he has a good survivability. So yeah, I think overall, just people are starting to see that there's more value in playing Rocket with his kit. But yeah, that's kind of where that comes into.
Awesome.
And to bring up sort of the Venom problem that you guys were facing, like I know iRemix at the start was trying to figure that out, but then you guys went to just straight banning it. But at the last map, it kind of slipped by as you guys went for the group ban first, and then the Venom was protected. How worried were you that you had to face that Venom again, or did it feel better because of the map choice?
I think the main thing was the adjustment of us getting off of Loki. We felt like Loki wasn't getting a lot of value, so we decided to opt for the Rocket, and like that was the biggest thing that changed for us. And also, since we had played before against it, you know, we felt like we could play a bit better on that map and understood the timings and the map better, and just played a bit more confident. I think that was the biggest adjustments for us. But yeah, it worked out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look great on that map over the last few days. I know you're going to be having a ton of stuff you want to get to, and I know you got some more games coming up here. So just to close this out, anything you want to say to the audience or anyone you want to call out?
Thank you everyone for watching. I want to give a huge shout out to Boom Crew. They've been our warm-up for like the past 2 weeks. We always scrim against them, so I want to give them some recognition because, you know, they sign up for our warm-ups regardless of like whatever time they have to do it. So thank you guys, Boom Crew. Thank you all for watching, everyone that's supporting us. Big shout out to my teammates, my coaches, or my manager. You know, thank you all. I appreciate everybody. Thank you guys.
Yeah, it was absolutely great talking to you, brother. Good luck in this next set and keep popping off. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well done. You can see he's just ready for that next set. I mean, they're a confident team. You know, they've got what it takes to keep pushing forward, and they're disappointing themselves. You know, it's funny when you see people at this level of play who's that competitive and you get a win, but you know, it just wasn't the win you wanted. It wasn't as fluid, as smooth. You saw mistakes. So it kind of weighs on you, and you could feel that a little bit there.
Yeah, and those are a bunch of guys who have seen the highest level of championships, that have gone through the ringer and have had to adapt on the fly, have to improve on short notice, are having these scrim partners that are helping them get to the highest level that they can, and to adjust against that Venom that Space talked about at the end, bringing out the Rocket, getting rid of the Loki. These are all of really intelligent guys that have so many years of experience that can figure these things out on short notice. That's what makes them a different team, and why you can't underestimate Envy until you win against them, because they'll go the distance against you. They were the only other team to take a map off of 100 Thieves in this invitational, and they move on to our lower bracket semifinal to await the winner of FlyQuest and Nightmare. Nightmare, a team that they swept in the Swiss. FlyQuest they haven't met yet, but we'll see who will meet Envy on the other side of these highlights.
Holy big pooping session. Surely I did not miss anything, right? Spider-Punk. Is there anything else we can watch? I want to save this. Don't want to watch it right now. How about Warden? EO. I just wanted to try. I know the O was not supposed to be there. I just wanted to try if it's a word or no. Oh, it's so funny. No. Okay, we wasted too much. Yeah, no. He's not at the last. I just wanted to try. Oh my god. Okay. What can it be? Bean? Okay. D-O do J-U. What could it be, bro? A word with O and E. Poly? Is a poly a word? Oh shit. It's O-P-E-Y. Low-P. Dopey is not a word, is it? What the fuck does dopey means? What the fuck? I hate connections. This game sucks. Wait, I was not lying.
On the side of FlyQuest is switch it up mid-game just to try to change the flow and find a way through a specific point that they may be struggling with whatever comp they're on. Like you said, you mentioned light planes, medium heroes. I usually write down specific heroes that they like to rock with, but I had the list too long with Storm, Spider-Man, Namor, Wolverine, Penny even at one point. Like, it could keep going based on what we just saw from Light alone, but we know there is a ton of talent on this team. You know, speaking of Energy, I believe Energy at this point has the highest final hits in a map with 27 in one of the games yesterday, which is insane.
Wrist
And
back.
Energy is the guy that people think is just not real. Like, you would peel his skin off and there's like a cyborg underneath. That's just how scary of a hit scan this guy is. Not real. Hella has to be a ban. If you let
Spirit
Energy play
entrance.
Hella, it's looking pretty Jover. But of course,
What
he
does
can flex
Raven
to the
means?
Bucky, and basically whatever Light doesn't want to play, Energy sticks to the
Oh.
hit scans, mainly the Bucky and the Hella. But these are the two most fearsome duelists that we have in our tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, and not even to touch the strategist backline, you've got obviously Cooper and Zelos. Zelos is running a little bit of that rocket we saw to
Airplane
help buff the Bucky.
fly.
But then Cooper MVP'd, I believe, a few times with Loki in the last few days. So Loki play is definitely on the table here. So we might see that ban happening. So yeah, the side of FlyQuest also really strong. We talked about the Vanguard line.
What does
Gas
Mac
touched on
means?
today. Spark Chief playing the Venom and thing. They just got a really solid composition and team. A team that could definitely push through this. But let's transition over to Nightmare, a very aggressive team that seems to either have a real big
I am
setup
a
or
Mac.
really tight matches.
Yeah, and they won decisively against Rad Esports yesterday to put themselves in this quarterfinal. And this was with a substitute player. Mace had a power outage.
Smart.
I
A
believe
person could be
Mace will
smart.
not be playing today either. Like, double check our lobby, but Azure is going to be continuing to join us. And Nightmare was so over the moon with how good Azure was yesterday on the Magneto. We were talking to Bolinia in the interview, and he's like, "Did you see my boy? Did you
But
see
this
him?"
game makes no sense. Look at,
And
look
I
at.
love the hype
Let me
up
show
that
you.
Nightmare have for each other as a roster that also sort of pieced together or maybe made small
See.
changes as we go to play with a substitute
Look at
and to still play
this.
that
Just
well.
look at the results.
Nightmare are the real deal.
Yeah, Molinia's vibe was just different. I loved it. He was awesome. He went back-to-back MVPs too. That hella Star-Lord played, not afraid to be aggressive and to be confident. You could see he had the conversation around, oh, we had a fluke. Just wait. Just let us cook a little bit. Let me show you how strong our team can be. And you can't keep listing off strong players. I mean, Luca doing a great job on the divey, very front-facing.
See, what the fuck is this?
Like Venom and
What the
Hulk.
fuck is this?
You got Azure, mentioned Azure with the sub, just playing a great job with the shielding tanks. Then you guys.
This makes sense. This makes sense. That's it. This game fucking sucks.
And Nightmare, surprisingly, are a team that just perma-ban hella all the time. Malenia, in like his very first breakout match, was showing up on the hella, but have said that they just would rather not be with it. They're much more around protecting the Wolverine, the Loki, any of their Vanguard pillars. Like Nightmare want to run a consistent Vanguard lineup if they can. Strange, Doctor Strange is very important. But Malenia, you're most likely going to see him on the Star-Lord to pair with Luca's dive. But Nightmare, I want to see consistent and clean play from them. They're ones that can really cause a lot of chaos, be almost too aggressive at times. But what I love is that there's a difference between feeding and a strategy, right? Feeding is when one person goes in too deep, and aggressive is when the whole team goes in, and Nightmare are always in your face.
Absolutely, and I gotta touch the strategist line too, right? They're so confident. We had a discussion with Baser, gave us a little bit of an insight to how the strategist line plays, but have just had a very minimal KO situation. I love when strategists play their life because that just means they understand positioning and what is at stake and what risks they have to deal with at all times. You know, utilizing cooldowns and understanding your positioning around natural cover while still having an eye on somebody that's playing hyper aggressive, like you see a lot of the time with something like Luca, is so next level in the brain of a strategist. Being able to see that front line while still having good positioning to keep yourself in the fight without getting KO'd is so much to think about at all times, and it's why strategist is such a tough position.
And it's tough to play Bucky, and Kendrick is also a superstar on that he gets to sit back and all the bans are targeted towards Malenia or everything else, and Kendrick can kind of sit pretty. And I'm glad you brought up the strategist to go back to that. Like, Pizza Demon has been one of my favorite Invisible Womans to play. I've known this guy for a long time in terms of his competitive experience.
Yo, just start the match. Stop
he
yapping.
has had these subtle but
Sorry,
such impactful plays on
I'm
the
too
Invisible
bored.
Woman, whether of the
What am I
timing
supposed to
of
do?
his invisible boundaries to pushing away Doctor Strange's in the middle of their
We'll get
Eye of
her.
Agamotto's. You're like such a key
we'll get her.
component to try and negate those huge
But we won't do the
ultimates,
daily
and
one.
Pizza Demon has had
We'll do this.
great
Oh wait, I
move
don't have
backs in
daily
those
right now.
moments. And also pulls. If it's not Kendrick pulling you in, it's Pizza Demon as well, and he has been a
United
playmaker for
Kingdom.
Nightmare.
Yeah, I was going to mention it's the combo. They mentioned following up on the Bucky pull. You know what's worse than getting pulled away from your team once? Is
This is
having it
you,
happen
my bad.
immediately after when you're trying to use your escape cooldown. It happens a lot. You know, if you think of something like Hulk, the
Romania.
reason Hulk struggles a little bit more is Hulk's trying to go ahead and jump out. As soon as that jump is initiated, you're immediately going to get yoinked back. Getting rid of that jump, that holding cooldown, trying to get that space button activated, and then you're forced to face even more damage, so that escape window is
What
canceled
language is
out.
that?
So
France?
they do a great job of that. I'm assuming we're going to
Are
see
you
that combination, the
fucking kidding me?
Invis Bucky, unless it gets banned out.
Malta, bro,
Obviously,
fuck,
a threat
man.
when it comes to Malenia. But yeah, both sides have some unique play styles and things that they
Nordic.
really specialize in. I just
Dark
wanna see how
blood?
they
What
match
the
up
fuck?
against each other.
Yeah, how is that gonna go? Because FlyQuest have only lost to 100 Thieves and Sentinels, like the big three or the big two, if you will. And where does Nightmare slot into that? I said sort of
Iceland.
Envy's my dark horse, but really I think
Fucking
Nightmare would
Polish.
even be a step above
Should have guessed
that
from
as
the
someone
cup,
who
man.
could contest that
Ooh, wow,
the
it
big
looks
three.
yummy.
And FlyQuest, if they get beat by Nightmare, that would
Sushi.
definitely put Nightmare in the conversation for a
The
team
fuck
that
is
could
this?
upset this
Ah.
whole bracket. Well, FlyQuest got to prove that they can stay consistent, that they can bounce back from yesterday, and that they don't overcook
Sushi pizza.
too
Who the
much
fuck
of
made a
these
sushi
comps,
pizza?
because when all the duelists get banned out, you'll see
I
lineups
wanna
of
see.
crazy stuff.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
Canada,
they
bro,
are
Canada.
in the conversation with
What
some
the
of the best teams,
fuck,
right? And
Canada?
still being so early on, we still haven't had a ton
man?
of eyes on, and
Oh, wait.
you can show up on different days, and you'll see teams
I
pop
had
off
water
that
here.
maybe
I thought it was
didn't pop
somewhere.
off the first time you saw them, maybe during an MRC or something along those lines. But once they start finding their footing, once they get more comfortable in this environment, that's where you really start to see where teams rank with each other. So everybody has their own idea of where everyone's going to be, but it isn't until moments like this when you're head-to-head
Duck
where that
egg.
starts getting cemented. So I will believe, and I do believe, that between these two teams, both of which have been in discussion of, oh, they're going to be top 2, 3, 4 teams, you know. We'll see where that's gonna line up here, because these teams, despite who they play and get this win right now, are immediately going to go back in after, you know, one spacing game right back against Envy. So it is going to start locking in these positions.
And Nightmare were a team that said in our interviews that they thought they could really beat
This is the
Sentinels,
most
that
European
was
thing
such
ever.
a winnable series, and I casted that one, and I fully believed them. That domination went to round 3, 99 versus to 99% against Sentinels in the Swiss stage, to
South
another
America?
map that went the distance.
No.
And if Nightmare can play that close to
Nigeria?
Sentinels, there could be a chance
Asia?
for Nightmare to play just as close as
No.
FlyQuest,
Europe?
as they're about at the same level, but
No.
very different
The
identities.
fuck?
As we're
India?
about to get into
Definitely
our
not.
pick and ban phase,
Philippines.
symbiotic surface to kick things off, and this is where we set
Wow.
the tone, and the loser will pick the map following that. in
Ooh,
the
I
best
guess.
of 5.
What is
Yeah, we've
this?
seen a whole lot of push momentum on this map where teams either have that momentum and shove through to point 3, or they get held up at point 2. We haven't seen a ton of point 1 holds. We did see it
Spain?
when it came to Shroud X, and early on, I think day 1,
South
they did
America?
manage to make that happen. I believe against
America.
Sentinels of all people in one of the wins that they took.
America,
so it
I
was
don't
quite,
care.
a
Give me
battle
that.
there. But
Ooh,
now, ever since
Canada?
then, we've been seeing a lot more pushing through that first point early on, battling over 2, and if 2 was a sweep, it seemed like they went all the way through to 3. We haven't really seen a ton of hold on 3 yet, so I'm curious to see
Bro,
how
will
this
they
is gonna
stop
look right
yapping?
now and what they're gonna run and ban as we soon dive in to the ban situation.
Yeah, symbiotic surface
No.
convergence
South
was
America?
the first map that FlyQuest had to do
Japan.
against Sentinels, and it was close.
Korea?
They got
Wait,
about
then-
short of point B, and then
China,
the defense,
China,
well,
China,
the
Taiwan.
Sentinels overtime capped against FlyQuest.
I had a joke, but I
Pretty
will not say
competitive.
it.
We even got
Korea.
to see the Spider-Man Venom dive
What?
out of
Not
FlyQuest
Korea?
on that, and I think FlyQuest just want to
Thailand.
get rid of their own Venom potential there. Spark Chief
Finally,
and
the
Light
game's
was
on.
synced up in the past on that, but
Finally, bro.
gotta
Yeah,
protect
it
the
looks
group.
like they're taking. Yeah, it looks like they're taking Venom out of the picture because they know they can run it. But like we talked about, they've been running so many different compositions.
Quest
and
played really
trying so many
well
different things.
yesterday,
They just
right?
maybe don't want to have to deal with it just because of
And
how
Luka.
annoying. Yeah, exactly. Luka also be playing a lot of those dive vanguards. So yeah, you know, they just want to take it off the table. Loki's gonna get locked though. That does help with that dive. Luna and Venom again locked off the table. Something that we've seen, I believe, from this team. They typically get rid of Luna, Groot, or Hela. There it is, Hela, pretty
Hela.
consistently on the side of Nightmare.
Yeah, FlyQuest had a chance to protect that Hela if they felt like Energy would have had the edge in that mirror against Malinia, because that's a pretty consistent ban from the Nightmare side. So that gets through. Groot, their Vanguard setup from FlyQuest, a lot more important. Gasklin and Spark Chief were incredible, especially Spark Chief on that Groot. Had some huge string prisons against Sentinels and some maps that were really close because of the big plays. But FlyQuest need to close it out. They get
deactivated.
such good fights, but sometimes choke at the end. So we'll see how consistent they could be against.
I would
Nightmare.
like Fly to win.
Yeah, Nightmare has elected over the last 2 games to lock
Don't
in
like-
saving Adam, so it doesn't surprise me that FlyQuest is going to take that off the table.
Don't
as
like
they
Nightmare.
are not afraid to ban Adam out as they did yesterday, but they usually try to keep Luna, Hela, or Groot around, so they did keep
On
Adam.
my life,
Luna
bro, on
and
my
Hela
life.
are both off the table. Let's get
God.
into this first fight here as we see FlyQuest
Oh,
on
so
defense.
funny,
setting up.
bro.
Yeah, you got the Gasklin, Magneto, and the Groot setup. We saw so much Doctor Strange from Gasklin, but he's showing us just how flexible he can be, and also told us yesterday like how much I guess still good blood, but not bad blood, good blood question mark, that Gasklin still has with his former team of Sentinels, because this is not about like trying to have revenge or anything negative like that. It's just to prove himself as a main Vanguard on a squad and to represent such a prestigious banner of FlyQuest, and to be part of this team, to build them up to this point means a lot. But they're in the lower bracket, so no room for mistakes.
Yeah, it's a respect thing, right? You like to see people perform, especially friends, and seeing them up at this level. You mentioned they are in the lower bracket, but they are making their way up here towards the end of this tournament as we're close to the lower side semis. And here we go as the fight begins early. You can see on the side of attack, Luca gonna be on the Wolverine, which I'm not sure we've seen him much on Wolverine.
They have Wolverine open with Groot.
GG's.
The better Wolverine will win. But they're not even playing Wolverine. What the fuck?
Well, is Nightmare cooking? Usually it's like Mace. If anyone's gonna be randomly on
Yeah,
Wolverine,
playing Bucky and Wolverine.
it's
GG,
Mace,
man.
and he's not playing, and
Holy
Luca's
shit.
never played Wolverine in an official match, and this is quite a vibe-based comp, a day of, if you will. And you know, these are ranked demons. They could play
You
anything,
pull
but
Bucky with a
this is really weird because Kendrick Bucky is confusing me as well.
Bucky,
Yeah,
and
it's
then you
like,
take him with
you know,
Wolverine,
with
easy.
Fusion comp, you know what I mean? It kind of gets their head a little bit. It's unique. It's different. You know, this is something we may have not seen that could have been in the scrimming side of things, a little bit off of the screen, but it seems to be. Whoa, I was gonna say working.
Why is somehow managing?
Gonna get an early pick there on Luca as the passive was clearly gone, and the ultimates in the side right now of Nightmare as they pop one. Out goes the invisible barrier boundary. Excuse me. And here comes the armed and dangerous. Are we gonna get a cracking impact landing on anyone? Not from what I've seen yet.
Is Luna
Yeah,
man?
with the 50% ult charge that Luca had on the Wolverine, this is an important swap to just go back to something normal for Nightmare, because surprising FlyQuest has not worked out so far, and half the time bank has gone as a result. So they're sticking with the triple Vanguard, I guess. I don't know if Kendrick, now that he used the ult, would want to go to the Bucky. Melinia's sticking on it, so Nightmare trying something different for sure.
Yeah, I like the idea there. Luca with a teleport from the back, or just essentially walling off that backline strategist area. It could be good in a push position when you're driving the supports or strategist back into that corner, and then you wall them off like that. Could be a crazy play, because that wall has so much more value, that teleport has so much more value than just being a movement ability. And here we go, as we are going to see some damage out being traded back and forth. Ultimate charge gaining. Gasklin has ult out. Spark Chief going to take out Luca. Down again. Nightmare going to have to drop back because they don't have much. They do have the dunk, though. Melania gonna find one, two. Melania popping off, trying to look for three. Can they make it all the way? No, out goes the invisible. Oh my goodness. As Delos falls as well.
Oh wait, he killed.
All right, a 1v6 out of Melina to make this
Oh, he killed
work
the
after the
invis.
fight started at a number disadvantage. The poke from FlyQuest was so strong that it just kept picking off the Wolverine before Luca could even approach, and then you have an invisible woman boundary halfway through the Kraken impact to support Melina, and it's all right, Melina, go eliminate the other team. And if that's the win con, I'm worried about Nightmare going forward, but Melina is the GOAT after all.
Yeah, last two in a row, I believe Melania did pop off on the MVP in terms of Nightmare's W. So Melania, a ton of trust and faith and confidence. I mentioned this in past streams where we did say that if you're playing duelist, truthfully, I do believe you need to think you're the best duelist. I think it's part of the mental game that a lot of duelists, you know, I'm sure a ton of you guys in ladder have seen the egos of duelists, right? As a Vanguard, I'm allowed to say that without getting punched in the face, but it does seem like you need to have that confidence, because when you do,
They
you
did
play
switch
better.
to
You
a
start
Wolverine.
doubting yourself. You don't have the space taken. You're afraid to make
And
ultimate
they
plays.
somehow
and
lost.
It kind of messes with you, as we see a lot of success on that first point.
Just Nightmare are going up against all the mains of the FlyQuest side, and Kendrick wanted to be aggressive, looking for a good strangling prison. When there's a Magneto shield in your face, you have to wait it out, and Nightmare are in trouble. They're now getting pulled and walled off by the just better neutral fight from
Holy
FlyQuest.
shots.
And when it rains, it pours. You have energy who's putting shots from above. Nightmare, this is not the same team that went the distance against Rad Esports the other day.
Yeah, the momentum definitely seems slowed up. It seemed like that play was heavily driven off that ult. That Kraken impact really had a ton of value, and they did obviously support it with Vaser using that invisible boundary. But, you know, you're right. Outside of that, it's
Holy
a little
hell.
more favored in the side of Fly, who just feels like they're playing with a little more confidence, owning this early.
That's one ultimate wasted. A very useful one too.
We see a lot of fights end here as here comes the dunk. Gaskin look for that meteor M. Will they find value? Bang!
Holy dunk.
Down goes Baser. Good patience there, waiting for the last second to turn.
Why did Magneto use his ultimate there? That was so dumb.
Invis to play confidently as Light's gonna dunk on Kendrick, and Spark Chief gonna take out Azure.
This is tough. Light has shown his experience on the Wolverine, besting Luca, going for assassinations in the back, well supported by the team, and in the chaos that was an Invisible Woman boundary from Zealous, he's already like built up another, it seemed, or I don't know. Nightmare are just throwing everything they can at the wall and hoping that it sticks. And in a chaotic environment like Rank, like this is where Nightmare's playground has happened and where they've really grown and built this roster from. But this is Nightmare that need to kind of clean up this map one. They only have a minute left to push. We'll see how the Strangling Prison goes.
Yeah, we begin again with the dunk that did land.
Again. I'm doing it again.
Very strong duels as well.
Again.
Reset there on Kendrick. Kendrick not on the Bucky. Have my mind blown on the
Well,
Groot.
don't Bucky against the Loki is too
Find
insane.
purchase onto the Wolf, who does escape. So not gonna get another reset. Ooh, I might have spoke too soon. No, I did not. Hold right back. Energy trying to relocate back to the team as the team is still holding at this very first entrance.
Oh, yeah, Nightmare could be stalled out a little bit. Scarlet Witch to give Azure the window of the team up for the next 15 seconds. The kidnap, though, from Light, taking the Magneto, the self-bubble to buy time.
I don't understand why they do this.
From Spark Chief getting the wrist of Nightmare, but somehow Azure saved himself with the Meteor M, and Nightmare's follow-up is on the way. But can the ambulance get there in time? It's the Invisible Woman barrier from Cooper's copy on the Loki. Nightmare
They are
has
about
take
to
a
have a
fight in
result
it, but they're also being
very
slowed.
early. I mean very soon.
OT here in this
Not
position after
early.
that pick. Odds are back in the side of Fly as they are up numbers. Armed and dangerous. Here comes the throw again from Gas from the meatball.
Invisible.
Somebody with the reset. Melania's gonna get two. Energy gonna turn that right back
Oh,
around.
she almost fucked it
Oh my
up.
goodness, a double pull. Here comes the alt tune from Energy. I feel it coming. Yep, and here comes the reset on those clones. Bang, down goes two. Turns around immediately. Nice angle, but unfortunately,
Holy
the
pull.
keep them in the fight. Energy gonna get another, and that likely will have to be the end here.
That was insane.
For the push on Night.
That was an insane
Well, it's a
game.
good thing this is
I
a
mean,
best
insane
of
round.
5.
By
I'm
Quest.
such a huge Nightmare fan. I've been thinking they were going to be the ones who upset this whole bracket. But this version, this is some next level cooking, some next level experimentation that they're doing. Kendrick on the Groot. It's just, he's getting poked down on the approach. He's trying to go for like the 6-man strangling prison. And I think Gaskin has been holding his shield for his moment. And Kendrick is having issues getting valued. You know, they're not, the neutral fight from Nightmare isn't succeeding with no Bucky pulls and like Groot isolations. That's definitely gone the way of FlyQuest, hence why that corner was camped out for so long. And Nightmare really figuring out the comp for them, and this makes a lot more sense. With Luca having his Venom banned out, that was something he ran.
Are
almost
they gonna
on
play
every map against
Raccoon?
Rad, because they figured out
Raccoon
way too late how much of a
for
problem
just,
Luca is on the Venom. But can Nightmare
like
play
the
something other
armor?
than the
I
Venom?
wish, I
This is
really
what
hope
this
they
next
play
round's gonna
Raccoon,
show.
the fucking
It's
Raccoon.
definitely still winnable, but
The whole
FlyQuest
round.
don't have too
Bro,
far to go
Raccoon is
to win
actually
that.
OP.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna get some role swapping. And
On my life,
go
bro.
back
On
to
my
the
life.
standard what we did
That was the
expect from
funniest
this
interview.
opposition.
I
Obviously,
can't
we've seen a
stop
ton
thinking
of
about the
strength,
interview, bro.
obviously very
It was too
dive-heavy, does
funny.
play that Hulk, does play that
On
Venom.
my life,
Hulk may
bro.
struggle a little bit on
On
this
my
map,
life.
or, you know, there's, you know,
They gotta watch out for me on my
I'm
life, bro.
curious about how that plays out, but I know their confidence. I mean, on defense, it can be tough
Oh,
to
so
run this well
funny,
unless you
bro.
have
Nightmare team is so
We
funny.
are gonna see here Kendrick back on that Bucky though, and Melania on the Wolverine. So, you know, I don't count these guys out.
Okay,
ever, 'cause they're a
they-
confident team.
Well, the defense is playing Raccoon.
Tough position to be in
Let's
right
go.
Yeah,
At least we
Melania's
get Raccoon.
Ace was the whole reason Nightmare even capped. So I'm investing in whatever Melania wants to play and Melania gets. He got pulled, was able to escape, and Nightmare tried to hold the door. There was a good pull from the Invisible Woman to get Spark Chief in a bad spot, but there's so much good cooperation from the FlyQuest side.
No,
On a strategist.
Groot
That's the reason you run the rocket
for the
raccoon.
defense.
But Nightmare need to make the most
Which
out
I
of this
think is a
moment.
better
Yeah,
option,
Loki
and I
took
think
pressure
Fly
from the energy
Light
as
will
the
go
closeout.
back
That res
to,
was insanely massive for the side of Baser. Well
what was
done
it
there.
called,
Keep the numbers
Star Lord,
even. You can see
which would
just
make more
already the space
sense.
being owned when you go against a group comp without running the group. It just buys you so much free
Yeah.
space, and that's why Groot is widely considered one of the best. if
Holy
not the
shit, he
best
already has his
vanguards in the game right now. As we
Both
are
of
gonna
them
get these
already
early
has
strategies
their
off the top.
ultimate.
Fly trying to find a pick there on Luka. Very weak.
Oh, Energy has good aim, bro. It's like Bucky shots usually hit all three. Again. Too many ultimates. Bro. Damn, bro. Again. Again. Go again.
The point was captured. Unfortunately, there was even some.
Oh, they were. It was
progress,
already
so
captured.
Nightmare just gave up way too much space, and that's because Pizza Demon died so early.
Yo,
The
they're
invisible
you're
lower
in their
boundary
spawn.
was
Hello.
brought out second and 10%
They were just
later
stuck.
than Zelos, and that's what gave the edge to FlyQuest to get so much of that space because you getting
The thing
sold
is,
in the open, you don't
Light
have your own,
can't
is so
change because he
easy.
hasn't
Finish
died.
line for map number 1 is within sight of FlyQuest, and they got 3 ults to do it, and they're pretty huge ults.
Nah, bro. This is actually insane. GG's. On my life, bro. GG's. Man, they actually slapped their
Well, it's a
dick.
warm-up map for
On Nightmare.
Sure. That was as like I said, I
Nah,
know where their
bro.
peak is, their ceiling is to play.
Actually
with
fucked them
Ashore
up.
on that substitute yesterday, and how clean they looked against Rad. This is not Nightmare. This is some
Actually got
dream
fucked.
stuff. I don't know. It's the
On my life, bro.
side of
On my
Nightmare.
life, they got
So
fucked.
maybe after this warm-up, maybe they can have a sit down with each
I
other.
really want to
during
watch the
break
interview
to
again. Give me the
compose
interview.
themselves and get back to their typical roles. You know, Kendrick back on the Bucky is nice. Malinia, who can either go on the Wolverine or something else, and too little too late maybe, but just not being able to progress
Whoa.
much further than point B is sort of what hurt Nightmare in the end. So good warm-up map, but also just good consistent play out of FlyQuest. Better
there
strangling
you go.
prisons, the Kraken impacts. It's
I
like
really.
it's
On my
protocol
life,
for
bro.
FlyQuest, and it's another day at the office, and they won't be shaken.
Yeah, I mean, if you
Funniest
look across the
shit
board down the
ever.
stat lines, virtually every single aspect of FlyQuest in terms of the Vanguard, Strategist, and Duelist outperformed the other side. I know it's difficult to
Yo.
outperform if one piece of the puzzle isn't quite fitting.
The Executioner, Kendrick heads out, and Nightmare are still holding the space because they blocked up the line of sight because of an invisible boundary from Pizza Demon. He has been critical at stalling things out, stifling the aggression.
How well you play both Hela and Star-Lord. If they ban one, you play the other. If you go level, and what did they bring that maybe you weren't expecting?
I wasn't expecting them to not protect Hela permanently, because I think that's like their Starlord and Hela. I think my Starlord is way better than my Hela. I've only been playing Hela for a little bit now during scrims, so I still got some work to do, but I'm gonna lock it in for y'all.
I'm gonna lock it in for y'all.
Hell yeah, did not trip. I watched you in that first match, and I was like, okay, I'm locked in, I'm ready to
So-
go. And your other Vanguard in the game did that.
Get that communication to him and
He's used to this comp. He knows how to play.
Tell me about the dynamics of your team, like friendship-wise.
Bro,
Like,
someone said that this he and Luca are the white guys who have a good life but trying to be from the hood.
what are the personalities that you got on your team?
And I've
'Cause
never
you guys are
heard
entertainment
anything more
across the board.
relatable.
I'm the guy on the outside. I came in not knowing any of these people, so becoming friends with them was awesome. They've all known each other for a good amount. They've all known of each other. They've all been friends. They've all played on same teams as each other. They all have great coordination. I came in, I chopped it up with them instantly. They're all amazing.
He's almost said that
Dude,
one.
I love the vibes. Love your vibe, and I think it's
Thank
something
you so much, bro.
so special for you guys to come in and fill what was of a bad.
And like,
We got
I'm
some stuff in the
watching,
bag.
and
I'm telling y'all right now, look out for us. We got
I'm
some stuff in the
watching,
bag.
and you guys played so close to Sentinels, and then like End comes down. But who's the team you're looking forward to facing the most?
I want our ones with sent back. I think we got robbed. we should have won that second map. We should have forced third map, and we would have won on my life.
All my life, bro.
I believe you on
On
God.
my life.
Yeah, you're making me believe over here for sure, man. I mean, listen, this is so cool for you guys into the esports scene here, delivering when it counts.
Of
Chaos,
course,
and
of course.
thanks again
now he reverse introduced them. Wait.
for coming on. We appreciate you.
Congratulations.
Of course, I appreciate y'all having me out. One thing I want to say though is, what was y'all's reaction to that suo? Cause that was crazy. Y'all see it?
There's like 1,000 Sue ults, but we'll
Reverse Uno. Bro, Uno. Oh, nah,
Suo
bro.
threw our TP into our spawn.
What? I
You
didn't even
gotta
see
watch
that.
that
Oh
back.
my god. We were watching the
crazy.
fight. Oh wow.
It was so
What
crazy.
the hell?
Yeah, we were on the Bucky taking down the Loki clones, and it was snowballing from there.
Reverse
So that's gonna
interview.
have to be something I check
Yeah,
out.
no,
now.
it
you
was,
guys had
bro.
our calls, we were dying. Like I was dying. I was like, bro, no way.
I need the YouTube video. Go, guys,
For
go
real.
upload that, please.
Be my
We need
mission
that.
next. Thanks for the shout out, buddy. We
Bro,
appreciate having
too
you
chill,
on,
bro.
man. And
Bro,
good
it's
luck
too
here in your
funny.
next
Yeah,
matchup.
of course. I appreciate y'all so much.
Thank you so much. All right.
man.
they were,
Cut
they
it.
were,
Cut the
they were so.
but also we need to go back to the VOD because. All right.
Oh, man.
Cut it. Cut the VOD. But also we need to go back.
They were also fed up. Let's do the crossword and I can't, bro. It's so funny. We did connections. What else is good? Bro, what was the thing I forgot? Crossword, yes. It was crossword, right? Do I have to subscribe for this shit? Really? Are you fucking... Oh, mini. Play without an account. Women's World Cup team had a rivalry with the US during 2010s. But which sports? Women's World Cup team had a rivalry? What the fuck? Which sports though? Am I tripping? Components. Joking remarks. Laugh. Okay, 9. Like the air at a hookah lounge. Like the air at a hookah lounge. Still have 2 minutes. Statement of truth. But why do I always get the fucking difficult ones? Wrecked beyond repair. Destroy. No. Oh, I swear I get the most difficult ones. But which sports like? But this gotta be both. This the fucking bullshit. I'm gonna lose my mind. What? Yeah, bro. Shut up. Japan. Smoky. How am I supposed to know that US and Japan had a rivalry in 2020, 2010 with no sports, no nothing? It could be fucking golf. Exile. Okay. Total, yes, total, bro. As a gamer, I should have known that. Smoky. Nah, that looks too easy. Pinto. What does Pinto means? Jess. Joking remarks. Statement of truth. Pinto. Bro, how am I supposed to know this? Spring start dipping. Afresh. Newly, okay? Newly could be. Or too difficult. Spelling bee. Fuck spelling bee. We already did well. Food guesser. Is food guesser on? Back to home. 6 minutes.
up against Light on Wolverine, but I wonder if what really killed them is FlyQuest deciding to ban out the Venom, where maybe Nightmare expected the Venom era of Luca not letting Luca play Venom. I think really hurt Nightmare.
Yeah, you know, I have no idea if that was something they'd worked on in scrims, but switching up roles
Stop yapping.
is such a difficult
Give
mindset,
us the game.
such a total different change in mindset. I mean, maybe they changed things up here in the past. They've locked in Adam in the last 2 games they had yesterday. They decided to try to run that Guardians comp. Maybe we see something like that to try to get momentum back in the favor of Nightmare. But I'll tell you what, right now, it seems like Fly's just got a good decision making in terms of bans and locks, because it just looked like a normal day for them, and they just walked right through that.
Yeah, you can't let Sentinels say lower bracket quest instead of fly quest. You can't let that happening. You got to get back to the upper bracket.
Did they really said that?
Fly quest, and
That's
we'll see how
so
easy
funny.
it'll go. As Shin Shibuya will be
How
the
does
Nightmare
Sentinels
choice
manage to get the
map.
same
Shot
vibe in
about
Valorant
that before the picks and bans come
to
in.
carry
This
on
was
in
a
Marvel
map that
Rivals? That's
they
so
won pretty
funny.
decisively against Rad. Nightmare went all the way to have a 43-second time bank and stopped Rad short of B. And this was around the Hela, the Bucky, the Strange, and the Mag.
Squirrel
So
girl.
Nightmare are very much capable of running a non-Venom comp.
Jeff,
They just got to show us
someone
that they
has to play
can.
Jeff
And hopefully
in a
during this
tournament.
break, they were
Has
able to
to.
mentally compose themselves, because that's
For
the
the
big
culture.
question mark is, can Nightmare have the
And
mental for
DPS,
this level
Jeff.
of competition against a team like Fly, who are sort of built
We
for tournaments
ban
like this?
Lucas
I just
Wolverine.
gotta say it, Chad. I'm sure you're looking at this banning situation. You're thinking to yourself, that looks a lot like my ranked games when you see all the DPS in the top there with nobody clicking on anything else. Just
DPS.
obviously as a little bit of a troll, but we do see the ban immediately.
5
like we
DPS,
talked about.
really?
Down goes
Question
that
mark, question
Venom,
mark, question
and like
mark.
clockwork, the Luna
My
on the
ran
side
game
of
had
Nightmare has
have
banned Luna
been like that.
virtually
Would have
every
been like
single
that.
game yesterday, besides one where they chose Groot instead.
They save Groot.
Yeah, I don't blame
Ooh,
FlyQuest
no.
for continuing to ban the Venom. Clearly, this broke
Oh, they
Nightmare
save
into pieces,
Adam.
having to
That's
mirror
insane.
the Mag in the
They'll
group,
play the risk
but
comp.
we'll see what
They
is
saved
protected.
Groot.
The
Oh,
group
of
mirror will
course.
be forced again.
Sorry, I thought this was.
And
I thought the
think
right
if
one was
Azure and
Nightmare.
Luca can figure that out,
They
or just go
banned
back to the
Mantis
Strange
for the
and the
risk
Mag.
comp.
Maybe that could be just as
They
good. Taking out a lot
banned-
of the strategists now as limiting options.
Okay, they can't
Yeah,
ban
and
Wolverine.
kind of like we called, I mean, I did
Groot.
assume that we were going to see the Guardians comp to
Hello?
try to get some confidence back on the side of Nightmare as they do lock in that Adam,
Low
allowing them
key.
to run that Star-Lord combination, just to have that res. Obviously,
I keep
Mantis off the table
forgetting.
now, not enabling the full
Okay,
squad
they.
of
Oh
Guardians.
shit,
but
Hela's on.
could be enough if they choose to run that. So we will see
Bro,
what
Hela
this looks like
players
once we start.
in
but we
this
are gonna
tournament
that
have
Groot
been
again.
insanely
Smart Chief,
cracked.
Gaskin running. It's going to be virtually the same comp, except for we are going to see Light starting on the Star-Lord again here.
Raccoon.
And Baser too, returning on the Rocket. This was sort of their pocket
We
pick
don't
to
play
enable
Adam.
Kendrick, who's gonna be back
Because
on
of the Mantis ban? Mantis ban?
on the
Mantis
Bucky,
ban?
and this was
Mantis-
like the whole reason
Mantis
Nightmare even
star.
got the ball rolling at
fucking
all.
idiot
It's just
accent.
the ball got rolled like way too late, where they didn't have a time bank to build momentum off of. So that was really unfortunate. But it
Mantis.
sounds like off the break, Nightmare have
Mantis.
composed themselves. They're going back to a comp they're known for. Actually, the exact same comp.
This looks
that
like
they ran
so much
against
like
Rad, and it
Cyberpunk
was really solid for them. And they
2077.
were big fans of how Azure played the Mag and how crazy he went yesterday. So Nightmare got to get back on the hype train.
Yeah, let's see what this looks like. Obviously, we have seen some shutdowns here on point one. Very defensible map, ton of high ground, ton of off angles. Strategists
Oh,
typically like to hide
shit.
in that arcade does give
The
them an
new
opportunity to peek around.
Arrow
also having a little bit of
Spider-Man
a
skins.
Strong drop back point, and you do have
But
that,
they are
that,
playing a Raccoon.
boost pack
On
behind
both
you to
teams,
get you up
no?
on high ground if you need to drop out.
Fly
And
only
that
went for
will
the
launch you
packs,
directly up to
armor
the high ground.
packs.
So it gives you almost like a free escape. So strong positioning here as we see Azure try to open up the side of the map. And we start off the fight again. No group match. We are going to see double shield comp on the side of Nightmare. And we are going to have the Hellas through now. So we can see
Oh shit, what team
how
actually playing Hela?
Millennia versus Energy looks in
Millennia
this
is
first set of 1v1.
Good Hela.
Hella
But
bad.
he said that his
For sure.
Star-Lord is
Nightmare
better.
have banned
So
Hela
let's
almost
see.
in every single match. Just Melina, this is not his most preferred hero. Still one that he excels at despite how his feelings towards it. But Energy has been known as a server admin on this hero. As you have FlyQuest already advancing, using the mag shield. There's some pressure from
We are
behind.
playing
Cooper's
Wolverine.
taking damage. And maybe if FlyQuest are waiting for Light to get in
You
position
think
for a good kidnap, that
we
could
should
be
switch off
the
Wolverine?
win con this early. But if Nightmare are going to keep giving up space, space, and
They have
FlyQuest are
double
gonna take
shields.
it.
And here we go, the Kraken impact. Very
Never
quick.
mind.
Kendrick gets tackled. Nice take there by Light.
Wolverine made me eat my words.
Well, the team was distracted. They are going to lose Luca. The res goes right back on Kendrick. Spark Chief going to find another with Azure, and they're just kind of making it happen again. The momentum just so heavily on the side of FlyQuest as they are walking this thing back through and starting off virtually almost get the full
Holy.
point. There is going to be one on as we are going to see energy.
Holy
getting one hit on
shots.
Kendrick. Down goes Baser, down goes Melania. And just
Maybe
like
we
that,
don't
Fly
switch
is gonna
over.
have this thing
I'm sorry.
immediately.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, critical macro of Nightmare just
My
backing
bad,
away
bro.
and hoping to just play off that Kraken impact, but
Yo,
you need that
why
initial
is the
damage
stream
too
lagging?
to
Hello?
have that be a really valuable ultimate, and Nightmare, when you don't have space to work with, you have also less angles to operate around, and Melania just got pushed to the edge by Energy,
Nah, bro.
and Energy, man, with a
Holy
big
diff.
dip in that 1v1, and no res from Baser that I see quite yet, so FlyQuest could really push the envelope here if they get a good Strangling Prison, but Spark Chief needs to push up, and I think they just want to get cart progress.
Yeah, the space owned here, Energy playing these long lines of sight, which, you know, Hella dominates those, does have the Goddess of Death ready to utilize should need be, but it is going to have a full 5 set of ultimates on both
some
sides.
page happening.
Nightmare on the Rocket to help with the res situation and to enable the Bucky a bit, as we are going to see the Venn diagram, the double invisible boundary, and just nobody making plays yet. The 1v1
No,
begins
bro.
as Melania finds
Bro
Energy.
dipped her back.
Down goes Spark Chief from Baser, and it looks like Nightmare is finding their footing.
That was actually a diff.
Absolutely. Like, it was such a good start from FlyQuest to go in off their Strangling Prison. Was responded by the Pizza Demon Invisible Boundary, but was the real kicker and the real
They are
killer
still
is
on Raccoon.
Luca's huge Eye of Agamotto is sort of off screen, but it stunned most of FlyQuest and allowed Nightmare to capitalize on that with a full team
I mean, it
wipe
works for
when
them.
they did not get wiped by the trigger being pulled by FlyQuest first. So Nightmare have stabilized, but it's all up to this Goddess of Death and maybe a Meteor M to set the pace for Nightmare.
Yeah, it is still going to be an even spread here. Obviously, you know how devastating that was Wolverine alt, that last stand
We
can be.
switched to a
You
room.
have the Meteor M on. As I say that, they look for one and
Wait,
find
what?
nobody, as nobody
But
gets
Wolverine
taken back
Ultimate
towards
is
the
like,
squad. It was a good idea
I
trying to
think
tackle back towards the team, but no connection
sometimes
there.
it just
As we are gonna have
glitches.
advantage back on the side of Nightmare,
does
who's
shit it
holding on to
shouldn't
this alleyway
supposed to.
for as long as humanly
Okay.
possible.
Oh, and Light isolates himself out of line of sight from his
Another
supports.
Henna
I can't
diff.
heal him up despite the good tackle that he had. Now you got a Kraken impact. The res is coming in from Baser, a Goddess of Death that is the only thing standing for FlyQuest.
Bro,
So I think now it's time for
his
FlyQuest to lock in.
his gun does a lot of
Clearly
damage.
Nightmare have woken up.
Yeah, Baser actually showcased, I think this is the third final hit now, the power of Rocket. When you hold the left click, a rare sight for, you may see a Rocket in the ladder rarely doing that, but when you have the confidence and the comms to ensure that you can make plays like that, not being afraid to go take out the Goddess of Death in the sky and then immediately following up and getting a pick, goes to show you how strong that can be.
They went Raccoon
in
too,
close
let's go.
range. So we will see the next start here as the Z-Pack gets launched just to juice out the Bucky. Will Bucky be able to make things happen? Just essentially there to get rid of these group walls with a ton
Yeah,
of
they
damage.
had
We
to
do
match.
see the immediate pop there
They had
by
to.
Pizza Demon.
Yeah, the damage boost, Baser, FlyQuest just smartly backed
See,
away.
I
and sort
was
of
right.
waited out. There were some moments
Wolverine
where I think
wasn't
Sparky
working.
may have isolated Melania with the wall, and there's so much focus from FlyQuest on one of the star players there of... Oh man, of
It was
Melania.
working. It
This
was
is
getting
really
killed, but-
tough. Nightmare are just falling apart, and this is while
It's a
FlyQuest are getting progress.
as
The squads are
valuable
really close from Nightmare, and they also have a
as a
portal
Bucky
from
Raccoon
Luca,
right now.
and this could be an Eye of Agamotto that would be really clutch. We'll see if they'll even have time to execute it. The payload's really close to being capped.
Yeah, the portal is out, and they do find some there. Luca having to drop back as they are able to get that ultimate out of place. First of all, I don't even know if Pizza Demon was in the ult, but unable to get a pick as it reports back to the sheer
Damn.
pressure as Light is going to start the rampage. Cracking impact on virtually everyone. The Rocket being left gets punched and lifted into the sky as they do take point 2.
How
Yeah,
did it
FlyQuest
miss on Raccoon?
expected exactly what I did. Luca portaling in with the Eye of Agamotto, and it had an impact, but what was important is Spark Chief put walls forward so that there was no line of sight from any of the duelists from Nightmare to follow up with the stun that Luca hit on some of the players of FlyQuest. So FlyQuest are having really good reads on what to expect. They're good at predicting the ultimates coming out of Nightmare, and ult tracking is a skill that FlyQuest are doing really well.
Yeah, this is, you know, momentum still is on the side of Fly as the fight begins a little early. Smart Chief does have those walls, those early pressure, that space taking you're trying to do with Vanguards is negated when you have a wall.
Bro, infinite
that can
ammo
shut you
is
off your team
crazy.
as they are finding success. There goes that wall,
Nah,
and unfortunately
bro.
down goes Luca. Good play there. These group compositions getting through
What a pull.
into the shield comps is so difficult. I mean, obviously
Bro,
Strange does have the jump.
I've
getting him,
still
get out of
yet
jail
to
free card,
see
but if that
someone
cooldown
do
gets
the
used for any
neck
reason
cross pull.
offensively, you're in trouble as Melania finds energy. Nice pick there back.
It's a good hella
Yeah,
competition
shut
going
down
on.
energy from going on a flank. Great reads from Melania to try and win some of these 1v1s, because that could also tilt the scales back in either team's favor. And FlyQuest may be behind on numbers. Respawn advantage for Nightmare. The Nightmare are giving up a lot of space once again, and it opens it up for the Kraken impact from Light.
Burn it.
Yeah, and it will proceed. Looking for
That's so smart.
Great bubble there, Magneto.
He knew. So this is whenever I play Bucky, my problem is I think too much whenever I'm ulting who to go, because Hela, just like that, Hela can burn, Mac can bubble, you know, a lot of things. What he did is wait for her to burn and then go. That was actually fucking big brain. I'll do that now.
To see that happen here on the final point, but the idea was likely there until they teleported back.
Holy shots.
Gonna find another on Light as we do pop that boundary.
40 seconds though.
And now the picks go Nightmare's
This
way,
would be
but
the last
man,
fight.
the heavy work coming out of Luca to block the Goddess of Death, from Azure to block off to
do
bubble off
have
the
a
Kraken
TP, I
impact.
guess.
Like, I don't know how Nightmare didn't get capped on.
They never
It's all
used
thanks
it.
to those Vanguards, and then of course a beautiful finish from Kendrick at the end on the Bucky. But keep
They
in mind,
are
Energy
not
may
gonna
want to go
TP.
on a flank again. We'll see if he makes that decision against Melania, who's been marking him a lot better. And at this point of the game, it is so hard for FlyQuest to infiltrate.
Really?
Yeah, it's going to be a Q battle here shortly, as we will see everybody trying to find some value. Zello's gonna pop the rocket, but
did get it,
Melania
guys.
says not today. A lot of those
Holy.
ones have been going Melania's way, and there goes the Eye of Agamotto out. Doesn't find value, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think
Now return
Nightmare
right
wins.
back as Kendrick gonna start landing the Kraken impact. Down goes Gasplin. Reset again, make that 2. Then we have 3, 4, if you will. And
Whoa,
just like
it was
that, Nightmare
98.
is gonna own that pressure and
99.
Once again, these
On
Nightmare
Invisible.
Vanguards are something
Only if she
else.
stayed alive.
That Luca block on the Eye of
Why
Agamotto
didn't
was
it TP?
huge, and as soon as they can negate some of these ultimates,
Do the TP which
Nightmare
blocks
has a better
the
retaliation at
heals,
the
bro?
end. Just a team that's known to be so aggressive, really knows how to dial things back, and at what point of the map to do so at. Just a lot of work being done
Yeah,
by
they
these
should have gone to the
Vanguards to
Raccoon
keep the
comp
fight
way
stable,
early.
so that Kendrick and Melania can take their positions and bite back against FlyQuest. Still a very far push for FlyQuest, even if you don't complete. This is pretty deep into the map, and Nightmare have to prove to us that offensively they can go up against FlyQuest.
Yeah, at this level of play, pushing it to that point, even getting this second point is a very strong push and definitely defendable. So it is doable here for FlyQuest, but Nightmare now feeling a little more confident. They struggled that first point, obviously, but found their footing in the second and were able to hold off on the third. They just kept getting stronger and more confident. Obviously, spawn advantage heavily on the third point for the defense, but still, it is a strong defense play there, and they may have gotten their confidence back, but Fly never give up on FlyQuest because they always believe that they can shut these teams down, and they think they have what it takes, and typically that kind of confidence yields results.
In this sort of setup, you have the
one's
Magneto
gonna
and the
break this
Bucky on the high ground. If they get a
fucking
pull,
big-ass
that's a win
fish.
con. Spark Chief's looking for isolations. This is the choke point where just the 1 or 2 walls could be enough. We'll see how the neutral fight goes, and I've really liked what Light has been able to do on the Bucky to give them that first pick, but also Melania, how is he going to want to challenge this high ground position as one of
Do
the
you
few
not
players
wanna
that can
come?
actually get up
Oh,
there? Then there's
don't
also the style
not
of
wanna want them to come through the
Melania being able to play
choke
with the
as a
rest of the team,
defense.
so the Hela can also play conservative without being too isolated.
So why break the wall
Yeah,
as
and
a
then you do have
defender?
that side of when you have
Oh, yo,
an
yo,
invisible
yo,
woman on your
I'm
team,
low.
you do get that Guardian shield, allowing the Hela to take these weird angles and have a shield in front of them, which makes it even more terrifying. Burning that 300 shield down prior to getting into a fight with her, it makes it just insanely difficult. You need to have those comms, and you need to be focused on burning that down. It may look scary, but your whole job should be dealing damage damage and breaking that thing, burning that cooldown for Invisible. But here we go again as we start these fights. It is going to be around this outside of the building. Something we mentioned previously on this map is those angles are not always fighting down main anymore. Great work there to angle off Spark Chief down.
Get a res?
And that's a great early pick here by Nightmare, who has
No
this
res?
momentum to take this point early.
Yeah, FlyQuest are just choosing not to chase down eliminations. Like, they had Azure really low, they had Luca low, and FlyQuest played too safe.
Surely
and maybe
someone
this is
touches,
not paying
right?
off. It's now giving 2 ticks over. Gaslight
Wow, he's
goes
dead.
in by himself, and the rest of the team didn't have line of sight. They were
Wow,
maybe trying to set up an
that's an
invisible
early
boundary
gap.
from Cooper.
Way
and just
early
didn't
gap.
have the right pieces at least synced up in place. So FlyQuest definitely getting out-tempoed and could actually use more aggression, which is something you don't really say every day.
Yeah, so here we go again, as it looks like the favor's heavily on the attacking side. Will FlyQuest be able to get their momentum on this off-right angle of this alleyway? There is a ton of space being created by the duelist. Kendrick does have that Kraken impact. We do see Azure as well, ready with the Meteor, but very close on both sides to even those out. And here we go with the initiation from Azure. Can we find a pick? Tries to get the rocket out of the sky, unfortunately not turned directly around as light is...
There's no way he goes for that.
Down goes Azure, rezzed out. Here comes the ult from Luca out of the invisible boundary. Good decision making there, tough to try to counter that. The group wall gets stuffed too, but still
Wait,
able
he
to get a
misses
few,
Luca?
as we do have Hella in the sky.
Yeah, Pizza using the invisible boundary
Ooh.
second. Cooper just helping the team survive. A big exchange of Vanguard ultimates of Strangling Prisons, Eye of Agamotto's.
Energy
Luca
got
getting
res.
decent value, maybe catching Spark Chief and maybe one other person, but just heads
Use
up
our
play from
wall above
Gasper, not
this
having as
gate.
flexible of a shield to defend
Yes.
against that. As speaking of defending,
Just let them
FlyQuest
come
are
in.
gonna stop them at this choke
And they don't
point,
come in.
and Melina has to find a right moment with
Get
the Goddess
scammed.
of Death, but has been focused down so many times. Oh, the damage boost coming up from Baser, and the poke battle continues.
Yeah, it's just right now a matter of these early trades prior to the fight. Obviously, right now, Nightmare does have ult advantage. See if they able to make something happen with the minimal usage, ensuring that they have that economy moving forward. Nightmare does pop that Baser ult, the rocket damage boost, trying to help out something like that Hella off angle. Unfortunately, not able to find any purchase, no KOs there. Still have Melina off in that off angle, still trying to rain damage onto the front line. Gasklin still getting just healed up, just support alt charge City as he's just standing out here soaking this and allowing the off angle hidden strategist to just gain charge, as now the numbers are heading back in Fly's favor in terms of alt charge. And
Oh,
here we
he's
go.
missing.
As this fight
Oh,
light
whoa.
with a nice early pick. Does manage to
Nice.
take out Kendrick. Great positioning there. Ooh, the
Nice.
dunk right back is your great decision as he finds energy lacking in that corner and makes something happen. The group wall, the group off, and there goes two as we lose Melina on the Hella early on, but the fight is still being stalled here by the invisible boundary.
As Luca just got kind of countered on the Eye of Agamotto, and somehow the
They
numbers
have 2
were
minutes. They
even.
should just
The
regroup.
invisible woman boundary
Fall
caught by
back.
Pizza Demon is what even kept whatever is left of Nightmare alive. And you got a Kraken impact that gets traded. Kendrick
Why?
shut down. Great reaction at the
What are we
Spark
doing
Chief.
when our
Now
team's
it's
not
gonna be the
pushing?
Meteor
Our
M
team is
that's
stuck
blocked
behind
by the
walls.
the Doctor Strange shield. This, yeah, this Hella ult's not gonna last too long, but it's a good
Wait.
enough distraction for the front pieces of Nightmare to push in.
Wait.
Honestly, that's just a communication difference. I honestly thought that that was going to not get a ton of value, but the team used that as essentially
Yeah,
just
that's
treated
what
like
I
a
thought.
Vanguard. Got a ton of HP up there in the sky, eyes turned around,
And
and as
Stream
soon as
died.
they turned around, they lost two. Well done there by Nightmare. It may have looked bleak, but it was just big-brained, as Nightmare still got the space with 2 minutes on the clock, still pressing very much towards that point and trying to take this thing into a W.
Yeah, FlyQuest at a disadvantage in timing at the beginning, but they've really kind of traded off that time with this point B hold they have so far. Is Nightmare presents themselves 90 seconds to cap, just need to zone it off. It's the Meteor out, nice blocked against the Doctor Strange, or at least against a shield from Gasklin, I mean. And Lucas, speaking of Doctor Strange, has an Eye of Agamotto, and Gasklin has had his number. The Goddess
It
of
is
Death
working,
from
but
the defense zones
somehow
off
it's not
Nightmare.
work-
They'll be ready to retaliate.
not
A
working
Kraken
on mine.
impact as soon as Nightmare have a window engaged on. Kendrick needs to go X Games mode.
Yeah, honestly, Energy, I think used the iframes from the Goddess of Death to dodge that meteor, which was really well played.
Dangerous. Ah, man, dangerous.
Everybody pressing the Q button. The trades, Energy gonna get one back on Melania. Luca gonna take out
No,
Spark.
my stream's not working on my
the
shit.
res immediately. Sparky back in the fight as FlyQuest still holding on here. Luca trying to take the height, unfortunately not able to get there. 100 HP does drop back and does get healed up. Trying to reset as a unit, but unfortunately the duelists are forced out. Great positioning here from Energy, trying to find a angle into the back line. Oh, yep, great focus.
Holy shots.
Plays, my goodness.
30
Yeah, this is why Melina
seconds.
has
It
had to
would be
just
their last
babysit
fight.
Energy this whole time, and why everyone bans the Hella against FlyQuest. Also, so frustrating to play against FlyQuest with this rocket, the revives from that, plus the close respawn advantage. You have to be careful how far they go. They can get walled off here, but FlyQuest are just... They cannot be fully team wiped, and Nightmare have been so close. They've thrown Eyes of Agamotto's, they've thrown every ultimate. Now the portal to try and catch FlyQuest off guard.
Holy shots.
Good touch, and they did find value. This
Yo, they actually win this?
Potentially clutching this thing up. It is going to clutch it. Oh my goodness,
Oh,
good
never
ultimate
mind.
there. As they are going to hit the sky. Energy going to try to get a pick here to hold on.
They won there.
And down goes Energy.
Res.
Down goes Cooper.
Big res.
Kendrick is going to start sweeping, trying to get them .2 all from a portal play. Nightmare.
They pushed the rocket away.
And making something happen.
Yeah, Luca just did.
That was so funny.
Like, just like the basic
It was like a
bio
toy.
Agamotto's,
You
but
throw a
just
toy.
getting 2 has not been enough against FlyQuest, so portaling on top of them has been
They only
the
have
play.
a
This
minute.
time, FlyQuest didn't expect it. They have been able to read him in the past.
Could be
And
a
for them
close
to
game.
also revive with Baser behind FlyQuest hurts even more to push those respawns to the edge, but only a minute now is left from Nightmare, and they still have to go.
Bucky
from
alone is
inside
breaking
base
the
of FlyQuest.
bridge. No one is helping him.
It was crazy to witness because, you know, on the side of FlyQuest, they push in heavy onto their spawn door. I don't think they thought Stranger was going to be able to get a
Oh,
teleport off that
nice. He
damage
broke
they
the
got.
raccoon
But
thing.
they waited to the drop
The
back.
raccoon
People were able to
ultimate.
Hold on, and the positioning and timing of those comms, everyone just collapsed in, even if they didn't go through the
You know,
portal.
that's it. That's a really good use of.
Kendrick popping off there with the limited ammo, the Z button. Oh, and here we go. Trying to
Yo,
stop
stop shooting it.
Meteor M.
Did he just try to shoot the
The double shield comp is very difficult to get.
Magneto when he was ulting?
Meatball there onto the back line, but here we go.
Holy shots.
Balls. Energy gonna press Q up into the sky. Unfortunately, natural cover here from the building, but they are gonna keep pressing. Well, that is a tough look, and it finally pressures through that wall, looking for the rocket now, who is gonna fall. Good damage there by Energy. Oh my goodness! They are able to find value. Great iframe there. And Fly does get this back with
They have
5
no
seconds.
TP.
Will they be able to
GG's.
hold on, or is this gonna go directly back to FlyQuest, who's gonna take map
Yeah,
2?
GG's. What a game.
Yeah, series point, and I thought that was just such a good Invisible Woman ult
3-0?
from Pizza Demon to bring up
I would
that
love
boundary
myself a
as the
3-0,
Meteor
can't
M
lie.
From FlyQuest was coming in, made Gasklin think twice, and FlyQuest are not a team that are going to take huge risks. So, you know, trading out the boundary for the Meteor M, FlyQuest.
How many
played
times
it
we have
out,
seen
and then
Invis
we engage
become the
off of
MVP?
Flight. Beautiful Bucky.
Is she
plays.
that
He's
OP?
truly been showing us how flexible of a duelist he has
20
been
kills
to
on
play
Invis.
anything from the
Damn.
Wolverine to the Bucky to the Spider-Man to the Penny. I mean, the Penny and the Spider-Man stuff in other series, but
He did good
FlyQuest have.
on Hela.
You really can't ban against
31K
them. They just
damage is
haven't looked
insane.
weak whatsoever, but at least we had much more better signs of life out of Nightmare. This is more
Damn.
of the Nightmare we expected to see.
Oh, the
and
webcam's
for
not
Kendrick
working?
to drop a 40,000 damage game and lose has to really hurt.
15 final hits, capping the entire lobby. I mean, you saw Light get 13. It was good work there as well. But yeah, I mean, just a tough look. It was really, you know, down to the wire. Did get to the final push there, a few meters off. But that's all that matters in this
they're
mode,
back.
especially when the spawn being so close. That was still a very good hold.
We go food guesser? I think our food guesser is, yeah, daily. Let's see. Oh, popcorn and chicken? What the fuck? Who eats this? Empire has to be South America. Borders Peru, Colombia. Ah, shit. I don't know what. Nah, bro. What borders Peru and Colombia? No, Peru and Colombia. What borders, bro? How am I supposed to know that? Just name another South American country. Chile. No. The fuck? Chile is not South America? It is South America, bro. They play the Copa America. More teams that play Copa America. Venezuela. Ecuador. Fuck, man. Bro, I need... Iran, Turkey. Yeah, bro. You see kebab? Oh shit, what the fuck? China, maybe China. China. No. Korea? No. Vietnam? Wait, no, we then should have said border. Thailand? China. Has anyone seen that guy? China. What the fuck is this? Mexico? Borders Mexico. What the fuck borders Mexico? Argentina? Yeah, how it is. Bro, I'm so dumb. United States of America? No. What else borders? You know, I just want to see what borders. What the fuck borders Mexico here?
FlyQuest were, you could have energy still inserted in the same position,
Dumbass
and
game.
it's kind of a big risk the positions that energy takes to be within stun distance like that, and it really was back and forth between these two teams, but it is series point for FlyQuest after all, one map away from advancing to the loser semifinal.
What's up with Valo?
We'll find out
Isn't
what
this
happens after
Valorant
this.
tournament? Valo going on too. Where's Sliggy? Who's playing? Leviathan versus MIBR.
Easy how heavy he carried that half.
Aspas is
It's
4
probably
and 1.
It might be the best ever performance I've seen in a half.
18 and 5. Holy shit, as a breach.
I mean, the only thing I would say it was only rounds.
Sure.
So
But
Wow.
still,
of course,
That is an insane half
like, if
from
you
the
wanna put
breach.
it in
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Iran, Turkey. European maybe? Germany? No? South American? Peru? Brazil. Borders Brazil. What borders Brazil? Colombia borders Brazil though. Uruguay, Argentina. Don't wanna India maybe? No? Feel like I've eaten this in India. Where can it be from? I don't know. Just wanna see. Brazil, Portugal. This guy looks from Afghanistan. Iran, does Iran? Bro, you look at the guy and you're like, the fuck is this? Sounds Nordic. Yeah, Denmark, nope. Maybe Iceland. Paris. Why did I say Paris? France, bro. What am I doing? I said Paris. She dumb. Okay, we got one more. Chinese. China. Well, we did this before, I forgot. Denmark. Sweet, no. Where was it? Spotted dick? Oh my god, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? I wanna see where it's from. United Kingdom, of course. Holy shit, these dumb motherfuckers. Oh. Oyster. Japan, no. Venezuela. Thailand, no. European, is it European? United States of America. Just a random guess. Can't even lie. This looks yummy. An Asian? No? No? Saltfish. Nordic maybe? Oh. Peru? There's no way it's Jamaica. Okay, bro, it has to be. No? India. The fuck? Turkey. Nasi, Uzbekistan, no. Then Turkey would have been. Oh, it is Middle East. Has to be Middle East. I don't know. What team? Afghanistan? Indonesia, really, motherfuckers?
They could take this and push this to another map.
I hope so. Nightmare have been really good at domination maps before. They picked Hell's Heaven when they went the distance against Rad Esports yesterday to the Wakanda Convergence map, and this was a lot around the Luca, Doctor Strange, and Azure Magneto, which are a pairing that they haven't scrimmed a lot together. I mean, Melina was saying telling us yesterday in the interview that they haven't spent as much time with Azure as the substitute player now having to come in over Mace. So this is still like a Nightmare pulling things together under unfortunate circumstances.
Absolutely. I mean, it does put more pressure onto things like Invis, Doctor Strange being one of the few, similar to Magneto, who can take Invis out if you do position yourself between, when you use Eye of Agamotto, if you position yourself between her and the Soul, you can actually deal double damage and sweep her out of the ult. So you will see Doctor Strange try to build that energy to around 75, and then if you do land it there, you should be able to one-shot Invis, which does apply more pressure. So changes up the mental state. We saw some success with that in the last map. I'm curious to see, if they get more value with it. They, had a pretty good stat line across.
Does anyone know
about we are pushing forward as we head to a new map here. When they haven't seen these two on yet, we will be going
apparently
to
he got exposed,
which I personally think is one of my favorite maps, and it plays really well for Doctor Strange.
Yeah, on that convoy map, that was something Nightmare won against Rad, or actually lost against Rad. It was very close, insanely close. I think I cast for like 5 minutes straight. Like that fight just literally never ended, where they were kind of supposed to win, and then the defense just didn't hold up. So that could be a good one. You got Mag, and it was off the Luca Venom, which we wonder if that's gonna ever slip through. I think FlyQuest abandoned now both maps in a row to not let Luca be on the Venom.
Yeah.
And they really just believe in the Mag Groot or Strange Mag sort of mirror. We'll see what's banned first.
Yeah, it brings us back to the original season meta, right? The double shield comp being really strong with Hela. Obviously, Hela had a decline and then right back up with the recent changes to allow for some more pressure. So, yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. FlyQuest going to get rid of that Venom instantaneously. And, I could have called that for sure, too, on the side of Nightmare, getting rid of the Luna, which they've done virtually every single time. Take that off the field. So there goes the Luna. We'll find out who they lock in right now.
Why didn't they play
how
Adam?
build your comp
the rest
around
comp?
this, like maybe a
Just because of
group protect
Mantis?
or anything like that. They, I would see Nightmare
Of
wanting
course
to
they ban
ban the
Mantis
Hela. Molina did well, but it's just something they've always banned, and they used to like kind of diving with the Star-Lord Venom, but now that that's out of the picture, is Molina still cooking with the Star-Lord? Would they want to get bubbled off and just trust in the MAGA?
I mean, I wouldn't
not
play.
team up, but I guess synergy there. And Mantis is
But
out.
then I'm
We'll
also
see
not
if
a pro
Nightmare
player.
believe in the Hela mirror or not.
Jokes on me.
I think this is the
Jokes
exact
on me.
same banning situation we saw last time. They tried to squeak in with the Guardians
I
Cup
don't
and see if it
think
would be
it's
allowed.
bad.
Unfortunately, they're going to take out Mantis, but still, they can choose to try to run that, but no, they aren't going to run it. Instead, going to go back to the tried and true, what they were rolling with on that last map, at least so far. We'll see if that changes as the map starts up here. But again, that Groot comp is tough into double shield. Groot just takes up so much free space as the shields push forward. And if you don't have that jump cooldown on Strange, if you don't have that bubble on Magneto, these fights can turn south real quick. And FlyQuest been showing how powerful that
We
truly
switch
is. So let's see
Raccoon,
what
right?
they do here on attack.
After the armor pack.
Yeah, this is a map that
Since you
can
don't have
last
a
a
Bucky.
lifetime if you get to that point B with enough time to scrap. And again, the closer the attack gets to the end of a cap, the closer the respawns are for the defense, and that's where you shift to a more stall style. And that's how I've been describing FlyQuest throughout the series, is how much they play further back, laid back, and trust in their poke. And at times
No,
they've
we
given
do
up too
not.
much space, like in the previous point.
Oh, wait.
Playing within
That's
arcade,
the
it's
other-
tough to
that's
retake on that
FlyQuest.
point.
My bad,
But
my
FlyQuest,
bad.
their level of how passive
My
they
bad,
play
G, on
sometimes
my
can be
life.
so
On my
frustrating
life. It's my
as
fault.
some-
On
as
my
a team
life.
that wants to fully wipe them and be aggressive and go for
Wow.
picks to get progress. FlyQuest, though, they're the ones starting on the attack this time, and they have light on the Wolverine. Their neutral was really solid around
We
Spark
did not-
Chief walling off the
We haven't
tackle that
switched
light
Raccoon
goes
yet.
for. While on the other side, you have Kendrick that has.
Okay, I think
well,
he will
guess
switch
technically
to
double
Bucky if
pulls,
they
and that's
don't
their neutral
have a
win con.
Groot, which they don't.
Here we go as the fights begin. Taking that early space, Invis going to get some poke. Get a fair amount of all charge there on the attack. 27%, almost 28 off the rip with that really good placement. And here comes the fight. The group wall's up, using that jump as we talked about to buy the space back. Good tackle there. Nice work there by Light to get an early
Whoa,
pick.
Wolverine
on
is
Melania,
insane.
giving them the advantage off rip. The res is out now. At least they knew that they had that ready. So nothing major in terms of the trade. They do have rocket on both sides, so we will have that available for FlyQuest as we continue this fight.
Yeah, with the Star-Lord, you can hunt down that res beacon a little easier. I mean, the Hela can too, but obviously Energy is focused on being a laser. And FlyQuest, this aggression is really well tempered. A beautiful wall and pull
Groot is
from the FlyQuest
insane.
side. And
Groot is
Nightmare
too
don't really
OP,
have a
bro.
chance to retake.
Yeah, we saw back-to-back
Yawa.
wall plays
Yawa.
there, walling up the entirety of the team, leaving Strange
Yawa.
vulnerable, and then immediately turning initially and taking out that Magneto after the team was walled up. I mean, it just goes to show you how strong this composition is. If you want the group to be available, in my opinion, you got to have something to answer it. They're trying here with the Bucky combination to put it on the duelist to burn these walls down, but unfortunately, even a fraction of a second being isolated is all it takes at this level to get a pick on the Vanguard in the front line. So just showed how strong that group could be as they just walked through the first point.
And just walking this like a dog, like our Nightmare gonna kind of wake up and do something. It almost Light gets walled off from trying to tackle someone. This is good isolation. Slicing and dicing is Gasklin. And this the Meteor is
What?
not gonna do much. A great block from the other side. Azure will be ready with his response. You got a damage boost from Baser, and Nightmare still hoping for a responding pick. And a double
Damn.
tackle, but it's a three-man CC from the other side from Nightmare trying to disrupt, and finally some signs of life to push Fly to the edge before they could just full cap without much to say back.
Yeah, it shows you the power of off angles, right? Melania just finding the back line during that battle, so it may have looked from our point of view that I was heading on the side of FlyQuest, but Melania getting those few picks drove the team to reset. So goes to show you that you don't always
Where
know
were
what
the
to be fighting
shots
down
hitting?
main, even with double shield. Find that off angle, get a single pick, and it can turn the entire tide of the
It
fight.
was like
so
there's an
that was just really well done there
invisible
on
shield.
this hold and this choke over on this right side, not allowing these duelists and strategists to get up to their vanguards.
Getting the Astral Flock out is pretty big, and the
Run it.
Goddess of Death, just so both teams, both Hellas can get their second lives,
They
and a
run it.
good Doctor Strange shield from Luca to make sure Energy doesn't get any shots or much damage into the fight.
Holy diff.
And FlyQuest have to round this
Oh,
corner.
res.
The res is back up from the Melania side, and it's Nightmare that are shifting things back and not rounding this corner, just holding their ground and hoping
No.
to draw out as much time from this FlyQuest bank.
Just a masterclass play back and forth here from
Holy
these
dipped
Hellas.
a
Just
game.
really clean, but it doesn't
Holy
look like enough energy.
dipped.
Gaskin and Energy gonna find two more, and FlyQuest walking into point two here, heading in with 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock on the final point.
This is a lot on Melania to try and keep Energy not to be a server admin, and you just saw that if Melania doesn't chase that, if Energy just flocks away, then Energy comes and eliminates three. Like, you need to shut down Energy, and this is why everyone bans the Hela. This single-handedly could just give FlyQuest the win, because they have 4 minutes in this time bank, and Nightmare can try and draw out a lot of time from this corner, but they have to have a stable Vanguard front line.
Yeah, there
This
is gonna
choke
be
is
a
so
little bit
hard,
of
bro.
pacing switches. We do see, actually, I lied. FlyQuest holding on to 3 alternates. I thought they used a fair amount in that last fight, but no, they did not. Still have alt advantage
Yeah,
on this fight.
they
Gastelum
didn't
trying
have to
cut
use
the left
anything
side.
except
Energy gonna walk
Hela,
against the lane
maybe?
right now because all the attention being drawn to the left. Here comes the rocket. Energy again, gonna take out Melania.
Holy bro, this guy energy.
Melania back in the fight, and here
Fucking
comes
insane.
the strangling prison. Will they find enough value as we will see Luca now on the group?
GG.
Yeah, I don't think
3-0.
Nightmare have really won a team fight since maybe once on point B. Like they got rolled and bulldozed on point A to just now getting farmed in their own spawn, and there's 3.5 minutes. If Nightmare don't win a fight here, this map is pretty over because this time
Captain
base is going to be
America.
unsurmountable. And you even took Luca out of spawn before he was ready. Oh, wow.
Holy 3 minutes. That's fucking insane, by the way. That is insane.
Still for OT, just a ton of time. You need Nightmare to have a conversation right now. The team's got to get
In a pro match, doing it under 10 seconds would be great. 3 minutes is fucking insane.
I saw the attempts there, some switches in terms of the composition, but they ran back exactly what they ran in the last loss, and it didn't change anything for them. So I do like the idea of the teams trying to shake something up and do something different here.
Yeah, just Nightmare couldn't stabilize, and that's kind of the danger of convoy maps, of how snowballable, if that's a word, it can be. And there were definitely chances for Nightmare to strike back. Like, they were activating a lot of their res beacons from their rocket, and kind of being able to forgive that first pick is a lot. It's a second chance at a fight, a second chance at life, and Nightmare, I thought they were playing this far back style to just give time to Melania to get a win, and it's just not the final boss quite yet. And it's a lot, you know, you have to hit headshots in this level of pro play. It gets all that damage. If it's a body shot, can be healed up quite quickly, and Cooper and Zelos have been on it, just being the heal bots in a positive way, you know, keeping their team pretty stable. And
leaks.
Nightmare just couldn't recuperate.
Is it right,
They had one
DNL?
fight win on point B, and that's about it. I've never seen a time bank quite like this in pro play, but still Nightmare have a chance to do even better, but they have to go all the way at the end.
It looks like they're trying to get a little bit more of that anti-wall comp, as you do see Squirrel Girl coming out here, does a great job of burning those walls down. Luca going to be on the Groot, and Azure going to be on the Mag.
We actually
right before the door
seeing
opened.
a Squirrel Girl is
Some
crazy.
communication around what they feel more comfortable on, what they want to run here to match this, because they were struggling into that
Squirrel
combat.
Girl.
It's just such a good spot right now. It's difficult to not play them unless you really dedicate a comp to this, which they're trying to do here. So Gascon on the off angle, trying to get Melania, almost managing to make that happen. Good idea, good angle, and good shots there, but the fight still being kind of stalled as we do see a bubbled up
Diff him.
there from Light.
And the 1v1 between both
Holy
Hellas. Energy always
shit.
gets within that stun distance, and now has opened up the flank potential. Melania will be respawned, so there's more on that plate. Remember, there's a Squirrel Girl, by the way. Fantastic pocket pick, and even the push away on the Invisible Girl against the Wolverine. Or actually, that was the pullback. This Squirrel Girl is to burst down these Groot
She
walls and
missed
to
her
force their way
ultimate.
through the Vanguards, and then you got
How the
Squirrel
fuck do you miss a
Tsunami
Squirrel
to
Girl
rain
ultimate?
down hell, but it still
How
wasn't
the fuck
enough.
is that
Not
even
with this
possible?
Wolverine on the field from Light.
Cooper gets picked up
Nah,
by Melania,
bro.
but real quick, that was disgusting to see that invis damage.
Just go
throws
punish
out
her,
the
Loki.
orb pulse.
I mean, punish
The
her,
Squirrel
Loki.
right back into it when she tries to dash away, burning that cooldown, and then just raining and getting a solo pick while still holding on to that ultimate is dirty work as they try to get back out. Gaslin is going to get ulted on, holding on. Here comes the invis boundaries. Melania trying to get that pick on Cooper and does make it happen. Well done there to use the right click and do enough damage strictly on headshots. Gorgeous play, playing off that group ult, which was really well done, if I might add, on the side of Luca, getting a full team with it, and that is going to help them push this thing forward. They needed that.
Absolutely. Bit of a slower pace, but they still will have actually one more fight to go for point A. So this could be even just another minute off the clock. And you got probably a res beacon being set up from Zelos. So let's see how many ults that FlyQuest can get out of Nightmare. That's sort of their silver lining. FlyQuest are not going to have as much space to work with. But Nightmare may just push this to the end. We need to see a FlyQuest touch, and they're coming out the last second.
Yeah, they tried to wall off. I like the idea there. Enough damage here. Yes, this is where Groot excels. You saw that canceling out that meteor.
Groot is so
because
useful
you
this
can't
way.
eat the damage of the twigs. Raining on you as Melania gonna find a few, and they do get point one. Nightmare now getting some confidence as they are able to sweep and push
Holy,
this
nice
thing forward.
push. Can't
And they
lie.
do have
4
time on
minutes.
the
That's a
clock.
good, great push.
Yeah, likewise got a lot of ults out
They
of
only
Nightmare,
got
though,
two-
like 3 or 4, and
2 fights
this is going to be a lot
after
less in
one
the
push.
tank, and still 4 minutes.
Or one
like, you're
fight
gonna have
after one
several
push.
cycles of ultimates going down, but we'll see how much progress FlyQuest will allow this, right? If they could force more fights, that means more time Nightmare have to spend to win those fights, and it's very hard to team wipe a team with 2 strategists, especially ones that have invisible barriers soon, at least Cooper soon, and that's Kendrick getting kidnapped there by Light, and he's eliminated.
Yeah, well done.
I want a
Ready for
fucking
that. It's so
fourth
difficult to
map,
handle.
can't lie.
Great placement of the walls as we see FlyQuest utilize that. Remember, you can deal damage around the walls as a teammate, and they still will attack. Ooh, they're trying to follow this up. Great Guardian. Oh
Nice
my
shot.
goodness, Fly. Just so back and forth
Holy
here, finding
shit.
value post-ultimate as they do drop 2 more in
The
almost space.
amplifier, bro. It's the amplifier.
Good win for FlyQuest. 3 more minutes to go. And that Invisible Woman barrier, again, that's the next level sustain, but we always underrate the
They have
line of
3
sight
minutes.
block that produces. So Pizza Demon conserving it for
Regroup. Don't
this
give
fight
me.
means
Don't
if they
give
can
them
take an
anything for
aggressive
now.
stance, putting that invisible boundary in the opponent's space is going to slow them and create a lot of chaos that could favor Nightmare coming up.
Yeah, it's just been a consistent story here. We're seeing just really strong play. Obviously, some big plays there from Nightmare to take over the first point, but FlyQuest just acting like it didn't phase them, and we're up in the sky now. Kendrick is going to find Groot. Nice pick there. The reset, make that 2. Kendrick on a rampage. Going to keep running the team, trying to hide. Get out of there. It's like a horror movie. You got to run for your life as they are.
Bro, look at these shots, man. Holy. He didn't miss a single one.
Take this space, I believe. No, Nightmare's still holding on up here, and they are going to reset. Should be able to retouch, though. Not going to have to utilize the Strange, but those walls are going to make it difficult to get through these tight chokes.
And Energy picking off Baser is just a strategist left behind, and Nightmare that'll get him back for this next fight, but a momentum that was really killed from that moment. Fantastic job though from Kendrick, and they put a lot of eggs in the Kendrick basket. He's won them fights solo before, but this off angle from Energy needs to be kept in check. Molina needs to help, and Baser is down again.
Yeah, they are going to get this face back. I'm surprised. Nightmare looked really good there for a moment in terms of confidence as you're going to take out Energy, but it gets turned right back around as Luca on the group falls. Energy going to get rezzed up, so numbers still heavily in Fly's favor. The dunk from above. Meteor not able to find value. Sparksheet's going to take out Kendrick. Another KO.
1 minute.
Showcasing how strong this group. Good off there just to try to sweep and stagger. And they are going to get 2 more as Fly.
Bro, Groot damage has to be nerfed. It has to be nerfed.
This tournament trying to end this with 1 minute on the clock.
And FlyQuest can cycle their win conditions. Now they have the Wolverine ult and the invisible boundary if things get a little hairy. And that could also be to counter the Strangling Prison from Luca coming up. And Molina has to find a moment where, well, there's not going to be a Doctor Strange in your face this time.
They're
and
actually
how are these ults
spawn
going to be
camping
used too early? FlyQuest are always pushing spawn, and the Strangling Prison plus the Kraken impact is hurting FlyQuest. Maybe this defense pushed their luck a little too much, but Kendrick is getting the resets, and he'll manage to get to safety as well.
A very unfortunate chance.
Some
very close to making it happen. Great focus by the strategist in the backline to see that happening and not allow it to proceed forward. The entire fight from 22 seconds on the clock.
Bro's looking like me out there.
That position is going to be very tough there. Gastelum going down is massive for Nightmare. It doesn't look like there's a res up right now, so they won't be able to own back and turn the numbers back even. Here we go as we get the invisible boundary up in the sky. Melania going to take out Energy, and once again, Nightmare has a chance at pushing this into point 2.
FlyQuest also reversed a lot of progress with how much spawn pushing they were doing, so it's going to take a lot of effort out of Nightmare and just keeping their backline safe. Look at the Strangling Prison. What is going on? And this backline's in trouble, and try to get out of it and try to forgive his mistakes.
What are we doing? Are we stupid or what?
Eat up enough damage, and Nightmare will start from behind, but
Fucking Kendrick saved them.
on top.
Yeah, shoot Groot. Hello? Why is no one helping him shoot Groot? Hello?
Have ultimate there when they use that crack second,
They let him die?
Honestly, you know, may have been a discussion they had prior. They do actually get the point there. I thought it was going to go in the favor of Fly. They committed a lot to stuffing Melania prior to that fight, trying to make sure they could not get that ultimate off, which they weren't able to do.
They
But still,
might just get one
Nightmares, they
fight.
push towards point three. Nightmare may have found their footing, but they've got 1
Actually,
minute
two.
to
They're
shove
fighting
this
now.
through. No mistakes now to
So
try
they will
to
get
tie
two.
this up and push to OT. But even in OT, Fly with 3 minutes.
Yeah, with how extended this fight will be, FlyQuest
Melina
can
has
also just push his
ult.
spawn if
I
they
would
win.
ult
So
right
this
now.
is going to be the best chance for Nightmare. And they don't have Vanguard ultimates. You also have Azure on his last leg as Light tried to go for
I
the
will
ult,
ult now
and it
because they
doesn't
don't have
hit.
any
One
result.
win con down. A great wall to try and hit this Magneto, and it's capitalized on by Azure.
They're moving with this momentum. Great bubble there to save Luca on the side of Azure with a, you know, making sure that Wolverine did not connect. The res
Maybe he thinks they have defensive ultimate.
Great pick on Spark. They are clutching up in this moment. Something you want to see as a Nightmare fan. They're starting to get their footing. Melania, they have ult advantage too. This is starting to look towards their favor. 28 seconds on this final fight, and you know
only
the
one fight, I
Wolverine is
guess.
around, trying to ensure he doesn't get that early pick, holding them in their spawn door. You can actually deal damage through that little window there. A lot of people don't understand that. You can actually apply a ton of pressure. And look at this. Yep, there's as Melania is going to find energy on that off angle, and this could be a W towards Nightmare, pushing this into OT.
Now we are after
Stabilization, though, with
this.
the invisible
Totally
boundary from
right.
Cooper. Great marking from Melina, as he pointed out, against the duelists that were going for flanks. But
Ult,
it's all about
ult,
this
hello.
defense and this meteor M. And it's
Will
nicely
we ever
negated
ult?
from Azure, the strangling prison
What is this
from
guy
Spawn
doing?
Chief, and Nightmare are still healthy on the front lines. It's the goddess
This
of
is the
death,
worst
the
ult
range,
ever.
just that, and energy's gonna pop his, another life, and more health to play with. And
He gets
the
one.
goddesses are going crazy, and the front lines are starting to
Holy
crumble.
shit, somehow
and
Fly is winning.
Nightmare are running out of gas, and they just can't wake up.
Oh my goodness, it's back and forth like crazy. The numbers are now being traded.
Oh,
Fly
this
gets 2 more Melania,
fucking
gets
noob.
energy. It's so back
This
and forth.
fucking hood noob.
For both sides. At this
Ulted
point, it's
so
one-on-one.
late.
Who can get it done? It looks like Sparchief's gonna get another down goes Kendrick. The lockdown, and down goes Melania as it's starting to look like Fly's gonna take this thing home. Here comes the Wolverine. Light takes out Baser.
This dumb
And just like
motherfucker
that,
ulted
FlyQuest
so
is going to
late,
take
bro.
home
It's
the
actually
W
crazy.
and end the series 3-0.
A really unexpected result against Nightmare.
They've got 1 minute to shove this through. No mistakes now to try to tie him. But they this
Going to be the last leg as Light tried to go for the ult, and it
Ult here would have gone insane.
doesn't hit. One
Your team's pressing.
win con down. A great wall to try
They wouldn't have burned you.
and hit this Magneto, and it's
Even that, okay, they get. Let me show you. They have no Strange, okay?
side of Azure with a, you know, making
No
sure
one
that
can
Wolverine
block.
did not connect.
Even though Strange didn't block her, didn't block her ult.
The res is back up.
Oh, why
Back in
risk?
their favor.
You know what I
Great
mean, right?
pick on Spark. They are clutching up in this moment. Something you want to see as a Nightmare fan. They're starting.
They are one down. Okay, I understand you don't want ult here.
Final fun where you can actually deal damage.
Invis uses ult here.
As Melania is going to find energy
Right.
on that off angle, and this could be a W towards Nightmare, pushing this into OT.
that we're going for
We ult
flanks,
now.
but it's
Now we ult. We spawn camp. This guy.
all about this
We
defense.
we kill in. We don't fight Wolverine here.
This meteor M, and it's nicely
Definitely
negated
not
from
fight.
Azure, the strangling prison from Spark Chief.
We would have killed this Hela.
This meteor
Would have killed this Hela. She wouldn't have able to ult.
M, and it's
Or
nicely
if she would have ult, she would have just ulted here.
negated. It's the goddess of death, the rain, just that, and the energy's gonna pop his.
Could have killed the raccoon. Fucking raccoon too.
Health, another life, and more health to play with. And
And she
the
only gets
goddesses are
one.
going
Two.
crazy, and the front lines are starting to crumble.
So she
and
killed Hela here too.
Nightmare are running out of gas, and they
Or maybe
just
sorry,
can't
lag.
wake up.
Oh my goodness, it's back and forth
Energy
like
kills
crazy.
them,
The numbers are now being traded. Fly gets 2 more. Melania gets energy. It's so back and forth. The rest is gone.
That's
for both
actually
sides.
insane.
At this point,
This
it's one
dumbass.
position.
On my life, bro.
Well done
On my life, bro.
Quest, showcasing that they're a very
Well, I'll be
strong
back.
team. 3-0 at this stage in the competition shows you that you have figured it out. They've only gotten better as this has
You
gone
guys enjoy
on,
the stream.
and they aren't afraid
Give
to
me
change
like
things up
10
when they didn't
minutes.
need
I
to
go
as they ran
poo,
that group comp,
make some food and come.
insanely well. Never had
Leo!
What? It was paused. My bad.
First, I believe.
My
And
bad.
then we go to that lower bracket semi. We also have an interview coming up, and we're waiting for someone from FlyQuest to join, because this is also a lower bracket journey that's gonna be really impressive to watch if they can pull it off.
Absolutely. I mean, FlyQuest, once again, I don't want to gas them up enough. I mean, at this point, I can't gas them up enough. They just looked great out there. All 3 games, it never looked like they didn't have it. Maybe that final fight, obviously, being, really clutch on both sides, back and forth. The kill feed was red and blue instantly. The KO feed, excuse me. It just seemed like it could have gone either way. But at that point, FlyQuest still had 3 minutes in OT, should have gone to OT. So I don't think they were too stressed. But even in those clutch moments, they showed up. They showed what they can do. Especially with these group comps at this meta, it is tough to match that, and they did a really good job.
And especially Cooper, who was our MVP, but also an MVP level invisible boundary at the end. As soon as Nightmare Road was about to get to that finish line, you had an invisible boundary that was perfectly placed towards the defensive spawn to make it so you had to take a fight so close and away from the payload, away from safety in FlyQuest's face, and that was something that Nightmare really struggled to make a decision. And Spark Chief will be joining us very soon, because that Vanguard matchup was quite close once the tables kind of evened out on map 2 and 3, but he put on a show on the group today as well.
Yeah, I think he deserved a ban, if I'm being honest. I mean, it was just so much pressure. It's so difficult to always be using your cooldowns defensively to escape a group wall. Obviously, they made the switch there to try to apply a ton of damage onto the walls with the Bucky and Rocket, which, at this level of play, they consider, a lot of people maybe in the chat are saying, why didn't they run Punisher? Well, at this level of play, the survivability that Bucky has outside of Punisher, who, doesn't get any additional health after using abilities, similar concept of unlimited ammo, Bucky having a better ultimate, he's just the better choice for this situation at this level. So that's kind of why it was matched in that fashion. Unfortunately, it just didn't seem like enough. Able to get 10 final hits, 22k damage, most on the team with those walls, 62k damage blocked. It just was a really strong group performance, so I'm excited to have a conversation with him.
And looks like Spark Chief is ready, so let's get this group master in this call right now for our post-match interview with a clean FlyQuest sweep 3-0. Let's say hello to Spark Chief on the Vanguard. Hello! We could barely see you, but what's up, man? Congrats, the sweep. Oh my god, you made that a quick day. How you feeling?
Pretty good. We love winning.
I would too.
Yeah, I have to ask you, man, I do feel like this is a group meta. I'm sure you'd agree, obviously, as a group player. Do you think that the Bucky, and I need to hear this from one of the pro players, do you think that the Bucky rocket is enough to stop those walls? Is it enough damage, or do you think there needs to be more?
No, I think Rocket Bucky is like really good to make it really hard to like abuse, but like it's still just like broken. Like you have to pick that character. Like there just has to be like more than like 3 X factors to make him not picked or something.
And speaking of picks and also bans, like I wanted to see the Spark Chief Venom, maybe there's some light Spider-Man, but you guys like banned it out. You did not want to go up against Luca. Can you break that down for us?
No, well we just know they just don't play Groot, so it's like why make our lives hard, you know? I don't know. They just don't play Groot, so why not just enjoy life? I don't know.
I need to ask again. I mean, in terms of obviously one of the top performing Groots in the game, a really strong group pick, and is one that we all had considered a specialty for you. Is there any secrets to landing those strangling prisons? Is it just a cooldown based situation on shield, just waiting for that Magneto to pop that shield and then it's an immediate play, or are you always waiting for something like Bucky to make a play off of it?
I mean, I like to compare it to like how you would land shatters in Overwatch. Like it just comes with like how much you play it, right? Like obviously there are like tips and tricks you can give out, but like it's like a gene thing, right? Like there's people that like hit it, there's people that don't, there's people that ult walls, there's people that ult shields, and there's people that don't. Like it's just really not something too elaborate. It's like the more you play, you'll either get it or you just won't. Like it's just really it's that simple.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, very, very intuitive. I'm gonna have a word with my parents about not giving me the good Groot ult gene though. But what was your reaction to map 1 though? That was like, I was expecting this match to be really close and like it was another day at the office, but map 1 was really weird for us.
That was just like someone invaded the kitchen and like did terrible things to everyone in Nightmare's like kitchen. Like I don't know what happened. Like I don't know what we were thinking, but if we wanted to play Wolverine without Mace to the face, I don't know. That's just like not something that should happen. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know you guys have, well, now you're going to be having another series today, so we don't want to hold you too long. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Do you have anything you want to say, shout out anybody before we say goodbye to you?
No, I mean, obviously, just shout out everyone on my team, all the staff, our org that loves us. I think it's been so cool. This event has been so cool. Everything has been great, loving. Like, there's been so many great stories coming up and that are forming still. And I don't know, I think this tournament has been awesome so far. So, like, it's just awesome overall. Like, everything's so cool right now. Like, life is awesome.
Yeah, I've been
right
having
now.
so much fun. Yeah, it's a blast,
Yeah,
man.
it is so much
really
fun.
appreciate your time. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye, buddy. Nice talking to you. Man, just some demon on the Groot. 10 final hits, most damage on his side. It just 50. I mean, you see 62k damage block, and you're just thinking to yourself, that's so much value right there. So really well done. He worded it best. Don't know why it wasn't banned, but we'll take it type deal there. So well done and well deserved on the side of FlyQuest.
And keeping his tips close to his chest of just not wanting to share how you grew old, just saying you just know and it's just intuitive. Well, it's not. Well, I'm not as good of a Groot as him, but I'll have to watch more of his streams as also their upcoming match because they're going up against Envy later today, y'all. You'll want to stay tuned. They'll have a small break because coming up next, we'll have 100 Thieves versus Sentinel. Check out the highlights of the series because FlyQuest had an amazing sweep.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can.
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time. Told you I was the best.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Time to go nuts. Check out this big acorn. World Stampede! Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Rivet feet. Us against the world.
My turn to shine.
Human Torch in the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Everyone say fireworks. Powering up. Maximum pulse.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Marvel Rival Invitational. If you're thinking you want to switch tabs, don't. If your pizza delivery is here, cancel it. We've got a huge matchup coming up right now with the 1 and the 2 seed. We saw crazy matchups prior to this. Dogman joins me today. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good, Cozy, man. I was about to call you Shiv just because of what happened yesterday. We've been going back and forth all over the place, man. So it's good to see you, Coz. Good to be back with you, dude. And you bring a good point. I think like today's been awesome so far for matches. This whole weekend's been amazing. So the last one that we just saw, obviously, FlyQuest to win that 3-0. I think it was pretty close, like every game has been so far. But with this new meta that's sort of taking shape, a lot of the teams are playing the same thing over and over again, Cozy. And I think we're going to see something very similar in this upcoming match with the 100 Thieves versus Sentinels.
Yeah, listen, we've had crazy matchups for the last 2 days, really. And finally, the clock, it struck midnight there for Shikigami. Cinderella story, as we've been calling it. Hey, they made it 2-2. It was close there at the end, and excited to see what happens in today's matchup. A lot of you guys been waiting for this. Again, 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, and then the loser of that will be going down and doing the lower bracket finals, so they won't be eliminated. We'll move on to finish out some of the lower bracket. Now, these two teams, by now, we saw them play Sunday, but this is a whole new day, and we've seen what a whole week can do to kind of restore confidence and get the practice in, obviously, with someone like Shikigami and what they did. And so excited to see what changes here, because these two teams they've done a lot of the same, especially when they're versus each other.
Yeah, they kind of have, and it is a matter of, like you mentioned, with the change, right? That's going to be the biggest difference, or the biggest opportunity, I guess, for like Sentinels, because from what we've seen out of them and every other team so far, like you talked to me about this off broadcast, 100 Thieves is beatable, right? They're definitely not this ungodly, form of a team that can not be taken down. Right now, they are beatable, especially in this meta. I started the discussion with you a little bit, but I think that this sort of Bucky group meta, or whenever you ban the group or whatever, I feel like the composition in the meta specifically is kind of getting, I guess, closing the gap. This feels like a gap closing meta almost, where we're not seeing just pure dominance from like one player or whatever, because every Hella at this point in the tournament, with these top 4 teams, specifically these top teams in the upper bracket, everybody can compete with each other, whether that's energy, whether that's you have Delena, whether that be Rymazing at points. It feels like everybody's sort of matching each other right now, Cozy.
Yeah, 100%. And we've seen actually the Sentinels get rid of Hella a lot. Rymazing, I've talked to him. He loves to play, or he likes to play Hella. It's fine, but he hates her as a character, right? And somebody saw in the chat yesterday, it's like, isn't that every Hella main? I felt like that wrapped it up really well. I mean, yeah, this is, at this point, what we've seen in the tournament, you got a little bit of Bucky rivals is the name of the game, right? I mean, we've seen so much just snowballing from that character, and he's the one that, Hella sets up the plays and then the snowballs and carrying on, whether it be the point push or the objective from there. But man, listen, we've got the Lakers Celtics in the 80s, Goku versus Vegeta. This is a rival. They are big against each other. TTK, we've heard him talk about it. Everybody at this point, Kurova talked about it as well. So I'm pumped to see if, the cracks starting to show for 100 Thieves is going to come even more to light tonight.
Yeah, they might for sure. I like how you bring that up too. Like the fact that these two teams have been playing against each other so much throughout this entire year, basically, of Marvel Rivals esports. Through the beta, both of these teams, we've talked about it ad nauseum. I'm sure you'll want to talk about and point out specific players. I know that we wanted to talk about specific matchups. Cozy, is there any specific matchup you would like to talk about between these two teams?
Interesting things, guys, if you missed some of the early invitational. First of all, 100 Thieves, they've only lost twice. Both times were on Midtown. So interesting, a little bit of map design. Sentinels happen to love Midtown, so it's going to be interesting to see, if that comes into play. I'm almost certain we're going to see Midtown tonight. But on top of that, yeah, both teams, what they excel at the most is, first, the strategist play is top-notch. And we've seen this trade-off with really Rymazing and Delena. Delena getting the upper hand lately, but that kind of Hella v Hella, Namor v Namor, whatever it might be, that's huge. And, they flex between a lot. The 100 Thieves actually allowed them to play the Revive comp with Adam Warlock on the T'Challa map there in the last time they played. and they still won. And so it looks like we could get a little bit of anything today.
Yeah, we really could. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what maps we do go to because, like you said, with Holiday, they allowed it. You know, we seen yesterday when there was a triple strategist composition, they played it on Spider Island, I believe. And it felt like the flanks were never working for, like, the enemy team's Namor or whatever it was. It just somehow, some way, because of the fact there's just not that many flank angles, because the map's so linear, it was hard for the other team to play 2-2-2 against triple strategist, and then obviously they had to mirror it at the very end. I don't know if a team like 100 Thieves will falter to that same degree because obviously they're a much stronger team right now, being this far into the tournament, being in this upper bracket. So I'm curious to see how that works. Like you said, that is the huge thing that we have to find out. Can the triple strategist composition work versus 100 Thieves?
Yeah, and sometimes like this, the stats and the scoreboard doesn't tell the story, right? And the last matchup they had, I don't think it did that. Sentinels were actually really close to winning that, and at least, you know, getting a 2-2 scenario. Envy, I mean, Envy and 100 Thieves, I can tell you for sure that scoreboard doesn't show what happened in that. I mean, that was a crazy. I was staying up well past a 6-hour broadcast that I had just to watch the result of it. And so I think it's going to be razor tight. These two teams, you know, typically when you look at rivals going against each other, after a while, if one starts to win over and over, they don't even look at them as a rival anymore. So I know Sentinels, they need and want to win this to show what they got.
Yeah, they need to win it, right? We'll have to see if they can do it. I mean, it's definitely in any team's potential so far in the tournament, but like you mentioned, with Sentinel specifically, I mean, there's that rivalry that's been brewing, and like you said, who knows if it's even a rivalry to 100 Thieves right now for sure. And you know, since we're waiting for the
they be
lobbies
dropping
and the
shit, but we be
to kind of
dropping
come
hard as
through
shit.
between these two teams, I think we should probably talk about maybe these specific like players on each team, right? Like you
Fuck
mentioned
around,
earlier
beef.
how,
I'm about to
you know,
get
100
this
Thieves,
party
they kind
lit.
of let what Sentinels
Oh,
play
my tummy is so full
into
now.
whatever matchup they wanted to, right? If we talk about maybe even their vanguards, right? We talk about Vinny.
They be
comparing
dropping
him to
shit,
Hogs
bro.
on the
Why
side,
does
right? Both of these
this
vanguards are still,
caster
like, in the
looks
upper bracket.
straight into my soul?
Their hero pools are impenetrable.
Wait
like, they
for it.
both have so
Wait.
much flexibility. In Vinny specifically, I suppose.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny. Vinny likes to obviously play
Oh, look at
Dome
him.
as a group, but
Bro,
even
he's
more
staring
interesting
straight
is
into my
when
soul.
Vinny goes against the Sentinels, he's almost always playing the Thing. He plays a lot of Thing versus the Sentinels because they do love the double shield comp. They love
Bro's
the
an
Magneto,
NPC.
Doctor Strange thing. Obviously,
Bro's
being a
actually
great,
an
you know,
NPC.
play into that. So we've seen a lot of that from Vinny. TTK going between Strange and Magneto. He's able to flex to either. I think his
Oh,
Strange
stop.
is obviously
Hello,
phenomenal.
stop.
We saw him hit
Just
just
stop.
clutch meteor.
Stop.
I
I'm
gotta say,
feeling
the meteor
uncomfortable.
plays, the Magneto ults, for those that aren't, you know, familiar with the names, have been top notch on this tournament. I mean, a fantastic play over and over. TTK has been great at landing those. And on the other side, Sentinel, you look at Hogs.
I'll
Who,
get my protein
you know, Hogs,
shake.
again, I always looked at him as a kind of a Hulk player, a Venom player. But we're starting to see him play some other roles. He played Magneto yesterday, actually fantastically. I know you were casting that game, and he was able to close things up there on Spider Island. And I personally haven't seen Hogs on a lot of Magneto. So he's starting to get more flexible, which I think is important because Vinny, it can be a little bit of that jack of all trades. And then, of course, Kaluj is fantastic.
Yeah, Kaluj has been sort of a star player for them. And like I like how you mentioned Hogs' hero pool, adding in that Magneto. He definitely needs to still improve at that hero a little bit just because his other characters are so high level right now. It's something that he definitely is working on, similarly to how
Fuck
there's
around, beef.
another
I'm
character
about to
that
get
Vinny
this
also
party lit.
is sort of on the outside of his hero pool. But if we want to talk about the series that just happened,
I think he
with
got to know
Nightmare
that people are
going against
complaining
White
about
Quest, I
him
feel like a
staring.
large part why Nightmare
So he's
lost
not
was
doing
simply
it
because of
anymore.
hero pool
Bro,
flexibility,
last
right? I
few
mean, Luca's
days
a
he
great
was
player on a lot of the Venom, a
like,
lot of the Hulk, but
not a single
you know,
minute
when we
he
talk
wouldn't
about having
stare
Luke
into
on
my
anything
soul.
else, you could see, you know, just in terms of having their vanguards constantly change heroes, it seemed like they're a bit uncomfortable at points, right? And both of these teams that are in the upper bracket finals don't really have that too much, right? Like you said with Hogs playing, Magneto's a little bit out of his hero pool, but still he plays it to a high level. It's not like he's a weak link necessarily.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. I mean, first of all, White Quest, going back to day one,
Bro, he's staring. Bro, stop.
Team, and that kind of came to light here at the end. They were able to really
Bro,
showcase,
the NPC.
you know, the different comps that they can pull together. Bringing it back over to a little bit of what Sentinels have. You know, when we look at the strategist game, it's so cool to watch, you know, a heavyweight matchup there, essentially, between Harvey and Aramori. Those two perfectly know what they're doing. And then, of course, you know, not to discount what Kurova and SJP do, both really good as well, doing way more than the healer role. They, you know, they're definitely playing to their max, and the way that they're able to perfectly time out the ultimates, never tend to stagger. They tend to always stagger them. But we have seen them head to head, and at one point, all four went out at the same time. So that we've seen a lot in this tournament, and I'm going to be curious if the nerves get to them, and if this, all the bright lights on this big matchup is going to start to, weigh on the players.
Yeah, it's a great
Well,
point.
I'm
I
gonna lose
think,
my mind if
both
he
of
doesn't
these
stop
strategists,
staring.
You mentioned it's a heavyweight battle for sure. It's because of the fact that they
Well,
do
till
have
this
that
match is starting, let's watch
And
this.
we go to round 3 to see who will take
We
map
didn't
number
watch
1
this.
after Envy looked like in a commanding charge all along.
Yeah, the Garden is a much more open map. It's going to allow Crazemane to play a little more aggressively and head towards those strategists in the backline more freely. This is where Venom excels a little bit more. So it's pretty difficult to find value with Venom in a tight space like that, just because you're constantly going to be interrupted on your dives with various walls and breakable objects, and it just kind of messes with you. But here,
missed the
we are
first
going to
two
see some
maps.
opening as the ult advantage is going to be on the side of Shikigami.
And to keep the
It was
rocket
okay,
around,
okay.
that's the big difference between these comps. Of course, the Psylocke as well, but the Psylocke has not had as much impact because of this Loki. We'll see if Amadian will change up the way he engages.
I like this map a lot.
And Dinks could also give that revive.
But Odin's
so all
Archive, holy
offense,
shit, that
all
sucks.
sustain.
Actually,
Maybe
doesn't
more
know a single
utility
guy
on
who
the
likes
side,
that
with
map.
NK, that team up, the freeze against the dive, this is going to really ruin Crazy's life.
NK just trying to build charge now, 71%, trying to get the whale ready, make some sort of play. His paint is right around even with that charge. Is up in the sky we go. There goes the clock. He's not going to land it with the meteor.
Remix.
Combination there by Envy. Remix going to find one, but right back out of days. Going to take out Sleepy. The res up on Scatter as they are going to keep the pressure forward. This fight is very back and forth. Up into the sky we go. Scatter looking for one.
Holy.
Gets two, and down goes Payton NK.
LeBron
Is now going to have the advantage and take the point.
James.
The execution of ults was superb from Shikigami, especially the Kraken impact read from Daze to even
Wait,
spot
did
and
Envy
predict
lost
the
this?
teleport from Sleepy
Against a
to his
fucking
other
Psylocke?
doppelganger, and that was a
That's
doppelganger that
embarrassing.
wasn't moving. Daze has got next level.
That's like my
wrinkles
rank
and the
games.
Meteor M to wait for the perfect amount of charge to burst down the Luna in the middle of her ultimate. Shikigami have more in the tank coming
they
up
haven't
with
lost
Envy
yet,
on the
but-
approach.
Yeah, it's embarrassing for myself to think about how successful these Magneto ults
How
have been.
is he playing Psylocke against the Loki, bro? Am I the only one who feels this is just dumb?
Taking that space, but like you said, it's difficult to hold that space.
And somehow we are still using
Unless you have this ult up, which I would not be surprised to have
defense
the
ultimate.
down and takes out three with the damage boost
Oh,
from Ricky.
fuck.
This is a combination we love to see.
Shikigami
What?
are getting so much value off of their ultimates.
That's
Back-to-back
insane.
fights off
Yes,
of just
somehow we are still
combos
using a
and
defensive
really
ult for
good reads out of
Psylocke.
their opponent. Now the ball
No
is in
lamps,
Envy's
no
camp. We're
nothing.
gonna have the ult advantage coming up. The clobbering time. You pointed out it's
Damn,
the
bro.
setup guide, the
Maybe
setup
I'm
thing for the Envy
stupid,
squad. This has to
I
get
guess.
everyone weak enough for the Kraken impact.
Somehow he's
compound,
making the
unless
Psylocke
Canadian wants an early pick and spots
work.
out the doppelganger. No strategist
I'm
from
sorry,
Envy.
my
It's
bad
70% from
for
Shikigami.
doubting you.
Yeah, this is the clinic right now. Like you're saying, they just have this pressure. They're owning this space.
Come
and the
on, bro,
momentum
like-
is heavily in their
Really?
favor as we're at 75%. And ults are pretty close.
They have a
in terms
Namor,
of
they have a
economy. They're gonna
Loki,
slight
and their
advantage here, and
Psylocke
they're gonna have to use
is
it to
shitting
get
on
space
them.
back. They're gonna have to
How?
pop
Please
in
explain
in
me.
an offensive manner instead of just gonna try to
Explain
take
me,
this
bro.
space defensively. But we'll see what happens as you know how Scatter is when it comes to this Meteor M onto that Fate of Both Worlds.
And the
Skill
Venom is
issue.
ready to dive from behind and Amadian there, and they Shikigami ended the fight before it started before, but Envy, it's all up to now. The 0 to 100 comeback. It starts with the Fate of Both Worlds. Pate and healing and damage to set up Cal with the whale from NK. Envy threw everything at the wall, but will the win stick? All the damage being eaten up by Scatter with the
Venom,
Meteor M, while this Venom is frozen.
Ultimate
Shikigami will
and
be set behind, and
Luna
finally
boost was
Envy will see
insane.
some progress.
I want to buy this skin. I really like this skin. President Loki.
Still having eyes
Kind of
on where
insane.
they needed eyes, but making sure that they were away enough to not get three-pieced off of any specific ultimate. Loved the take there. Dropping the whale early to get a pick was nice on the side of NK, but now they're going to be down. They do have that combination with Sleepy and iRemix to try to turn that back in their favor. If you copy the Luna, you do the damage boost and allow Remix to pop that Venom off. Immediately taking out the Median again.
Mag is busted.
Now the tides are turning at 26%.
iRemix has to be careful to also not get pulled by this Bucky. You use that extra health. That Venom can still be a liability, but Envy have bought themselves some time with that pick on 2 and
100
and
keys
marking
and
that
said,
Psylocke is
sorry,
important.
just give me one momento, por favor. I'ma change my title and shit. Forgive me, por favor. Forgive me.
Just absurd on that hero, so
What? How do I do that again? No, on my life, bro. On my life. Wait. I saw something. Edit. It is edit, right? Yes. But this map's gonna be huge. This map's gonna be huge. I think it changed, right? Did it? They be dropping shit, but we be dropping hot
And Envy have
shit.
had fights ruined in the past because of that. They also got the mini game of taking care of all the squids from NK because the slows are really gonna hurt iRemix, and we don't get to see iRemix on Venom every day. Now trying to show crazy how
You
it's
shall not be
done.
harmed.
Shikigami with the ult advantage,
Yo,
ready
heal,
to step
yo.
up with all 6.
Did they walk in with Luna ultimate? They break the bro. That's actually insane. GG. They actually lost to a fucking Psylocke. They actually lost to a fucking Psylocke. What?
Shikigami with the comeback of the century, losing the first round to following up with the next 2.
Damn.
Shikigami have been so criminally underrated,
That's
not
actually
showing up
fucking
for
insane.
Swiss, but putting on a
I will
show
not lie.
in our championship bracket stage.
If I
This
lose
is
this in a
best
rank
of
match, I'll
5,
lose my
and
mind.
now Envy will get to pick the map coming up. I think Star-Lord's another option. We haven't seen that from Cal, or at least it was a
Hella
lot of the Bucky,
bad.
a lot of the Namor, and Envy swapping up their comp. They're a team that are not
Wolf
afraid to
bad.
play that, and really relying on the Thing and Mag
Then
as
we
their
play
main
Groot?
vanguards. So really making sure
I
that
think
space is
Remix
comfortable.
wanna play
That's
Groot in
his
this
best
map?
hero by far.
But I think they banned Groot.
Yeah, there's a common misconception that since Mag's playstyle is so slow that he's just not, him.
Bro, they
when
are
it
just
comes to the
target banning
Vanguard.
Cal at
He's
this
been the
point.
most locked in, at least of this tournament so far. By my calculation, most locked in hero, just because of how powerful that Meteor M can be, and just that poke damage right now. Magneto, with that little bit of damage buff on his left click, enables him a ton more damage overall, and his pressure on those strategists in the
Ooh.
back line. As we are going to see a Groot
3
comp in this game.
tags.
Some
Oh, they were spawn cam?
and okay.
It could work.
They've
rollout
that I haven't seen yet.
And I'm looking through all of their comps. They've never played Cal on Thing. This is a new look and a very vibes-based team as Shikigami roll out with some Storm and now some Squirrel Girl, probably just to
Good
pepper
girl.
down these tanks.
Storm.
And Squirrel Girl great for
Oh,
that
they knew
tank
they were gonna
pressure. It's a
spawn
little bit
cam.
tough to execute in terms of accuracy as a Squirrel Girl enjoyer myself, but this burst down the Groot walls so quickly and a fantastic route onto space who has to bring the shield out. So
Cal
a great
switches,
first blow
right?
from Shikigami.
The Squirrel Girl damage, like you mentioned, really strong into that shield, finding value immediately, getting
oh, yeah,
locked
he
down,
does.
scattered, trying to find another onto the Groot remix, running for his life as the KO does not come through. Well done on the retake there by Envy to force themselves back, but a ton of space bought here by Shikigami.
They're still rolling out with this Storm and the Squirrel Girl, the mobility of the Storm allowing them to just brute force their
They
way.
knew they were gonna
And,
spawn cam.
you know,
They
with how
countered
large
it. That's
Vanguards
actually
are,
insane.
Even if you're blind, you could still hit a root
And they
from
countered
the
it
Squirrel
so
Girl.
well.
So I think Envy are gonna get humbled real quick. iRemix's walls are gonna break, and he almost has to use them defensively. And that's a strangling prison from Crazy side. One of the best groups that we have. But a domain regen is popped from Sleepy with the fate of both worlds, and a Storm ult as
GG.
soon as that expires. Sleepy with a second Luna ult. The Eye of Agamotto on top, and all hell breaks loose.
Holy
A
fuck
huge
is.
team wipe in favor of Shikigami.
And they're going to try the portal block, or at least the shutdown right now, buying them some time, just kind of holding and ready, knowing it's going to happen. Very smart play. You saw there on the side of Scatter, who did want to hold that ultimate. So what you do with Strange is you try to get around 70-some-odd% on his energy, and then you initiate the ult, because all you have to do at that point, land a melee in a swing, and you are going to sweep the back line as we see an easy hit there onto Cal from the side of Crazemang and Immediate on the Squirrel Girl. Surprisingly getting insane value, just dealing a ton of damage with this lockdown.
Damn,
no luck there on the Strangling Prison, as I think Envy's playing a little bit on their heels.
All right, a 4v6 turnaround, and you deal with the Squirrel Girl. You were aiming for the Loki. Dinks is still alive and well. Doppelganger teleported out. Will copy the fate of both worlds, and Shikigami are also
this map is gonna be insane, but why are they not starting, bro? They're still yapping.
It's not gonna go by so easily. You don't have a Doctor Strange on the NV side, so there's no easy portal. There is just gonna be a recontest where they're gonna play it safe as possible until they get all 6 back.
Yeah, we might see the combination here of Strangling Prison into Kraken Impact, a very terrifying combo because you will land on everybody, and the team just has to follow up. Once one goes down, everyone goes down, as we are going to see an immediate Galactic Legend. No value just yet. Shield gets popped. Space just trying to ensure that he gets enough, and there goes a lockdown as we're going to lose Ricky. The Strangling Prison out, and here comes Daze as 2 go down. Cal gets from it on Dinks, though. Will they find more value? Cal going to make that 2. Good off angle here, finding value from behind the enemy line.
Who does Envy play now?
Just dunk after dunk from the Kraken Impact, but it's still so back and forth. It's nobody's yet until
What was
Envy
the team
now going to
name?
own
I
this
forgot.
space with only 50 seconds on the clock.
And like, I think Shikigami running a
Who played
Doctor
Nightmare?
Strange, you're able to protect themselves
I
a
just
lot
forgot.
better during the Strangling Prison
It
of
was
the group. But the
Nightmare
difference was
against-
Cal went on a flank. That's what he was trying to do in the first
Against-
place until he just ran into bullets.
Against who?
So now that he was
Momento again, por favor. Por favor. They be dropping shit, but we be dropping hard as shit. Wait, my camera's a little bit bugged. Is the match they haven't stopped yapping yet. What was I doing? I forgot. Was I doing anything? Can't remember. Anyways.
successful on the flank. That's
I
what
forgot
really
what I
tilted the
was doing.
scales in Envy's favor and allowed them to stabilize. Eye of Agamotto at the ready for scatter.
As we start this next fight here, alt advantage on Shikigami, but no, Cal! Excuse me, NK gonna make the play, gonna land on Crazemang, make that 2 as Scatter goes down, forcing on another ultimate 3.
This is
As
better,
Dinks
no?
goes to NK, just playing with confidence now, 4, soon to be 5, gets the
Yo, yo,
penta,
yo.
an absolute demon to sweep him up and force one last potential
Oh,
touch
no.
if it's possible, if not, this
Bro,
is gonna head
stop
to
the yapping. How long
position
they've been yapping
Envy.
for? Fucking 30
It's
minutes.
just a
Nope, more than that.
hesitation from Shikigami. This Doctor
They've been
Strange
yapping for an
scatter
hour round.
was so close to the enemy team. I was waiting for the levitate. This full that shouldn't in the 4v6 fight comeback with good ult.
Oh shit, they
Somehow
already
an end.
the round
After
ended.
dunk from the crowd goes down as we are gonna on
Wait.
Allowing them
Okay,
to
they
just,
came here
but if
in
you're
3
blind,
minutes.
You could say regen is popped from Sleepy with paint with the fate of both worlds, and a Storm ult as soon as that expires. Sleepy with a second Luna ult. The Eye of Agamotto
And they
on
won
top,
this.
and all hell breaks loose.
They're gonna try the very smart
How the fuck do they
try to get
lose
around
them?
70 and a melee in a swing, and you are gonna sweep the back line as we Squirrel Girl surprisingly get
They even
insane value.
they lose
Doing
this
a ton of
fight?
damage with this lockdown, and no
How?
get
It's
getting
4v6.
insane value, just doing a ton of damage
Who
with this
goes wild?
lockdown, and no luck there on the Strangling Prison, as I think Envy's playing a little bit on their heels.
Space
All right,
gets
a
one
4v6
here.
turnaround, and you deal with the Squirrel Girl. You were aiming for the Loki. Dinks is still alive,
They
and
even
well,
use
Doppelganger
ultimate.
teleported out. Will copy the fate of both worlds, and Shikigami are also kind of getting traded out. So despite a 6v4 fight for this offense, it's
how are
not going to go by so
they
easily.
still alive
You
is
don't have a
actually
Doctor
insane.
Strange on the NB side, so there's no easy portal.
I don't
There
think-
is just going to be a recontest where they're
Yeah,
going to play
probably
as safe
because of
as
Squirrel
possible
Girl and-
until they get all 6 back.
It's not.
Yeah, we might see the combination here of Strangling Prison into Kraken Impact, a very terrifying combo because you will land on everybody.
Damn, they
The
actually
team just has to
survived
follow
this.
up. Once one goes down, everyone goes down as we are going to
And
see
they,
an immediate Galactic Legend. No value just yet. Shield gets popped. Space just trying to ensure that he gets enough. And there
Damn.
goes a lockdown.
They actually win this.
The Strangling Prison out, and here comes Daze as two go down. Cal gets from it on Dinks though. Will they find more value? Cal gonna make that two. Good off angle here. Finding value from behind the enemy lines. And just dunk after dunk from the Kraken impact. But it's still so back and forth.
Bro, it's still going again. Hello?
Now gonna own this space with only 50 seconds on the clock.
And like, I think Shikigami running a Doctor Strange, you're able to protect themselves a lot better during the strangling prison of the group. But the difference
How
was
the
Cal
fuck
went on
are
the
they
flank.
still
That's
yapping?
what he was trying to do in the first place
I'm about
until
to
he just
sleep.
ran into bullets. So now that he was
This is the last fight,
successful
right?
on the flank, that's what really tilted the scales in Envy's favor and allowed them to
They
stabilize.
changed really
Agamotto
good,
at the
which
ready
was
for scatter.
a better move.
As we start this next fight here, alt advantage on Shikigami, but no, Cal! NK gonna make the play, gonna land on Craze Main, make that two as Scatter goes down, forcing another ultimate three, as Dinks goes to NK, just playing
How?
with confidence now, four.
How is he killing through it? How?
Dinks goes to NK, just playing with confidence now, four.
I think everyone shot him. They
He just
can't touch.
because
he used his TP to counter TP them.
Somehow,
So they couldn't
pulling off
TP
a
and touch.
4v6,
They have a
fight
Moon Knight
comeback
now.
with Shikigami. But what's up, the Squirrel Girl,
Yeah,
the
that was
Storm,
funny.
just
Moon Knight is a really
better.
good counter to
And
Loki.
See heroes like that being selected in hero selection alone. I did like what it looked like. I'm wondering if they held on to it. Maybe if they could have got first point because it was kind of working for them. I think they gave up there, after a few fights there, but still, we are going to progress here on the high side. We've been seeing every team virtually holding this bridge position on the high ground, noting that they only really have to stuff them at this bridge choke. Early on, it doesn't matter too much, as we saw the side of Envy try to hold and get absolutely beat down in that first fight.
Holy.
What a shot from Daze, the headshot on Cal, and this is disastrous. And to set up your squids to be always on the offensive, but the range from Namor could be pivotal, and at least Remix gets a trade and will force Shikigami to retreat, especially with how low the Star-Lord got. Scatter did get frozen, so the Shikigami kind of had to stick together, and this is really good progress from Envy. They're pretty much one fight territory from winning the map and tying up our series.
Yeah, Remix buying a ton of space. The sheer damage from this character boggles my mind. He's so threatening to virtually everyone and taking eyes away from that back line. Absolutely pressuring everyone. Remix doing a great job holding this natural cover to the right. Does almost get pulled, but unfortunately does not happen with a big strangling prison. Will they be able to find value? Has to retreat to get some HP back, and it is going to be a stalled point as both of them are going to be holding on to their dance. Invadable World's top. Here comes the Meteor M. Gonna find value onto a Median. Is this going to be enough for them to push through?
God damn!
Crazy is just feeding to try and get a good strangling prison, but then Paint has another fate of both worlds. Two Luna ults, still one remaining from Dinks. You have Armed and Dangerous, the Kraken impact from the side of NK, and this is where all hell breaks loose. And just a few more meters, Envy don't need to win the fight, they just need to zone off Shikigami, and that's why everyone's just staggering onto the court when it comes to the defense. They can't allow this win to go through.
It's difficult. We see no cues available across the board here. No one able to pop up, but we do see two.
No one's gonna touch.
Daze turns it back, but no, that's gonna be enough as Envy is gonna take
no one touched. These motherfuckers still yapping, bro.
Holy cow, just off the rib. Remix able to find that response, that trade to even up the numbers, to getting good freezes on the offense, to stall out Shikigami's
bans
rotate
at the moment, like getting rid of the Hella for Sentinels, who, you know, like they can't really play it at the same level.
Fucking mind.
Obviously, we'll see them adjust, but with their play style, I don't know if they just can play the Hella exactly.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy to see Nightmare allow FlyQuest get that Hella so much, right? The way that, you know, you mentioned it a bit about how we've seen people rise up across the board and how good they are. If you look at somebody from FlyQuest, Energy is insane Hella. Delina, insane Hella. When Team Cup wise, though, we haven't seen like much dive at all. We've seen a lot of Venom. Actually, a tremendous amount of Venom, and I'm stoked for that. Venom was nowhere near the meta, you know, a season ago. Now really making his way known. I think a lot of that has to do with Magneto, again, 60% picked in higher level play altogether. Yeah, we'll have to take a see. Is there anything that could surprise you? I mean, FlyQuest is the only one that plays really the dive comp.
Yeah, We'll see.
I will sleep.
We'll think this triple strategist meta is going to pan out for them. You know, who knows if they're going to play a lot of that. I mean, just want to see if it works out, kind of. But we're going to go to a short break. We have the players sort of getting into the lobby. When we come back, we'll see you guys for 100 Thieves for Sentinels. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Back.
What the fuck? Still in break?
I'm hulking out. Hammer shield. Hulk smash.
Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure.
Maximum.
Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben.
About to lose my mind.
Fantastic! A rousing success.
Oh, will we ever get the match or no?
Double the failure. Double the fun. Success.
Watch out, turret's armed. Heavy weapons. I'm in love. Flush the other break out. Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather.
Maximum pulse.
Bro, this is getting out of control. God lie.
We are protected now. We are Venom!
Plasma burst!
Benjamin J. Quinn, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through.
I think they're just taking. They have to be trolling at this point.
I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Oh.
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick. 暴元手一
Bro.
Perfect
Give me a
hit.
second.
The dragon unleashed.
This fucking dumb shit won't start. I don't know what these guys are doing. It's been fucking more than an hour.
My fist is unrivaled.
Yeah, it's been more than 1 hour, 30 minutes something. I don't know why these people not starting. I'll be back. Give me 10 minutes.
I outnumber you. I still ruled you. Your powers are mine!
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time. Let's race. You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
against the world.
My turn to shine.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Psionic burst. Disappear.
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Oh! Ha ha! Grab the whip! Go back with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst. They'll never see me coming. Clear the way. You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum, let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. A rousing success. Double the failure. Double the fun. Success.
Watch out! Turret's armed! Heavy weapons. I'm in love.
Flush the other Frank out.
Denizens of the deep. Typical air breather.
Maximum pulse.
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick. Ball Yuan Shouyi. Perfect hit. The dragon unleashed! Qiguan Changhong! My fist is unrivaled!
I outnumber you. I still ruled you. Your powers are mine!
Eat nuts
So
and
are
get
they gonna fucking start this match or what? It's been 2 fucking hours.
Hey, check out this big acorn. Squirrel one for the squirrels. Ah, it's a squirrel nami.
This is embarrassing.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, there is no way. Our PN comes. I will put the camp for the match.
Anybody want some nuts?
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time. Let's race. You had that coming.
Damn, bro, I don't think we are getting a match today.
Don't get back
GG's.
Coming at you. Come on. Berserker. Rage. Told you I was the best.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free! Just embrace the light.
Lights out. Rivet feet. Us against the world.
My time to shine.
Human Torch in the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst. They'll never see me coming. Clear the way. You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure.
Apparently something happened with the point. Let's see what happened. Top tier kid. I think he's streaming the point. No. I think he is. The match is happening. This is the match.
A nice deep freeze.
Let me update you.
A nice deep freeze.
Wait, what is happening? Okay, so
To put on a show.
I never believed I would see this day.
I am ready to put on a show.
Bring on the chaos.
We need some help. Be strong together. It's the grand finale.
Do watch your back.
Doctor Strange has opened a portal.
So 100 Thieves won the first point, but apparently SEN refuses.
You are in the presence of royalty. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
I'll lose my fucking mind.
Don't step out of line. We're on the same team, Grim. I will not lay a hand upon you. Look, I ain't worried about me. Just keep those slimy fins of yours off, Susie.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This twisted metal in ways I can be anyone, but I choose to be Loki.
So what happened? What happened?
fun. You're welcome.
Oh, I see what happened. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. So apparently, 100 Thieves won the first point. 100 Thieves won the first point, and then more than I think Sen disconnected, or maybe the cameraman disconnected. I think Sen disconnected, and Sen don't want them to have the first point. So they want to restart the match. They don't want to start with 1-0. They want to restart with it. Okay, they're restarting. That's just bullshit, no? If 100 Thieves won the first map, the first point, let them have the first point. Makes no sense. They didn't decede in the second. They decede in the first. I mean, in the second. They didn't decede in the first. They played the first full. But still, somehow, they're gonna restart the game. That's bullshit, I think.
For Sentinels would be to give them first point.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't think they will, but it would be
They
a
should.
badass move.
They should. They definitely should.
All right, well, the match is going to start now. It's going to go live.
I think that's just sad. So 100 Thieves won the first point, the first map. Sen DC'd in the next, but they're gonna restart. And Sen doesn't want them to have the first point. They want the game to restart from 0-0, not 1-0. Like it should be 1-0, by the way. Sen ready. Now we just see 100 Thieves ready. And I think the match starts. How delayed is? 10 minutes? Oh, 10 seconds.
Time to go nuts. Check out this big acorn.
I want to see if it's 0-0 or not.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I think it's a
Technical
0-0.
difficulties, guys. You gotta love them. Listen, they weren't technical. We were actually just building up the suspense of the battle coming up here. 100
Finally, we're back.
Sentinels. I'm joined by Dogman here again. Guys, thank you for waiting. How you doing, buddy? How we doing?
Doing good,
I will
man.
mute them till we find out if it's 0-0 or no.
Am I gonna banish from this match?
We're looking forward to what should be an incredible matchup. You know, obviously took a little bit of time, but I mean, this is going to be an exciting match. I mean, obviously Sentinels have a lot to prove today versus 100 Thieves, who have been so consistent throughout the lifespan of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, you guys have heard everything you need to hear about it, from the rosters to the legacy that both these teams had. And here we are. We're jumping into our first match. Hell's Heaven in
Not
domination.
that far
Again,
behind,
I
right?
expect, yep, there is the Hella from Sentinels, and we're probably going to see the Adam Warlock ban, or no, the Winter Soldier. Dogman, love to see some things mixed up a bit.
Yeah, you talked about that ban, Cozy, before, that it potentially could be a thing as Wolverine Protect comes out. And honestly, this is a smart
it is
move by
0-0.
It's kind of looking to the future. It's not that Terra necessarily can't play that,
2
but
minutes delayed.
it does play into their
Damn.
strengths. And meanwhile,
GG's,
maybe
I
more
guess.
Protect on this side, maybe force them into snow
0-0s.
ban, but it's gonna be an Adam Warlock ban on the other side, so they're fine.
Damn,
With that
that
matchup,
sucks.
Cozy, we have such a unique Protect ban system here, man.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we know for sure that the Sentinels. I mean, there's
That's so
5
sad.
bans on group by now. 4
That
on
is
Hella.
so sad.
But the Bucky is definitely a little bit different there from 100 Thieves. Thought maybe it would be maybe the Loki. So that means they're comfortable with the Loki. But even with that, we don't see anybody flexing over to that. Obviously, Harvey will be playing it. His
course, I think we're gonna
role,
change
but,
Raccoon after.
Looks like Aaron Moore is going to
After
go
the
with,
armor pack.
well,
Let's
probably
go,
actually
chat.
she'll flex into that. They're going to be doing the armor.
That's a
packs,
2-hour
which
delay in the
end up
match,
seeing
but
But we're ready. The
Still
lights,
ready, yeah.
The anticipation has built up. We're here, man.
Oh yeah, we're here, and it's always Cozy. It seems like you've had this map too multiple times, and I've like yet to see. I mean, I've seen like one domination, but we're always on Hell's Heaven with you, man. I don't know what it is. Bringing the
This map loves me. I don't know if I love it. It's it depends on who I'm playing against. Wolverine obviously goes crazy on this map. You have a lot of opportunity to kidnap and throw him off an edge. We see Terra locking that right away. Kind of surprised that Super Gomez is not repping it, but he is on his favorite role. Chris Pratt himself, Star-Lord, and we have Hogs on the Thing, which is definitely we've seen some from him
The
today.
Thing.
But overall, this should be fun. No Doctor Strange, so
At least the quality looks really nice.
Just walking.
Yeah, just walk in, quick speed boost out of spawn from Aramori to go over to that Jeff, but the rest of everything, across the board, pretty much
So yeah,
the
we
same.
did
Obviously,
change Raccoon after the
despite
pack.
Wolverine not being played for Sentinels, and I kind of favor that composition, Cozy. I don't know about you, but generally at the moment, I feel like Star-Lord has picked up in the meta, and it's almost like Wolverine has dropped off a little bit.
No, definitely. I think, listen, Star-Lord has so much
Even the map
instant
was
damage
different.
against the Hella here. As we
Wasn't
initiate
this
the battle
map.
going right away, we're looking at SJP
I mean,
as
this
Luna, an absolute
whole
lethal
map, but
force
not this
as
point.
the strategist, just keeping the team alive. And we've got Aaron Moore going with that Loki up top right. Mason
It was
trying
the
to
point
pick
with
down
ball
on the
walls,
bottom there.
big walls
When we look at the
everywhere.
ultimates, Harvey's swiftly
I
building
don't
up
know
that
the name.
ultimate, getting things going. And Terra looking for Kidnap. That race built up all the way, going for right. Mason takes him down, kidnapping. And there it is, Terra opening up the fight, the first elimination of this huge matchup, going to 100 Thieves. Corona
100
down
Thieves
Hogs
still
to
win.
Lina, and there it is, right there. 100 Thieves taking the first point.
A great move by them just to play it patiently, not avoiding a lot of the damage from Rising. Like you mentioned, and that was a nice spot for Sentinels almost. Like they just kind of surrounded the point, kind of choked out 100 Thieves, and it didn't really matter as they just had a good position with Terra. And look, Delena's setting up on a little bit of a high ground, cheeky
Holy,
angle.
what
You could
angle.
just sit on this pixel spot almost.
It's a great clone spot for Loki, and I love this is Delena doing what they do best. Ooh, we have Super Gomez going in immediately, taking out Terra. No passes to save. That's a huge pick into the legendary now, and he's trying to follow up on that. The Loki Lanterns do come out. That's a big ability to get the proc on early. TTK trying to switch things up here as he does get the pick
Damn.
on Kuroba. Massive. And Harvey trying to keep things alive with the Luna ultimate. And this is already starting off with some heat because usually the first match point taken is going to go to the same team. But we've got Sentinels trying to make the difference as the world comes out. Does not
What a
connect.
shield. What a bubble.
Yeah, no connection. They have to come back through with the meteor, but then there's the Iron Curtain. Now TTK comes back through on the other side, waiting for
Wow.
An absolute
LeBron
clutch
James.
TTK, what a follow-up to wait, be patient. The vanguards of 100 Thieves.
They
do it
still
again.
win.
Man, TTK told us yesterday he plays
a shot,
controller
what a
because he
shot.
just hates mouse and keyboard, and it doesn't matter. That man connecting the shots. Huge play. Terra already has that Wolverine ultimate ready to go yet again. Kurova does have, eliminated early, does have that ultimate to give them some protection. We have the clobbering time, but not much to follow up with it. Galactic Legend coming closely for Gomez as they're closing it into the fight yet again. And we don't have much. Harvey getting the ultimate here now, ready to go.
Playing it slow at the moment. Aramori able to take down TDK off of a very aggressive Hogs ult. So we saw the fight
was a
start
nice
out
shot.
with the clobbering time. Vinny could not save his team with the copy, so that puts Sentinels in a good spot now, which, they desperately need considering all things, but this has been a problem for Sentinels. In these mid-fights, they just can't finish to the degree that you would like to see them. Now, on the backside, with the boost, they're able to take down Super Gomez, and yet again, the follow-up just not really there from Sentinels. They do still have the Fate of the Worlds to keep everybody healthy, but down Super Gomez, can they really get it done? Amazing does have the ultimate, but clobbering time
Wow.
absolutely shuts out Sentinels, and they do it.
Bro, 100 Thieves
100-0
too
pretty
OP,
much
no?
At this point, right? Just nobody else here. The Whale just going to save it into the next round, and 100 Thieves take round number 1.
Terra picking right where we left off. What I want to
100
point out
is
there
too
is
OP.
the tremendous use of clone management so that the Star-Lord Galactic Legend from Super Gomez
I know
was just
I know
wasting
Nate
those
showed us
bullets, just putting
smiling
them all over,
somewhere.
and there was really nothing happening from that, and they could just snowball from there.
It's only
Terra doing a
Valorant.
good job keeping the rage the
That 100
entire
Thieves
time.
sucks.
Obviously, a great way to build up during the Luna ult that we did see from Harvey there, and that was a very defiant win from 100 Thieves, and we go into the next
In
set
Malala,
here, looking at
100 Thieves is the
SJP
best
with
team.
an
100
ultimate. Other
Thieves
than that,
is the
maybe a Meteor
best.
M coming in the first fight. Amazing, locked and loaded. We have Hogs for the setup, and Kaluj also going to have the Meteor M. Obviously, big favorite in ultimates for Sentinels here.
Yeah, big favorite in Sentinels, but you know they do have to take advantage of it, right? It seems like over and over again they'll find those opening picks, man. But I mean that kill feed is not exactly ideal. Not something you like to see if you're Sentinels, you know, considering they got 100 owed. You know, they just need to have the follow-up, Cozy, man. It feels like they get that opening pick and they just run out of steam.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see Super Gomez flex into the Wolverine here. He plays such a good wolf. This is a pretty good map for Wolverine here. The next one even better if it does in fact get to that here. And we'll be going here again. No Doctor Strange. We're just going to be walking up to the point here. And if I'm, Sentinels, I'd probably want to go ahead and get the match started fast, the fight started fast. With the ultimate advantage they do have. We're going to see if Kaluj opens up with the Meteor. Do they try to set it up with Hog, trying to build up his ultimate here as the team starts to collapse? Gomez going down, trying to get something going, trying to get a pick early. It's going to close in and gets the pick on Delena. Massive pick there. Now trying to close in on Harvey as well. Terra going in, getting a kidnap. Rage builds up all the way. And here is Kaluj. Does he get the connection? No. We get the kidnap.
Damn, bro.
It's the sweep. It's the reverse strip there.
Terra is also
Gomez going down to
insane.
Terra. Aramori up.
This is a stat.
Ultimate firework. I've said it over and over. The
Wait,
microwave
wait.
special Sentinels.
This
though,
was the
getting
map.
2 more picks. Massive.
Yeah, that was almost nice by
They
100
lost
teams, but our
before the match
perfectly
started.
timed fate of both worlds and then the whale to connect, right? Just getting the combination was absolutely insane for Sentinels.
Oh shit,
but,
they
you know,
capped?
100 Thieves
Oh,
still
they
kinda
did,
fighting
they
into
did
this.
not
They
cap.
want to make this
What a
scrappy
save.
right now. Harvey sitting with that
They didn't
clone,
let him cap.
ready to glow.
What a
Gonna
save.
pop it
I think it
immediately,
was the
get back
thing.
to full HP, keep
Yeah, it
everybody
was the
healthy,
thing.
waiting to use it to last minute. Meanwhile, Sentinels just disengaged it. Right here comes the show. The dance floor on the main. Hogs just going to fall immediately. Could not escape the damage boost and the follow-up damage of Delena, who just came back from spawn. So even though Sentinels
Wow.
won that first fight,
Oh,
Cozy,
holy-
it didn't matter.
he's
They didn't even
hacking?
cap the point. In fact, it's 100 Thieves to get it first.
I mean, history repeats itself. You just said it was tough closing out the fights there, and they had 1 pixel to go on the cap. Could not get it. And
Bro's
man,
hacking.
unfortunate as Super Gomez got
Check
the picks
his
needed
VC.
and then just fell into that Terra ult. Terra doing what Terra does best, as I was highlighting before, in a sensational duelist. Ready to go for yet another kidnap there for the Wolverine. Delena in their cheeky spot, and now they've got some big ult advantage. Now, Kurova does have the ultimate ready to go. Aramori going to be close in that next battle, but this is going to be tight, as if you look at 100 Thieves, they don't have strategist ults ready to go.
Legendary on the side, met by the Meteor M. Here's Delena to play it slow, just looking for poke on the backside of the map, just constantly out of range, kind of just being a nuisance towards Sentinel's backlines. Right, Amazing wants to duel it. Meanwhile, on the front line, there is a clobber in time. Hogs then comes back with his own, also has the damage boost. Delena sitting back with the whale, wants to go for it, doesn't connect. It connects on the Kaluj, but with no damage
You
boost,
don't
they're not
wait
going to have
for
the
Aluna?
follow-up damage. The Legendary on the other side. Kaluj does not have anything to match it. Is it going to get the value on the front line? Obviously, he's going to go take down Vinny, so the damage was there with the copy of Aramori. Can SJP and 100 Thieves do it after they come back with their own fate of both worlds? They are down a member of their team.
Damn.
Here comes the whale towards the point.
Good Loki
Gonna slow
lands.
down Terra, force out some bubbles, force out some cooldowns, but you still have Right Amazing here on the bottom left, poking out this tank, making sure TTK is in a tough spot, and eventually we'll be able to follow him up. The rest of 100 Thieves have no ultimates unless Delena was to hit like an insane pick or something. Right now, they're just going to have to play it slow, and eventually he's going to fall.
Dang, there it is. I mean, we've got the Magneto pick into now Namor. There was a lot of staggering of ultimates there, dog, man. I mean, it was kind of one of each. We didn't get the Luna matchup with the whale to get the enhanced damage. There's just, honestly, a lot flying out. We didn't have anything to follow up on the clobber in time, but now we're kind of back already. Hogs has his clobber in time, ready to rock and roll. They can follow that up with Kalush if they do choose to go with that combo. Amazing trying to build him up. There's the clobber in time right away. Not going to be, obviously, followed up with the Meteor as they're inside, but the turrets behind them getting Harvey. Huge pick. Right, Amazing getting some momentum for Sentinels. Gomez following up Hogs as well. Terra goes down, and just like that, they're able to get something snowballing here.
I like that proactive play from Sentinels. You talked about how you want to see them play in an aggressive spot like they did. Hogs there on the left side angle, just going in immediately with the clobber in time to shut out 100 Thieves. They didn't use any ultimates, but that didn't matter. Right, Amazing on the right side, able to have the follow-up into this next fight, though, Cozy. We're going to have a big one, right? Every ultimate coming online except Hogs with his clobbering time, which could make a difference. Here comes into the sky. Dax, Star-Lord into the sky, gets matched by the Meteor M, but eventually has to throw it out. So Hogs, Kalush, and the rest of the crew still playing it back, ready to go with their Meteor M to potentially match out. Here comes Fatal both sides, and the Whales. There's nothing to fall just yet. Here comes the Meteor M from Kalush, misses again, but it doesn't matter. Terra caught at a position in the back line, was looking to go aggressive, does get found, but 100 Thieves still have ultimates to work with. They could still turn this. Karova eventually going to pop his own Fate of Both Worlds into the front line, to the clobbering time, potentially to keep everybody healthy there as Hogs got yet another one out there. Everybody's still playing relatively healthy as well. Vinny does go for an aggressive ultimate, but does not have the follow-up damage just yet from the rest of his team. They're trying to make their way into the point, but without any ultimates, into pure neutral game. Who comes out on top? It's Hawk with the punch, the follow-up onto Terra, shoves him out of the fight again. That Wolverine removed out of the objective yet again, and Gomez has booked another one. He comes out with the ultimate. Nothing's here to match it. Over to the top side. Can he find any eliminations? No. Fate of Both Worlds to match it, and this fight will continue even longer.
They finally got the wild animal and Terra on the leash, but not before 100 Thieves can fight back here. It was a little bit too long. The K-pop bass dropped. There was endless dance floors. It seemed like there in the battle, there was at least like 6 of them going on. Beautiful recovery from 100 Thieves as he was looking rough in that Galactic Legend. And my gosh, I mean, they were able to remove Terra from most of that team fight that seemed to go on now for about 10 minutes. But at least they were able to get that point to 99%. Gonna be one battle left. And as you can see, massively, Sentinels have just about everything in their arsenal, and if they can kind of time out Aaron Morris just right and get at least 2 picks, this whale is going to be massive to set up. They might wait for the Karova as they're closing in.
Do have
how does 100 Thieves get this done?
Yeah, I mean,
it's such an ultimate disadvantage. They're bringing the fight. Clobbering time to start it off from Hogs. We usually see a lot of these players on the thing commit that ultimate wait later. Here comes the Whale over the backside into a Meteor M. Kalush has not hit one of them just yet, and happens yet again. Unfortunately, no connection on the other side. Vinny, what a huge clobbering time.
All ultimate except Magneto.
But it's Terra to fall. Amazing with the peel.
Star-Lord
Comes
has
over the
an
top
ultimate.
side, throws out the squids
They
on
have
the
no
right
shift,
side.
no
Who's getting
defensive
all the support on this front line to both their front line and the back, but he's still able to come out on top. Amazing with 3 in this fight. They get the flip as well in overtime. 100 Thieves, they still have players here, but do they want to fight this, especially against the Fate of Both Worlds here towards the point? TTK is moving, but everybody's far too late to the objective, and we're all tied up 1-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you came for. Pour the coffee, refill the snacks. That was something, man. And we talked about Delina versus Amazing, and really the turrets and the slow combo with Chilling Charisma from Luna was able to slow down Terra often, and that's really what helped them out. Great use of ultimates there at the end. That was as close as you get. Again, it was like Coachella out there, man. There were so many Luna ults. It was absolutely ridiculous. That was what you get with the Lokis. You get 48 seconds of pure just health immunity as things are able to build up, get their ultimates, and things continue to snowball till the picks are made.
Get ready.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Cozy, that was Sentinels playing a lot better, right? I mean, you talked about how in the first game they couldn't really get, you know, the follow-ups, and still it's kind of happening. Like, I don't think Kalush has hit a single Meteor M, and I know that's just meant to kind of counter Star-Lords at points, but there's no Star-Lord on the other team. So, I don't know, his connections haven't been there. Specifically, 100 Thieves has been doing such a good job playing around it almost.
Yeah, Hogs is playing just a phenomenal game as the thing, too. Really getting everything rolling for him, getting just so much AoE damage with that punch and building up at the right time here. And this is going to be about a fair fight as we head into the next point. Now, Karova obviously having nothing in the arsenal. We're going to have a little bit of the favor go towards 100 Thieves in terms of strategist ults. But Gomez can open up right away if he wants to, but they probably want to get some of those clones out, turrets out first.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about in the Wolverine and Star-Lord matchup, but anyway, just right into the fight. Gomez comes through on the top side, forcing cooldowns out of the Namor and the crystals. Here comes the Meteor M, deep into the back line to force the other team's crystals. And the type does get kidnapped, but it doesn't really matter for him. Able to fly back away. Fate of Both Worlds engaging from 100 Thieves. Everybody from Sentinels has to back up because they don't have any strategist ultimates on their own side. Whale also committed from Delena, and that's just far too much damage without any strategist ultimates. 100 Thieves take to the first fight.
Nice job.
Yeah, I mean, that kidnap was just enough enough to really just stop. Oh, that was a beauty. Just to stop the Galactic Legend at the tail end there. That was great from Terra. And the Whale, although it didn't get the eliminations, was just enough damage. They could not recover from that. And that was just a perfect masterclass on how to get that first point, get things going in your favor. Harvey playing lights out right now, has his ultimate ready to go. Vinny does have the clobbering time. Follow-up could come from potentially Terra here, but Right Mazing is going to look to see if he can get that crucial pick there potentially on Harvey. That would be massive.
Definitely looking for it. Comes back into this fight, though, through the main side with Delena on these off angles. It's been
Sen
so
do
brutal to
have
deal with.
better
There isn't a
ultimates.
member of Sentinels.
Two
to deal with.
defensive,
Meanwhile,
one
they push in through the
combo
other
is
angle. A lot of Squid just able to do whatever they want. Here comes the meteor. Looking back to see if anybody's target, but they're just not just yet. Also, Kurova came back in.
Bro,
with a
these
big old roll, but
Magnetos
no follow-up
are
as
missing
there was
everything
yet.
except
Harvey popped
TTK.
his own right to continue this
Here
strategic
comes the Whale,
advantage,
no?
and they actually push even further. Try to go with the last stand, not going to go to find
Wait, the Whale
elimination,
already
but
came?
They push him off for now. Here comes Hog again. What a huge ultimate from him. He's been so clinical with them so far, and that gives
The
him the edge.
Whales
Until
in this game
Delena
have
on the
been
flank,
ass.
able to get one. Fadeable rolls on both sides, coming back again. You talked about it
Never
earlier.
mind. I
Coachella
spoke
is
too
here to
soon.
stay. Delena with
Delena
the Whale
said,
to
"No,
bring it back
not
to
mine."
100 Thieves. They were down so many in that fight, but
That's
didn't
the
end
shit
up mattering.
Right
100
Mazing,
Thieves now
not me.
70% on the board.
I mean, the Whale was the difference there. If you saw from Right Mazing's no damage to do the follow-up from the Luna, and instead, I mean, the reverse happened there, and it was just done. There's nothing more they could do, and Hog setting up beautifully with that knock-up. I thought that was it, but then Delena with the huge pick on Kurova to slow them down, getting that strategist pick. It is just so important and vital in these team fights right now. 88%, really looking like 100 Thieves is comfortable right now. But again, we just saw there could be flips in the action. Hog trying to make his way into the initial fight here. Terra trying to get that kidnap early on, going for the thing here. And can he get the damage in? No, here's Gomez going with the Galactic Legend. And there goes the Lantern's crucial
Nice
ability, Dogman, off cooldown.
Really nice
Yeah,
lab.
using that, also forcing TTK's Meteor M, so both teams sort of feeling each other out at the moment as Blue hits back with his own Meteor M. Also Terra with the last stand, almost ready to go. Looking for that damage in before he goes for a coffee. Also comes through on the backside. Is everybody stay healthy? No, Hog gonna fall. Here comes his Terra into the back line to shut out everybody from
GG's, I
Sentinels. The
guess.
strategist removed. Everybody else gone from Sentinels and 100 Thieves. Although the last round, Sentinels looked a lot better in a way.
Damn.
Just as there at the very end. Not going to save it for the next map. 100 Thieves
What a
gonna
performance
win
from
on
100
Hell's
Thieves.
Heaven.
Oh my gosh.
Surely
Just
we make no
Terra
pauses in the
played
game. We start
fantastic.
right
Really
away
the clutch whale
because
after
we had a
game.
2-hour
Really
fucking
moments to
delay.
highlight. But that's what you want to see, right? Some would say it's scripted. It was too close there of our first heavyweight matchup of the Titans. And hey, we said it how many times now? Coachella, this is, I expected to see it, right? I expected to see the Luna MVP. Great one at that, by the way. My gosh. Looking at why the MVP was, deserved for SJP there. Looking at it, I mean, 10K in damage is fun, but 44 overall healing and just a great level of play from honestly everybody. I think everyone played really well there, especially the Vanguard play from Hogs. Fantastic to see. But 100 Thieves showing why they remain the big brother, at least on that map. But there are plenty to go. This is a best of 5.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about. I think that, we could talk about it for sure on the other side of the highlights once they come. But, a lot of the general play style of 100 Thieves was so clean, man. It just felt like before we've seen other teams when Wolverine's not working out, like they just swap back to Star-Lord or something. But 100 Thieves, they had their plan, right? It was on the second round, the Wolverine got picked off one too many times, but then we go on to that third round where Wolverine seems to succeed with all that cover, and it was kind of maybe map dependent or something, but these characters are also close together in like a tier list if we're to make one.
Yeah, we didn't even see like the kidnap off the map. They were able to tame the Wolverine, keep it on the leash, and Terra was the kind of that difference in the fight. These players are so good that, again, it comes down to that perfect team coordination, and we saw just the Masters at work when we got to see the damage flip into the well. That really flipped the tide for them. But you know what? You got a little confidence from Sentinels there, getting that match, and pretty good at that. Really, there was nothing to point out of major mistakes being made, anything close to that regard. Right Mazing played great. Delena stepped up, to the plate and did his thing. But Terra, I talked about the flexibility and what he can do. And I thought potentially we would see Super Gomez, pull off the Galactic Legend. But guys, let's go and revisit it. And then we got another matchup. Let's check out the highlights.
What's the game called? Front post? I forgot. The songs are insane in this game. Minutes still? Are you fucking kidding me? And my fucking thing's not working. What can we do? NYT games. Let's see what games do they have. Spelling bee, fuck spelling bee, mini crossword. I think we already did it. Holy shit, that's a big one. Nah, GG's. I am this big brain. Tiles. What is tiles? Holy shit, actually. Oh, I get it. Now I have to combo this with someone else, something else. Oh, I see. Oh, there's nothing like this. I'm about to lose my brain doing this. There's actually nothing like this. Never mind, there was. I just clicked something random. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Oh, wait, wait. I see now. I have to match this with something similar like this. Go anywhere. This and this. Black and black. Yellow and yellow. Blue and blue. Yellow and yellow. This and this. No. This and this. Yes. Blue and blue. No, really? Oh, it's white inside. Damn. This. White. This. No. Oh, sorry. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. They might be dropping shit, but we be dropping hard as shit. Fuck a rap beef. I'm about to get this party lit. Oh shit.
Ban here right after
saved
Sentinels
Bucky.
finishes their ban.
Why I suppose with the Bucky, it's going to be good versus triple strategists, so there's definitely a option there for them. Also, they're not going to be against Sentinels if they play triple strategist with the Bucky on their side, right? Because of the fact that they have to play something else. Wolverine ban comes through on that side. Maybe 100 Thieves trying to bait out a fact that they would play Winter Soldier or something, but a Star-Lord band to counter any synergy with Adam Warlock. So a lot of prioritization towards Duelist this time, it looks like, Cozy.
Yeah, and Gomez is going to lean out of the triple Vanguard. I thought with the Wolverine ban, maybe they would try to get that, see what would happen. Kalush now switching over to Dr. Strange. Hogs on the Magneto. Again, don't see a lot of that from him, but we did see yesterday was able to rise up and play the role well. And it looks like we're going to get the triple strategist comp. We've got
10
Kurova
win because they
playing
have the
what he
raccoon.
does best. Kurova, of course, in Russian means cow. And man, that was my fun fact of the day, if you did not know. And with Ryan Mazing on Mantis, listen, I've seen games where it's really worked out for him, and others, it's just weird not having him on that duelist role. But Mantis is such a threat at times.
Yeah, I mean, he played that game yesterday where it was just popping off on Mantis. So, you know, if any team can make it work, it is them. And versus FlyQuest, they look really good on Spider Island. I feel like Midtown maybe affords more opportunity to Delena with these flank angles, and this sort of tests at least my theory with like you know, how some of these comps can be very map dependent. And for triple strategists, I feel like it's a little weaker on this map, but I'd be curious to see how it works for Sentinels.
Yeah, going to be interesting for sure as we are looking at the high ground approach. Harvey has been playing a fantastic Invisible Woman when not on Loki. That's been the main role whenever he's off of his god there. And Kurova, if you don't know, just he is so good at him. It's like another Hela for them, but Hela not being available for the other team, obviously. Now, moving in, Eramoy, quick Scarlet pull, but is going into the Luna pick as Harvey already being able to build up quite nicely with the percentile on the ultimates, and they're giving a lot of push here to the Sentinels.
Yeah, like an L-shaped formation on the high ground just to stay with Delena on the flank, and then also to secure that right side, make sure Ryan Mason can't get anything, and then Harvey just drops back. The rest of the team coordinated disengage from them, it looks like, just to make sure they set up Sentinels in a weird spot, not waste too many cooldowns. Obviously, you're going to get that one out of Delena. But right now, they're just playing it slow, Cozy, right? They're waiting, building up towards those ultimates, looking for some damage, maybe some pickoffs. Vinny can keep himself constantly alive with the walls, so it's very hard to dislodge 100 Thieves, except they just have to get walked on. Meanwhile, on the other side for Kurova and Sentinels, you can see how much pressure they're under. Traded back and forth. Delena on the flank, able to take down Rai and or Amori. Rai has the self-resting, same thing with Kurova, so it would be even in a 5 versus 5 if they both res.
Nice shots,
but
man.
not if Delena says anything about it. Gomez shut out again, also has broke the whale, but here a counter push by Ray Mazing with a very aggressive Mantis ultimate, and then the res also pops proactively from Kurova as Sentinels try to just walk on 100 Thieves, and it's sort of working right now.
Yeah, it's surprising it's working too, because if it's not Terrence, Delena, just huge presence with the bubble floating up, and then you have Harvey protecting with the shield, able to kind of rain down those trades. Deluge with a giant meteor. Can he get connection? No, not at all. Harvey able to escape there. Now
Damn,
Delena
bro, the
punishing
flag.
support from the back. Delena once
The
again takes
Namor
an air
flag.
and Right Amazing. No path to bring them back. TTK finishes off the trade with Hog, and my goodness, it was close for just a second there, but they ended up sweeping up the job.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Hogs, he chose the wrong target with his Meteor M, just went after the strategist, not Delena, who didn't have any cooldowns to stay alive from it, and because of it, yet again, 100 Thieves showing they know how to play around this Meteor M so well. And look, I mean, they're setting up again, Cozy. They've got their flank squids ready to go. Gomez have to look towards that for a second. They know Delena's over here on the flank. Immediately, Aramori wants to commit to the fate of both worlds. But look who's here over the top, over the high ground to follow
Damn,
through.
bro.
Amazing trades back one, but
He's
Delena's
clapping them
Nova,
cheeks.
and I don't think he has a res. Nice hook from Gomez as the
Oh.
whale came through and did not connect onto anybody from Sentinels. Now they're finally afforded the opportunity to walk up towards 100 Thieves. They've already used the Iron Curtain as well from TPK, so you could potentially try to walk up, get some extra damage into those tanks, into those Vanguards. Portal to try to come back. Terra swapped over to the Doctor Strange. Delena still on his hero. Also, here is the Giant Groot ultimate that doesn't necessarily
There's
have
the
the
whale.
follow because of Delena using the whale earlier. They try to come back
he
through
used it
with the
earlier?
invisible boundary. They have the sustain here to do it. Also, out of position now is Hog, pulled towards the rest of 100 Thieves. And they're
3-0
holding on.
100 Thieves.
Yeah,
GG's.
that one strategy just doesn't matter. They had the ultimates at the right time. Beautiful patience from Delena on that whale. Did not connect though.
Delena is
And then
him, bro.
just absolutely goes on a tear here. And listen, with the Adam Warlock and the burst healing that he has to do, all those turrets, all that consistent damage, has to be really careful when and how. And after that Mantis ult, I thought they were going to be able to finish off the close there. But nice switch from Terra, getting to the point, and now they've got an Agamotto ready to rock and roll too.
That's going to be terrifying to go against. It's nice against to go against Terra on something that's not Wolverine or that Bucky, but like you said, that Eye of Agamotto is going to be terrifying. Sentinels wants to walk in. They've walled off that front side from the side of, or 100 Thieves walled off Sentinels as they walk up. Right, they're just constantly taking space, but so much pressure's coming through. Oh no, with the big wall onto Gomez. He's gonna fall. Also, Meteor End in the sky. Can you find the elimination? Where is he throwing that? That just entered out of bounds territory
What
for
the
this map.
fuck?
That was insane, Kurova, though. Gonna bring everybody back.
Bro was
Here comes
aiming
Vinny
for
with the
aliens?
ultimate afterwards, once all these Stratus ultimates eventually wear off, he's waiting for it at the corner. Here it comes. In comes Meteor M with the Eye of Agamotto, though, but it's TTK there with the fuck. Oh my god, TTK in overtime.
What the
Ruined Sentinels, and they are stopped on the first phase of the match.
It's insane. I mean, we have one Meteor Imp going to Marvel Rivals 2. It's just gone. I mean, absolutely out of the map. And then the exchange there. Obviously, there was the Magneto shield, so he's unable to throw it on the Luna. But, I mean, any other value probably would have been better there. And just elite ultimate play from 100 Thieves there on the map that Sentinel loves so much. This is going to be tough. But you know what? Last time we saw this, it was the same defensive hold, and they were able to hold them out just a little bit more. And they did just as good as of a defense, 100 Thieves, against Sentinels last time, and Sentinels did just a bit better. So it could be the same result here. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a very defensive-sided map, but I mean, you casted a game that went to a tie match after nobody even tapped a tick, right? So, like, you know more than anybody goes, anything's possible. And I don't know, I mean, Sentinels, I hate the fact, I don't think they've connected on a single Meteor M. Whether it be Hogs or Collusion, you know, obviously you can blame Sentinels for that, but 100 Thieves, I think that they somehow, some way have just, like, made... I mean, look, they're in their heads, man. Like, this is like a baseball player when they're freaking out. They got the yips, right? Because, like you said, he just tossed that Meteor M Hog.
Bro, 12 final hits.
Too, man.
Damn,
so
bro.
sad.
Look at the difference in everyone
not
and
going down at all. The
him.
12 eliminations from Delena.
The
This is what we
closest is
talked about.
6.
100 Thieves just doesn't seem to have a huge weakness, right? You take one thing and they come back with, you know, the right hook, if you will, and it's going to be a tough job here for the defense. They've risen up to the occasion before here. Again, they're going with a completely different comp. We did not see last time we had the Wolverine. They're going in with the instant grab with Toulouse finishing off the job on Terra. Great way to open things and get ultimates building and the whole team morale up after what was a tough first point. Now, Toulouse just trying to get some nice poke damage here as he backs up from the team. That Magneto in there as Hogs as well, able to have the double shield action. Could see a flex over to the thing.
Sorry.
The group play always banned from Sentinels.
Bro, the mag ult diff. Did anyone saw the mag ult diff?
Yeah, you can 100% see the struggle with that. It's a great point. I mean, Vinny just kind of walking on Sentinels. The pressure is a lot currently onto Collusion and the rest of Sentinels alongside this duelist over the high ground. I mean, Rise was stuck behind the car. Please, he's trying to lay it. Nope. And everybody else is just grooved immediately to Terra with a huge ultimate. Just connects with the Kraken impact on the 5 players of Sentinels.
I don't know if 100
That
Thieves did an
misses.
all-nighter and just played Midtown all map. This is looking like a different
GG,
team that
bro.
we saw on
This
this
is
map
looking like a
previously.
fucking
They
GG.
knew it was their weak point. They lost twice on it. They were like, you know, shame on me once, but they definitely fixed up a lot of the critical errors and or just team play strategy that they had. Now we've got Aramori coming in, initiating the show right away. Fate of both worlds to get things going, keep everybody protected. Strange Portal coming in.
Wow.
Just cracking impact. Can it have an impact? Dogman, this is gonna be close.
That was a nice
Close,
save.
but then in comes the Strangling Prison on the right side. Delena over the back, takes down Korova, even shoots bodies. I mean, this guy is so confident that they're about to win. You have a little bit of stagger coming from Sentinels, but again, TTK shuts it out, at least forces out a lot of cooldown to the backside. Sentinels staggering in now. I mean, it's absolute desperation out of them, and nobody else is going to be here, so 100 Thieves are going to go up
GG's.
another map in the series to put
Could have
themselves
given
on
them
map
the first
already.
point, man.
It's right now. It's
Now
literally
you
Big
suffer.
Brother mentality. Like just going up against, trying to have a different result, and the same thing
Damn.
just keeps happening. And I know Sentinels, we've seen reverse sweeps happen. It actually happened to them, so they can flip the script. But on your own map, something you're comfortable with, strategies that you probably built out. If this thing happens, obviously did not go their way. And can we point out, obviously wasn't Rocket the whole time, but Harvey taken over as the MVP. But honestly, just about anyone could have gotten it. TTK, a phenomenal performance there from the Magneto, having just about everything landed and the big impact there on the team
Damn,
fights. Man,
bro.
that was special. That was 100 Thieves special.
GG's. We complete this. Oh, wait, the fuck, I was somewhere stuck. I can go anywhere. I'll go here. Ah, shit, I'm forgetting how to do this. Go anywhere, yes. Let's do this and this. This and this. Again, no. About this and this. Can do. Then I can do this and this. This and this, maybe, yeah. This and this and this. 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 Oh shit, sorry. Oh, what am I doing? This and this. 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 This and this. I'm goat. I'm the goat. I'm the goat. All games. Let's see all games. What the fuck? That's it? Front office sports. This is what I was looking for. How do I make it black screen? And if I richest people in the world, bro, easy, no? Where's Elon Musk? Elon Musk? Bill Gates. Mark. Where's Mark? Wait, Mark Zuckerberg? Warren Buffett is fifth, I guess. This and this. Oh shit. The fuck? Okay, Elon Musk. Oh, Jeff Bezos. Sorry, not Bill Gates. Jeff Bezos. I got confused, bro. Now. I don't know, man. Who's this fourth and fifth? How am I supposed to know? Elon, Jeff, Bezos, Mark. No? Fuck. Damn. What was the answer? Larry and... Can I change the next? Wait, how do I go to the next? Football. Let's do football. It's football is not football. Yo. How do I do next? But the match is gonna start soon. Is it only once per day? 5 messages. Okay. Wait, what don't I answer this? Hindustani. It's Hindi. It's Hindi. China, US, Pakistan. Holy shit, Indonesia has so many people. I never knew that.
Guy is just such a stud when it comes to where to go on the map to get that cheeky kill, and he's often changing it up and surprising them. And Ryan Mazing and others were definitely surprised. We head up into potentially the last match. Yggdrasil's path. I actually told this to Dogman. This is the map that I expect.
I would love a 3-0 right now.
We kind
I'm
of get
too
the same
tired.
rotation here. Great map. Obviously, Delina not going to play hella. Sentinels shutting that down again. And in return, they're going to give up Harvey's Loki and shut down theirs. Too good on the triple Vanguard on this map. And they're going to stick with the same strategy. They're going to save the Bucky, and we've got the saved Adam from Sentinels. And we're probably going to get the exact same thing, the triple strategist approach, unless we get something different. Luna, though, getting taken away from SJP.
And Luna going to get removed. No Namor going to be available for the side of 100 Thieves.
Damn.
Obviously, that tosses into question, what do they want to do?
They're
right?
scared.
This is a decent spot to be in. If you are Sentinels, look, they're making them think a little bit, right? Because that means one of your players, either what Delena is going to have to be on to the Bucky, and also you have to now force out the Mantis band to make sure they don't want to play triple strategist because, you know, maybe this confuses things a little bit, right? Does Terra play on the Wolverine? Does he going to go back to play the Bucky? And, you know, for Delena, he's going to have to play the Star-Lord, so that's not a bad matchup for 100 Thieves either, considering all things.
Yeah, for sure. It's season 1.5 right now. We're getting a little season 1 throwback from Ryan Mazing. Used to play a lot of
What
Moon
does
Knight on this
Delena
map.
play?
Obviously,
Star-Lord? No.
you know, little tweaks to
His
the
Bucky
ultimate,
would
not
go
as
crazy, no?
punishing as it was
I think.
before. They're going to kind of try to get that going with Hogs and his ultimate, the imprisonment. Great wombo combo there. I mean, there's not a lot. We've seen them allow that, you know, revive comp. Obviously, they're going to shut it down, get rid of the Mantis, which honestly might be a good thing. Amazing on Duelist is where he's at best. And the Mantis, yes, it has the capabilities to do some big things, but not so far against 100 Thieves. We just have not seen the proof there.
No, yeah, there's no proof in the pudding currently for Sentinels if that composition were to work. And, you know, I don't know, man. I mean, currently the bigger narrative, the biggest narrative for me right now is that I don't know.
Teams have
Right now, 100
Raccoon.
Thieves are kind of on another level with avoiding the Meteor M. It's like whenever that.
I love
whenever
this
that
Bucky
ultimate is
skin
up
only
for
because I
Sentinels,
have it.
I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but whenever 100 Thieves do know that ultimate is up, they just all avoid it, right?
I
So,
feel like I
we'll see
made a
if
good
they can
investor. I don't want to
finally
feel
connect
that
with them in this
it was not
series, and
worth it.
Sentinels might actually do it.
So
man.
this is the
They might
best
actually
skin in
play
the
that
game.
Yeah, and
Because I
listen,
bought it.
if you want to go and check out the comp, 100 Thieves, they posted it. It's
They have a
insane
Moon
the
Knight.
comp that these guys have. They're just
What
in
the
lockstep
fuck
with
am
one
I
another
watching?
and overall team play. Terra trying to get some early poke damage, trying to get the hook and the turn to separate them from the pack there. And getting that on Hawks would be a massive opening. No, instead goes for the hook on Super Gomez, but obviously able to get out of there. Big Gomez going for the health pack and try to reset. I'm sure if the passive did pop there. Terra just relentless with the pistol, taking it down over and over. Does get the
Will
turn,
this
the
game
wall,
show
things out.
how
And my God,
worthless
this is quite the
and
opening
brain
there.
dead Moonlight is?
But the Magneto bubble to keep the safety
Why
from
should
Hawks.
no one ever play
Yeah,
this
safety
gay
plus had the
character?
Rocket Raccoon,
And people who
jump
play
from
are just dumb.
The jump pack towards the spot. Also, look, here comes Terra with the Kraken impact, looking for that Super Gomez in the
What?
sky. Can't find
What
him.
am I
He will
watching?
not get the reset. Now has to back on out of that. They still have the VIP available. Also, Karoba did commit the invisible boundary. Now they come back through with their very own amplifier on the backside. Getting the hooks again.
Damn.
Take down Super Gomez before Armor.
No, there goes the Moon Knight.
And even though
Fucking
you're
dumbass
using
hero.
ultimates, both of your duelists are gone. And that's brutal to see because now everybody's stuck in the crude ultimate. You got blasters in your face from the Star-Lord. Nobody else here to save you in terms of duelists. Impact
He
as well.
got another one?
From Terra was able to build another one, and that's 4 for him.
Oh, fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back, fall back.
Just used that ultimate. Obviously, we saw Gomez able
Oh,
to
he
kinda
got
hide,
it
but
in
he
like
only
10
held for so
seconds,
long
no?
from Terra as he did find him, sniff him out, and take him out. More importantly, though, Hogs
We are not
used
changing
the
Moon
Crystal
Knight.
ultimate. Right, amazing. That's why they teamed that up together, and they were unable to.
Oh,
coordinate
how
that.
are
That's
people playing
massive.
Moon
That's going
Knight?
to be, tough to recover
Am
from
I?
that. Hogs
Wait,
will
am
take a
I
lot of
seeing
building
this
up, and
right?
they have
Moon
two
Knight?
minutes to
Really?
do so here as Terra's just going on a roll. TTK does have his ready to go as well, and it's looking
Nah,
like
bro.
it's going to be a tough fight unless Roy Mason can maybe
Sen is
pull something
throwing.
here from the
There's no way Sen is serious.
He throws out the ultimate, the hand of Concho.
0 kills with the Moon Knight, of course.
Everybody's low, but I mean, that's what happens when this character got nerfed in the recent past, right? Nobody goes down necessarily just yet. Incoming Armory again, going aggressive with the ultimate. Terra also close to yet another Kraken impact
pulled someone.
on this backside angle. Terra's still looking for flanks, looking for damage towards that back line, towards those strategists.
And Moon Knight dies
Aggressive
so
team
easily.
walks up, but they're immediately countered by 100
He
Thieves.
keeps
and
getting
Kraken
his-
impact. Gomez tries to equalize it, but it's met with Harvey's invisible boundary. So it's ultimate for ultimate. Also, oh my gosh, actually just missing the Kraken impact. Doesn't get the reset there, but right now, Sentinels, right, they're forced back again.
Oh, he got it.
And oh no, that's a brutal delay.
Yeah, man, if it's a draft pick, I'm taking Vinny here for the group pick. Just so freaking good at doing group things. And on this first map, such an imperative hero to close in the kill. Terra
Damn,
with
bro.
the snipe across the map for the quick go.
They're actually
And we've got now Vinny with his ultimate.
slapping
Dylan
their
as third,
dicks
and there's not a lot of follow-up
on these
especially
pussies.
for strategists. They've got nothing to contend to what's about to be thrown at them. They do have the Hogs Roy Mason combo. That's why Roy Mason just kind of used it. It's a very fast building ult to hand of Khonshu. But we're going to see if they end up just trying to get that working out. They're probably aware of it as they're backing
They are
up,
still
making
on
little
Moon Knight, by the way.
You're definitely aware of it, like you mentioned, and I don't know if the combo even eliminates True Stratus Ultimates. There's nothing out there necessarily just yet.
Cloak and Dagger.
100 Thieves, they can set it up.
Moon Knight and
before.
Cloak and
Terra,
Dagger.
He kind of panics a little bit. Hog throws out the ultimate, doesn't have the follow-up though. Over the high ground, it doesn't look like it.
They don't even use the combo.
100 Thieves committed a lot to counter
Groot
it.
and Moon
On the
Knight. I don't know
backside,
what they are
they're
doing.
trying to wait it out as Kuroba walks in through. Hand of Khonshu goes out, does connect onto Vinny. Also onto Milena. Kraken impact is here, but it's shut out by Gomez. Vinny does get resurrected back into the fight with the BRB,
Nah, Sentinels are
but
dumb,
everybody
bro.
else is gone, and eventually the Moon Knight composition is panning out for Sentinels towards the very end.
They are winning, but they are dumb.
I mean, look at him. He's
They
back
won
on
this
his
fight, but they are
offense. They
dumb.
can get that portal play coming through here.
Yeah, good stagger picks there, but it's probably
Can
be too
someone
little too late
touch?
even
Nope.
if it pops up
They don't
right
even
now.
worry
Maybe-
about
Maybe
touching.
it was a misplay, maybe it was a bluff with the Moon Knight as they were backing into it potentially, but yeah, it seems
Can't
all they
buy
combine those together
this
here.
Rai
Gomez
amazing
doing
guy
great, though.
plays
Super Gomez
anything
making great
else
picks at the
if
right
no more
time
is
here,
banned.
as we've got Delina on the sideline.
Wait,
We've seen only
Psylocke?
a couple of times,
Oh,
especially
for
against
Moonlight,
Sentinels.
yeah.
Love the swap
Makes
pick here.
sense.
He's been doing great
Moonlight
as a
would be
hero,
bugged
and he's
so
going
much.
into immediately stealth mode, trying to get a little picks, trying to get a little pressure early on. Vinny doing
So
his
easy.
thing against Hogs, making it just hell for him as he goes down. Now Karoba going down. They're pushing the aggression to the
Yeah, there goes the
maximum,
Moon Knight.
and
Bro,
Delina taking down Roy Mason. Now,
countering Moon Knight with
counter pick
Psylocke is
to
too
Moon
easy.
Knight because there's nothing
Moon
he can do
Knight,
once the
the
arms are out.
thing about Moon Knight
I'm
is
glad that you could point it
it's
out.
so
You know,
easy to
it
kill him.
feels like for Rymason,
With
it's gonna be hard now, right?
Spider-Man,
Like that on top of
Psylocke, Hela.
that maybe is not as strong as
Just
you know, or
too
at least
easy.
has not been played as much due to a multitude of things. And now with that, right, we'll see. Keep an eye on that Cozy with Delena on the Psylocke. Can he pick off Rymason? A lot of ultra up. Now here comes Gomez with a very aggressive ultimate net by the Meteor M. Not gonna be able to connect in the sky, so you're gonna feel decent about that as Sentinels Now pushes up. Terra, meanwhile, just looking for hooks, just looking and fishing for these backline pickoffs. Does get a team up. Also the damage to the Kraken.
Now this is a team up.
He's pretty much dead. On the side of Sentinels,
And
as
these
Terra
fuckers,
shuts out any hopes right now for this
these
team fight.
absolute
We'll go back to
noobs
spawn.
can't do a
Forget
combo.
the group Moon Knight combination. All you need is Bucky doing his thing. And it's listen, I love the
These
change. They
dumbass
did something
can't
else
do a
to it.
Moon Knight
but
and
man,
group combo.
That is rough. Hogs using that ultimate yet again, getting the no value out of it. Just absolute nasty.
Learn
here as we're
something.
seeing.
How the
Listen,
fuck are you
right now,
guys
Moon
pro
Knight has like
players?
a 40% win
Holy
rate across.
fucking
He's one of
shit.
the lowest heroes because of that change. It was great, but they did end
I'm
up
actually
just really hurting
surprised.
that ultimate. So I'm surprised we're seeing that come out as Terra's going in immediately with the pressure from above there, trying to get the hook. That's not for Gomez though.
I really wish Necros could see this.
Toulouse trying to get one of the strategists early on, but we do have the
He has got 0 values from 3 Moon Knighters. 0 value.
Yeah, that's a
No
spiral
space
control there,
created, no
Coach. I mean,
nothing.
that feels so good. Finally, they connect on a meteor.
And if you think, oh, Moon Knight ult created, no, it was the Cloak and Dagger ult. It wasn't the Moon Knight ult.
Definitely needed for the moment to push, but they have a lot to go here. 18 seconds to spawn, super close. We've seen so many battles just leaning towards the defense here because they barely have to take a stroll through the park to get to the point there. Huge hook! On
Holy
Hogs,
hook,
completely
man.
eliminating him, taking him through the door. Hello, Groot! My goodness, what a way to start this fight.
Moon Knight dies now. Watch
I
it.
mean, that could be the end of it here. 1 second left.
Oh, I thought Silo was going for the Moon Knight.
No Stratus ultimate to keep anybody alive. Groot ultimate. Terra again. Goodbye. Deletes the rest of Sentinels. Overtime, gonna
Nah,
get
bro.
kicked down. Hogs did swap to Strange, but
Fucking
it doesn't end
switch
up
off
mattering.
Moon Knight,
And
you
stop this
dumbass.
phase, the 100 Thieves still
You're
looking
throwing your
pretty
team.
good.
I mean, Delena doing the dance of the butterfly, the silent ult, and then all it took was a tickle from Terra to finish them all off. Absolute, honestly, again, just masterclass. Outside of the probably one little bit of a wipe there, they could have gone
And they
back.
are
If
not
it wasn't,
switching.
just barely enough time for the Strange Portal. 100 Thieves, they're just able to adapt. Delena with the huge pick, and I
Even
thought because of
killing
that, Ramirez was
Moon
gonna
Knight
swap off,
as a
and it just-
rocket
it
is
kind
too
of just
easy.
Stayed the same. I've said this over and over. It kind of feels like a bit of an identity crisis, right? Like they don't know what they exactly want to do here for the Sentinels, but we're gonna have to see if they adjust and do something insane for a defensive hold.
I think one of the FlyQuest members talked to us and had an interview, and he mentioned how
20
you know,
first,
100 Thieves
20
and
final
Meta just
kids,
have things figured
20
out,
final
and it
hits.
kinda
That's
takes things a
fucking
little
insane.
Spicy, you know, a little
20
interesting in terms of,
final
you know,
hits.
hero picks and stuff.
Fish.
To mix things up, right? It's
Fish.
what you got to do versus the 100 Thieves right now. You got to be innovative, but you know, unfortunately, Moon Knight kind of outdated. You know, maybe we'll see if they can turn it around on defense. Forcing Dylan on the sidelock could end up in, you know, something good for
Bro,
them.
if
but
you're
right
playing
now,
Moon Knight, just
Terra, like
use
you said,
combo,
just
no?
been able to run free
These
so
fuckers
far
don't want to
is
use
for sure.
combo too, and they don't have a Cloak and Dagger.
Vinny often unappreciated
And
goes to
GG's.
Vanguards, and you can't really see always the difference at fast play with what the Groot is doing. Vinny is putting on an absolute show with how he's putting together the ultimates, the team wipes, and then obviously just keeping himself up, not needing a lot from his strategist. That's always huge and kind of untalked about, not talked about. And here we go. We're going to see if a just absolute world-class defense can come out from Sentinels here.
Yeah, that has to be the greatest comeback of all time in Marvel Rivals esports history for Sentinels to get it done. But if any team can't do it, it is a multi-time champion such as them on the defensive hold, right? They're just constantly poking, breaking all these shields, making sure
Raccoon
they're
is at
comfortable inside
70.
of 100 Thieves, but they throw out the
Oh,
team.
wow,
up,
they-
like, that's going to get a lot of damage
Look at
down.
30 seconds and most of them have ults.
Trying to confuse people, going aggressive. Also a very fast
This is
bracket attack,
insane,
but at the
bro.
same time, visible boundary there to match it.
30 seconds and most of them have
So
ultimates.
quickly, one via damage, one via the healing. Through the damage that Terra was provided, but now here comes the amplifier on the aggression. Is 100 Thieves on top?
Fourth Moon Knight ult
But can they find the eliminations if
with
they
no
don't?
value,
This could
by
work
the
out,
way.
but they lose Gomez. That's brutal. The BRB should bring him back into the fight and they're able to sustain. Actually, no BRB in this fight because they lost somebody earlier. They're using the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to try to walk out. They have somebody touching. Here comes the Meteor again. Kaloon onto Terra. Looks for Harvey.
Oh.
He's able to find it. No! Harvey
One
lives.
HP.
How did he back on out of there? Disappeared like Houdini in 100 Thieves. Just able to close
Bro, I
out
can't
Alan
watch
Sentinel.
this. We waited 2 hours to watch this shit. Are you fucking kidding me? We waited 2 hours to watch this dumbass noob play Moon Knight?
Like you said, the res beacon gone completely, and even though
Nah, bro.
the pick there, super rough battle there. Khonshu, they answered it immediately, and then in return, even though they had the traits on the Magneto, it just was not
Should have just
enough.
fucking
Now, we
slept.
do have a Kraken impact to open things here, which could be interesting with Hogs if he's able to land it.
Just give me one combo, please. Even if it doesn't work, just try. And he didn't wait as well.
No follow-up necessary. They do use the Kraken impact on top of it.
Okay. At least the Groot thing works.
But they kind of already won that fight without it. Yeah, and very amazing. That's a good thing about Moon Knight. You're able to just, you know, kind of capitalize on the ultimate there without using your ultimate and just getting the ping pong effect, you know, from him. But listen, now they don't have much else in the tank. And if we look at what 100 Thieves has, yeah, they have the damage amplifier, but look at Harvey almost there. Delina about to be able to do something on a back pick here, and they're about to be aggressive here in this first fight. But Gomez with a huge SJP pick into Vinny.
Finally a kill with Moon Knight. Wow.
Yeah, that was huge.
Amazing.
Gomez, Delina. Gonna get staggered out here towards the left side. Or never mind, he's doing the staggering. Wait a minute.
Yeah, bro. This is too easy.
Just kind of feed. Oh, that's brutal. 100 Thieves now having the edge of the duelists. Get a walk in for free.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was all Sentinels until Delina just decided to flip the script there. Insane picks. Now just keeping that pressure on, causing them to back out, and they don't have much room to give Delina going backline here. But look at they knew.
Damn.
They knew he was going to go through there immediately. Shot the invisibility. Delina, though, getting the pick on Hogs as they're unable, once again, to get the connection there on the Magneto ultimate, getting no value. That would have been massive if they could have gotten something. But here's the Eternal Bond coming from Aramori, and this is going to be it. This is going to be the hold, and Terra taking down right amazing with the hook. He wants more. Here comes the Kraken impact. Taking down more, getting that effect on all of them, trying to get the elimination. Unable to do so. Kurova has the ultimate up, keeping them alive, keeping this battle alive as TTK takes out Gomez. And this is the roll. This is Vinny doing what he does best. The walls are up. It's disgusting. The ultimate down, and there it is.
100 Thieves get it done.
Nah, bro. Fuck these Sentinels, motherfuckers. Fucking noob. Raimazing the worst fucking player in this game.
Though, first to 3 in this case. 100 Thieves get it done, and you talked
Bro
about
is,
big brother.
I don't know how he managed to come into Sentinels.
It's like at this point, rivalry reminder that
I waited 2 hours to watch this dumbass play Moon Knight.
They are playing at a level. Virtus Pro has done this in the EA scene,
Pro and Star-Lord.
But they're doing the same here. They're just constantly just a step above. We've seen them show weak spots, but not here. Battle multiple times.
I want to see what the GOAT is saying.
And of course, Vinny, you having a big difference there on the group. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. I like that. Like tried to make something work with the Moon Knight. They attempted, you know, a little bit of a difference. Yeah, it just nothing was working, man, for Sentinels. And you know, I'm not rooting for any team one way or the other. Obviously, we're on bias over on this side, but 100 Thieves, they look like they kind of unstoppable again, right? They're back.
Yeah, I think Bucky is
in that
definitely
tier
getting a
where
nerve.
Is there a team that can really beat them? Obviously, maybe that's the team in the
3
lower
matches
bracket.
were
Maybe
delayed.
that's Team
Were
Envy
shorter than the
leveling
delay.
up right now in this Winter Soldier meta. So the lower bracket's going to be so freaking interesting now.
Yeah, you know, I think, honestly, that's going to be a lot of the story. I feel like going into it, the triple Vanguard approach was what they practiced so much going into this tournament. And then it kind of showed early, like, I just don't know if that's going to work. And then we're seeing kind of, them adapting on the fly. Again, I respect them throwing something different there. But it's just great. They knew immediately. I was like, okay, Delina, go to Psylocke, do what you do best, and then from there they go on. And I think maybe Tara heard you about the Bucky comic.
Well, for this match, I'm gonna close the
I'll
camera.
show you, Dog,
I'm
man.
already
If
too
you think
tired. I
go up,
can't be
with the others-
bothered, bro.
Man, I swear that guy had his
I
ultimate.
just
like,
saw
all the
this
time.
dumbass play.
Yeah, I hope we interview him. But obviously,
Proud
we have
Bing,
to-
they said
we have to
proud.
wait and see
I
who
saw
the
this
interview's gonna
dumbass
be.
play
Yeah, he definitely.
Moon
dude,
Knight,
he's
and I'm
good.
so
He's good at
pissed.
the hero.
I'm actually pissed. He was throwing. Bro was playing for 100 teams. 100 Thieves. I'ma switch things off. So I'ma keep quiet. Watch this match calmly. If there's something, I would definitely reply. So yeah, GG's. And we watch this game very quietly. I'm so tired, bro. I'm so pissed. I'm actually tilted. I can't. I'm tweaking. I'm actually tweaking. Bro is a worse player than my rank team is. And I am not even Celestial, by the way. I'm GM. So, there you have it.
It's getting, their recognition, and they're stepping up in the limelight. They're doing good.
Yeah, and I think we might try to. I'm not going to force anything spicy out of 100 Thieves necessarily, but for how much they talk trash on Twitter, man, I need to see them come on broadcast and talk a little because they deserve it, right? I mean, considering how they've played so far, considering every other team's lost to them, there's been close matches, there's been scares, but they're at the top. They're still the kings of the region at the very moment.
Yeah, people make tier lists when they look at the heroes, and they're like, there's the S+ or the band picks, like up at the top, and then there's kind of like A, B, C. Right now, it feels like 100 Thieves is kind of like just another S. Like there's 1 and 2, but they're so far up, and this is why I think the lower brackets can be interesting because we've got just tremendous level of competition down there because we keep saying Sentinels is 2, and I know FlyQuest, Envy, they want a word there. They want to go ahead and show it. And that's, what we're going to look up next in that battle, man. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, close out what we have here. If you were to give an overall MVP, what would you say out of that for 100 Thieves?
Well, man, I mean, it's a tough one. I actually do want to think about this a little bit just because, it's a tough choice. I mean, you could easily say Delena, Terra, they all had their maps to DK as well.
Shit, but we be dropping
it's such a team effort. I think I want to kind of give it to SJP even a little bit, simply because there was a big turnaround. I think a big momentum shift once SJP, got like a 2K with that with Luna Snow. Like I feel like he turned things around for them. Also, perfectly timed dance floors, never dying to a Meteor M. I mean, for me, it's kind of like an unsung hero moment, but he just played so well. And same thing with Harvey. So right now, 100 Thieves, their back line is an absolute monster of that duo.
It was a trick question because, everybody played well from the TTK finishes, man. And again, things you just don't see because it happens so quick. But the bubbles on SJP, so he doesn't go down to the meteor that's going to, again, another planet. But, fantastic play from all around and what they did. And honestly, it was not one thing, but the ultimate usage. I know we waited a while for this game, and we saw Sentinels fight a little bit back there on the early domination, which we've seen multiple times now. But it just is... what's got to change? I don't know yet. They're going to have to revisit, and maybe they can figure that out more in the lower bracket. Again, they're going to play... Sentinels now go down. They're not eliminated. They're going to play the winner of the matchup that we're going to be going to here in a second. But yeah, it just seems like they all have 2 heroes that they play at the highest level. Harvey, it's like, okay, ban Loki, get rid of him. I'll play Invisible Woman up next and play tremendously. And then we've seen the same even with SJP, who loves Luna, but can play anyone else at a high level. We've gone back to it time after time, broken record, but it's all about flexibility.
Yeah, it is all about flexibility, and it will continue to be that until, maybe some teams level up. Obviously, for 100 Thieves, that puts them into the $20,000 prize pool range. Second place minimum placing for them now to be in that grand finals like they had before is huge in the biggest tournament as well. So it's not like they are, some sort of team that doesn't play well under pressure, because right now they are doing so. And speaking about a player that plays well under pressure, we're going to bring in SJP now for the interview.
The lead performer of Coachella, he got that Luna. I mean, we saw Luna MVP, and we saw Rocket Raccoon MVP. I swear I've only seen a Rocket Raccoon MVP like twice, man, on this, as we get SJP ready there. But just beautiful altogether. And he's ready. He's ready to talk to you. Let's welcome him in. SJP, can you hear us, my man?
Yes. Hi. How are you guys?
What's up, man? How you doing? I mean, what a performance from you guys. How you feeling from that insane? Doesn't look like you're in the war room there. You got, I like the lava.
I'm at home. I went home early. Awesome, it was super awesome. I'm super proud of everyone. We were all screaming, super hyped. It was just a fun series.
Good stuff, man. I mean, Dogman, I want to ask him, when you guys now are continually number one, right? It has been that we put you guys, just at such a threshold. Again, we talk about how do you maintain that, but we saw a little bit of blood with Envy yesterday. Anything to fix up those gaps that you guys saw? Anything you changed there heading into this matchup?
There was yesterday we thought we were just gonna win super easily. So once the maps got close, we were like shocked, honestly. So we had to lock back in today. We went over VOD. figured out what we needed to do. We were,
Awesome. Yeah.
it was nerves, honestly.
Well, and you guys obviously cleared them, man. Like, so coming into today, I think, like, personally, I gave you MVP there simply due to the fact that, like, with your team, in specifically on Midtown and other maps, like, they could not connect a single ultimate for Magneto, like, throughout multiple maps. It's like a coordinated effort out of you guys, just understanding when that cooldown's up to avoid getting one shot.
There's just certain spots, at least on Midtown, you can just hide in the subway. It's literally just impossible if you're on defense to hit a Magarok. And then top tier kid is always screaming. He has bubble. It's a team effort of just dodging it.
Listen, I want to know, I mean, strategists, it's so tough to play at a high level, and just nailing the damage switch to the whale at the precise time. We saw that multiple times with Delina, and you just being fantastic at it, getting the MVP. Congrats on that. What do you think is something that people don't understand watching at a high level of strategist play? I mean, is it just who to heal at what time? You know, talk to us about being a strategist at this level, the very best of it.
You kind of just have to listen to your teammates to see like what exactly is going on, because you don't know always, like you can't always say yourself like what you need to heal. It's kind of like a person will say, oh, I need a certain help doing this. Like during that series, we normally don't like help Delana like flank. We were putting more into him where he could get more value out of this flanking, because he normally doesn't get, it's normally just Terra that gets all the pocket and all the heals. But it's kind of just up to the team, like how we want to handle situations. It's not really like I don't make the shot call. It's more or less I listen to what they say and I make a kind of decision based on what they say.
Awesome. Yeah, we've heard teams, and I think Kraz talked about how like comms can get a little over cluttered at points. And I know that you guys were streaming some of your perspective for like tournaments leading up to MRI. How's the communication look like now? I mean, obviously there's a lot of team dynamics that go in with Terra. Yeah, you have to
it's a lot more tame. Yeah, before it was a screaming. Like today we were screaming, but I think that makes everyone lock in and like pay attention more to what's going on. Just the vibes are up. But they used to be really bad, but they've gotten better.
I've listened in.
From winning, we're all in a good mood basically.
100 Thieves, they posted those comms. Like I've listened to what I mean, it's so cool to hear you guys talk to each other, and cool behind the scenes look from them. You know, got to ask you a couple questions. First of all, looking at the lower bracket, what your prediction, who you think you're going to face in the grand finals? Is it going to be a rematch of Sentinels? Do you think Fly rises up? What do you think?
It's between Fly and Sen. I think FlyQuest has a chance if they practice. They just need to try to mirror what we do, because they're good at with playing what we play into them. Like they're good with the Hell and Namor. Like they can play the Wolverine and stuff. If they just do that, it should just be FlyQuest.
Yeah, they're going up against Envy next. Yeah, so it'll be them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Envy, Fly, or Sentinels.
It's still the same thing. It should still be the same thing, because FlyQuest plays the 2-2 comp the best in terms of all the teams. Or I think so, at least. It should just be Fly. If NRG's on his game, they should be good.
Yeah, that makes sense. And
I don't see Envy being able to like stop that, unless Cal, they give everything to Cal again, and then Cal just drops a big old nuke.
Yeah, he just goes insane or something. And SJP, obviously, you know, I'm sure you want time to rest up and stuff like that, but you know, the rest of your team, I was just curious because I'm a big fan of how active I think your team is when it comes to communicating with other teams on Twitter and stuff like that. I know you maybe sometimes take the backseat compared to you know how vocal those guys are. Can you maybe touch on the passion that some of your teammates have, or how you react?
It's more or less just try to have fun with it. It's no hard feelings. We don't dislike anyone. It's just try to have fun, honestly, and put on a show. It's not anything serious.
You do a good job at it.
The only team that we're kind of serious with is Sentinels.
Well, yeah, you have to. You got.
Why though? Why?
Karova has called me and Harvey very bad players from the start, and we don't think he's good, but he calls us bad. The only time they ever have beaten us in a map was like triple res, but we're beating them on that now, so it's just I don't know. Maybe they'll eventually win a series. Rhyme Amazing went to a character that he is good at, and I don't know. His 2 tricks still didn't work. They went to their last resort, still didn't work. So I don't know. That team is a lost cause at this point.
I'll close it with this, man. You know, I want to give you a chance to shout out anybody. You got signed to 100 Thieves. You guys were wanting them. They signed you. We've talked to others about that. You're at home now. You got the lava lamp, got the good vibes. Tell me how you're feeling. Any shout outs and how did that feel? To become
Shout out
part
to
of
my
100
friends
Thieves?
and family. I have all my friends and family been watching. I appreciate you guys so much. And shout out to 100 Thieves for doing all this for us. I appreciate it so much. And thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Awesome, buddy. Thank you so much.
Love the casting.
Oh, awesome.
Dude,
Appreciate it,
We
man.
always watch
nice,
it back. It's fun to watch.
Appreciate
That's
you,
awesome.
man.
Well, hello, 100 Thieves watching back right now. You guy SJP, he's great, man. Well, thank
Quick,
you, man,
hit
for
the
joining
gritty.
us.
Nah,
Hit the Red Bull. Thanks for coming, man. We appreciate you.
thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank
Man,
Oh,
that
man.
was great. He handled
we
that like a
got-
champ.
He did. We got some spice out of him. I know SJP is like the nicest dude ever. So like, honestly, I love that. I love more honesty out of these guys. And you know, it's bound to happen when because you talked about how these guys played against each other so freaking much. I mean, you're going to have bad blood against the other team no matter what, right? It's just going to build up over and over again. You lose to them over and over again. You have to play these guys over and over again. It's just by nature, the competitiveness in all these players just comes out.
Yeah, I remember talking to some of their players, and I won't, go into names, but they were like, we were the underdogs in the Marvel Rival Championship. We were not expected to win. Like, oh my gosh. And now it's like how everything has turned. Now it's like the expectations flipped completely, man. It's been fun to watch. Can't wait to see him in the grand finals. We'll catch that tomorrow. But guys, let's go ahead and relive Yggdrasil's path in the ending of the matchup of the Titans. We have a huge match coming up. Envy, FlyQuest. Let's check out the highlights.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do
That almost hurt. I've got you. Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Grab the whip. Oh, that was the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
And we are back with more action. And during the break, I got to give the MVP to FlyQuest and their Twitter. My goodness, they are just roasting each other. I saw Terra say he not only beat Super Gomez here in the Invitational, but also beat him in Connect 4 when they were waiting in between. I mean, it's rough over there for Sentinels on Twitter. They're saying that FlyQuest said Sentinels, their match could have fit in that guy's morning routine. The 401 wake up, 402 go swimming, 403 work out. Man, that was that was insane. It's amazing.
Jesus, man, dude. FlyQuest social media manager has no chill. Has no chill after. But to be honest, you know what? It's like we all say, Cozy. You know, like you know, you're talking all that smack from the bottom right now, right? They still need to work back from this lower bracket. Sentinels are the ones waiting for them to see if they beat their matchup, because there's a formidable opponent that FlyQuest has to go against in Envy.
Yeah, this could be a good matchup between the two, and I expect this. I mean, is it early to say? You said that you're going to give the edge to Envy, but I think, again, it's going to be close. The matchup's going to be lightning tight, and it comes down to plenty of play. They all have players that can kind of rise up. Both Vanguard play. Obviously, we've seen Space and what he can do. Gasland really has been playing phenomenal. I mean, just right there. I know that he wants to fight, you know, his former team in Sentinels down there in the lower bracket if they do get to advance. You got to see Envy. I've done both of them. You know, got to cast both of them multiple times. Tell me about Envy a little bit. Really, the team to show probably the most fight against 100 Thieves that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why they've been the kind of that team that has been able to perform in these big moments in this tournament, right? You know, for FlyQuest, they've been able to compete, I think, behind doors and in scrims, but Envy, I think, so far, simply due to matchups and how things have played out, they've been able to kind of bring it to 100 Thieves. And you know, that team is just full of veteran players that can play at a high level, can consistently compete against 100 Thieves. And this is a decent meta for them too, right? I think that for the side of FlyQuest, this meta is not necessarily favored towards them. They can play it at a high level and they can, you know, do things super well. Like SJP said in our interview, right? That team can match them, right? And that's terrifying to say. But for Envy, you know, they've also been able to, if like you said, they can put a lot of resources in the cow. So this should be a good one, man. I still honestly don't know who's going to win. I think it's like you said, it's going to be close.
Yeah, you know, I would say Envy reminds me a bit of 100 Thieves in the fact that you've got NK, who you've talked about, right? Able to just go obviously crazy on Bucky and what he can do. And then it's Cal and it's NK. And those two can just really just snowball the entire match there. And they don't have a ton of weak spots. I think he did say, SJP, that FlyQuest runs the purest, best, like 2-2-2 whenever things are going, perfectly, for them. And so it'll be interesting because I know FlyQuest also, they love to go crazy. And we've seen Spider-Man, Venom. They've even talked about just playing loose, having fun, like not getting too caught up in the moment. So I'm hoping we see a little bit of that. Light is the highlight player. If you haven't seen a lot of FlyQuest, they're all really great, but Light and what he can do, guy is extremely, flexible on his decisions, and Energy is a top tier Hella.
Yeah, Energy is just terrifying, and I think all of the Hellas left in the tournament have had, standout plays in their own right. At least all of the ones, or at least these two in FlyQuest and Envy and Cal having probably the most entertaining Hella performance that we've seen so far. Just, dodging and weaving at the end of Midtown. And then Energy, like you said, just been so consistent, in that lower bracket to be able to beat Nightmare as well from earlier today. I don't think there was really much to say about it besides Energy was kind of, just on another level and playing so well. So like you said, FlyQuest, I mean, they can match 100 Thieves, but can they beat Envy? Can they perform when the lights are shining brightest? That's really what matters in the lower bracket. This is the difference maker right now.
Yeah, hey, Cal was fun to watch. Like, Delina's got his flanking thing going on, but yeah, Cal, man, call him Patches O'Houlihan. Like, dodging, dipping, diving, and dodging. Again, two dodges, right? But also want to highlight for FlyQuest, Cooper-tastic has shown at times that he is incredible no matter what. Loki Luna has been what he has played, but he almost leans in a way towards like that kind of duelist strat. You ever play where you've got the strategist that thinks they're a duelist and you're like, whoa, hold on there. You're getting the snipes with Luna across the map. Cooper can really rise up. We both watched a lot of them. I know you watched him a ton in the MRC, and so it's gonna be cool to see, kind of what he pulls out here. Do we have any, when it comes to pick bands and what they like, any knowledge there? I know typically when you're going against Energy, you do look to ban the Hella, but obviously, they like their odds.
Guys, both of these teams love Hella, so that's the difficulty when it comes to the ban phase. And I think the way forward for FlyQuest is to kind of make Envy uncomfortable, because there was at points yesterday in matches with Envy that they were like swapping around Cal and NK, between roles, Star-Lord, Winter Soldier. Hopefully you don't have to do that if you just have Cal on that Hella. But like you said, Energy is one of the best Hellas, and he also does it with less resources. We talked to SJP how they pump everything into Cal on Hella. So with that much, focus on your hero, how much can you get done? How much is the rest of the team doing? Right? There's a lot of questions behind that, but I think it's all about making Envy uncomfortable right now, because at points their hero pool can be a bit limited.
Yeah, and I want you guys, if you don't know, to look out for the little snowflake icon above Hella if they've got the Luna, because even just that is just enough to make Hella so tough to take down. Maybe you have Invisible Woman on top of that. Typically, I've seen Envy, they've gone for group bans in the past. I know that FlyQuest, they don't have a ton of... I know Spark Chief does play a little bit of group, but I haven't seen too much from them. But it'll be interesting to see if they end up... Previously, we've seen them pick multiple times. Envy loves Yggdrasil's Path, so kind of like the Midtown to Sentinels, and they've done well there before. But they're all adaptable. Both these teams, I want to highlight, are extremely good at just flexibility. They don't have, you look at some of these other teams, they kind of pick the same hero over and over, but both of these are definitely willing to switch the role and the hero when the time calls.
Yeah, and you know what might not be a bad ban is maybe even throwing out a Magneto ban out there, right? Both Gaslit and Spark Chief can play other heroes. We haven't seen Space so far in the tournament play that Magneto. In fact, they always protect it. So maybe something like that could throw them off, their game and potentially mix things up, because Envy's not really been forced to do anything about that hero just yet. I mean, that could be nice. I know Space is a player that does have a deep hero pool like we always talk about, but we just haven't seen it so far in the Invitational, so I wouldn't mind focusing that.
Yeah, I think all we saw from him previously was a Venom. I think he's done Venom before. Yeah. That's what we've seen, at least in the MRI, and he does play Venom okay there. But yeah, you're right. You want to look at the kind of the weak spots that you can, show there. I mean, we're not seeing with Sentinels and 100 Thieves. I feel like it's a bit more, I want to say scripted, but like you kind of know what's going to happen. You know what the bans are going to happen. And honestly, right now, the results that are going to happen. But with them, there's just a lot less to predict here. FlyQuest, we thought was a joke, in the sense of we thought they were joking when they went to dive, when they went to Spider-Man, because they were doing so well against Shikigami there on day one, way back when. But they built this into their comp. I mean, Light was playing Penny Parker on Midtown. He was the first to bring her out. I mean, who knows? At this point, Black Widow could be on the table. We don't know with it.
Yeah, FlyQuest and 100 Thieves are like the only team to do that. That Penny Parker thing that you bring out with either running triple Vanguard on the first point. You know, I think we see 100 Thieves do the same thing on Spider Islands with the thing with Terra, or, you know, having Terra on Doctor Strange. So these two teams understand that maybe forward holding is good. You know, making sure you can play the time bank is important, because, you know, I think that's another reason why, if we go back to what we talked about earlier, Cozy, when like why teams maybe don't like domination. I feel like just because of the fact that these, you know, longer maps, you know, convergence and stuff, and they can take longer, which kind of makes the better team win almost, right? If you just have less time to work with, I think there's a little bit more variance. And when you have like longer matches, you can kind of see, okay, we're the better team, we can win. If you feel comfortable, might as well play that style and give yourselves a chance to really dominate over a team, instead of, okay, we play domination, we lost the first team fight, it's over. You know, like it's at least giving you a little bit more leeway, I think, when we don't play that map.
For sure. The first map's random, so that's when we've seen the domination come up, the Hell Heaven or whatever. But yeah, how many fights have come down to the overtime stretch on the payload, just that last push and everyone just dumping out of the spawn? It's happened now over and over and over again. We've even seen it happen on Wakanda when we did have 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. And so bring up a good point there, you know, in regards to that. But yeah, with Envy, I feel like they have had so much time now to kind of get things right. I've seen them now multiple times as watching them on that kind of Marvel Rivals Fight Night and kind of their first appearance there. And they've gone, honestly, they've really upped their game over 2 weeks. I don't know if it's just strat-wise, they're getting comfortable with what they're doing, but that's definitely going to help. And FlyQuest, previously Euphoria was in the MRI last season 0. So they were in the finals. They were there. They want to get back. They know they have the taste of the finals. Obviously, it was a bit of a smaller format, but they have a taste. Gaston being the new addition there. So I know they're just, they think for sure, I've talked to many players on the team, that they are the best. They are the absolute best, and they can prove it here today.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty, I think, now that, you know, it's not just a 1v1 tournament. You're playing against every single team so far. And, you know, like you said, with FlyQuest has a good matchup, at least in practice, versus 100 Thieves. Envy seems to have the same thing, but you're not playing against 100 Thieves right now, right? They're playing against each other, both Envy and FlyQuest, completely different teams than 100 Thieves all around the board. You know, things are a little bit different. Maybe the moves they make are a bit different, and obviously that could lead to an edge, right? And, you know, if we talk about individual players here, Cozy, I think a big part in why Envy's been able to come back and play well is because this meta is sort of favoring them, right? If we just go back to discussions about the patches and stuff, Winter Soldier specifically has been a standout. And I mean, I talked to you about it, but it's like NK is just crazy, man. Like, he is him at points for Envy, and, you know, he can kind of put the team on his back through his Winter Soldier gameplay.
Yeah, we've only seen really Soldier come out of light in terms of fly there. The match was to see if you don't know the players, guys. I think a lot kind of rides on Gasklin in what he can do, because there's games where he is absolutely at the top of his game, goes crazy, and you got him and Spark Chief able to both kind of play Magneto. I know Gasklin prefers that against what is Remix. Remix been playing a lot of Thing, and so I expect to see, you know, a lot more of that here. About to be closing into our first matchup, and guys, I'm telling you, it's random maps, we swear. Giving a little bit of a sneak peek, it is, you guessed it, Hell's Heaven again for our opening matchup, the Domination, which I think is a, you know, it's a fun way to kind of get right to the fight. It could be fun, you know, there's no holding back. These teams, they're ready. They've been held back from their cages. They're ready to go into it, and we're going to see that here on Hell's Heaven in just a moment.
Yeah, in just a moment. It's funny because, yeah, it's Winter Soldier's map, and he just happens to be amazing on it. So it's funny how that plays out. And, you know, I'm really curious to see how this first band goes. I think we both are, Cozy, considering, you know, how things went previously, you know, having both teams sort of emphasize playing this Hela. Do you think that either team is even thinking about banning that hero out, considering the circumstances?
Yeah, so if we look at Envy's bans, I know Doctor Strange is one of their biggest bans, and there's Hela right off the rip. Wow, they don't need energies. Like, don't need it. Yeah. Don't want Cal playing it. I don't need it. There's the Hela ban to get things started out. And I expect here from Envy either, I mean, Doctor Strange is what space is hovering, but I could see the OK Groot. They have 4 bans on group previously, so 20% of the time they are getting rid of them. But, you know, that's obviously showing some respect there over to Fly in the way Spark Chief plays.
Yeah, maybe forcing them onto that Venom could give them an advantage, or obviously if they play that Doctor Strange Magneto, that it's definitely an option. We already know, like you said, Envy is going to play maybe towards that Thing. Keeping space on the Magneto's a priority. Meanwhile, Adam Warlock ban, maybe going to force out a Mantis ban for the side of Envy, but the next ban for Fly is available. I mean, no real synergy on the team side. They're going to ban the Namor straight out.
Wow. Okay. So Hella Namor out. I mean, at this point, imagine if they got rid of Bucky, it'd be like no one left. Wow. So the revive comp is up for grabs. They can completely play the revive comp, and Light has played a lot of this. In fact, in the finals of the first MRI, he did play this exact comp. This is what was kind of dominating. Zealous loves Adam, so Zelos definitely at home there. Energy flexing over to Mantis. We saw that with Rai Mazing. And now look, they both are like, my res comp is going to be better than your res comp, Dogman. We're going to see a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, we really will. I mean, I'm curious to see who is the better team in this composition. Energy going to be on to that Mantis. I personally haven't seen too much of him play that hero, and obviously for Paint, he's been playing that one. So, you know, it's so weird how these teams figured out which heroes they want to play in terms of strategists, because I think earlier we've seen like even Kendrick, you know, from I believe, was it Nightmare? Yeah, Kendrick will swap over to like Invisible Woman. So all these duelist players have their niche hero they play. Energy in this case plays Mantis, same with Rai Mazing, but Cal, the only duelist that wants to play the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, interesting. This is going to be fun. I mean, for those that don't know, with Adam Warlock, you should know by now, but his passive is once you eliminate Star-Lord Mantis himself, they can obviously res back. Cooper playing Luna, no surprise there. Triple strategist, though, each team is going to be pretty dang fun as we head into it. Like, going to speed up the team here with the quick Jeff getting to the point because no Doctor Strange. He goes quickly back to the Star-Lord, has the jetpacks to get him there. Spark Chief on the thing. We've seen some from him, and I remix as well. And I can never stand going on this side of the point, man, but they love it. They're going in immediately. NK trying to get that hit here, Dogman.
Yeah, you got to commit to this side of the point, and they are doing so, right? Having Sleepy onto that Loki instead of the Luna Snow, they have that situation sorted. And Cal just removes Zelos. Obviously, the red's still available, so he's going to be back into the fight, but I mean, that's already cooldowns used. Everybody's pressed back. NK also, so far, has been insane. Both Cooper and Zelos going to fall yet again, and Envy handedly take this first fight.
Wow, no Hella, no problem. You know, Adam Warlock is like hella light at times, and he just showed that there as Remix, again, also I think a bit more comfortable on the thing than Spark Chief. Really good opening pick, and more importantly, the passive use, and they have that, you know, to use for them. NK having 85% of the ult ready to go, and they're going to have plenty of strategies. So Pink going to be close here to the Mantis ult, followed by Sleepy. They have their pick of the litter.
Yeah, they really do. Currently playing it back. We'll see if it's a tempo play from Paint. They know the rotation's coming through the left side of the map, so they just match them right now. Just kind of feeling each other out. 20% of the board. Fly trying to get to the height, and they do so off the jump pad now. With high ground advantage, what do they do? How do they play this? Immediate engage into the thing, just engaging towards the high ground. Countered on the side by NK with an ultimate, though. You force Energies, Mantis ult in the backside, so both teams sort of feeling back now as Remix and Envy kind of rubber band back in the fight. Blobbering time committed by Spark Chief doesn't connect onto 4. It does, but everybody's still healthy, especially since Envy just got the copy off of Sleepy. Then comes back through with the fate of both worlds. Remix still sitting available with a Blobbering time, also connects onto the strategist, but are they alive still? They are. Here comes the Meteor M from space into the sky, connects on Zelos. He's gonna go away, but Light, after that ultimate's used, able to connect onto Cal, so both of the both of the Adam Warlocks moves out of the fight. However, Cal's the one with the right direct. No Energy alive on the left side angle, able to take down Paint. Cal also gonna fall again, and FlyQuest are back in it.
My goodness! Oh, Fly, hold on now. Fly flipping it on the heels here. With the res coming up, Star-Lord able to res back too. We saw just about every single ultimate come to play. It'd still holding on to the point though, so the stall is in their favor. Light though does get the quick tick with vibes and violence there for the Star-Lord, taking out now Paints. Now Space going for energy, and there's the massive res coming from Envy.
What a huge res. Holy smokes. Remix comes back through, slam dunk onto Spark Chief, still in control of the point. I thought it was over for Envy, but it was in fact not. 96%. I don't think FlyQuest expected that. I mean, they still have Mantis ult for the next match, for the next round. Envy get the job done.
Dude, yeah, Peter Quill is just turning that point into a dance floor, man, of just eliminations. I mean, that felt like freaking in-game at one point. There were so many ultimates, and there was no follow-up on them. So, like, clobbering time happened, and then it was standstill. Great strategist, support and peel there, keeping everybody alive. But that was insane. And then, obviously, MVP has to go to Cal there with the massive res and or just what he's doing there with Adam Warlock and the primary flick. Interested to see the stats here as we head into the next point.
Yeah, I think Envy, you know, not playing the Luna Snow, committing towards the Loki instead, has been able to give them that ultimate in terms of, you know, whether that be paint or whether that be copying Cooper's ultimate, right? Both able to kind of just also get the advantages of Luna Snow while playing Loki, although you don't have that guard like you mentioned earlier. So going into this next one, FlyQuest do have that ult advantage. I don't know, Cozy, do you think they go for an aggressive engage on his space and the rest of Envy as they walk up?
Yeah, I mean, that would be probably the most advantageous position here. Gaston going to go for the immediate portal in. I mean, as you would imagine here. I mean, man, that wasn't even a team fight we just saw earlier. It was a server stress test for this. It was absolute beauty. So we're not going to have a ton opening up this fight. There comes the portal. NK to match them immediately there with the damage boost up from the Mendes, trying to get an early pick and poke damage. And immediately great use of the Soulbound there to keep everyone out. There comes the Clover in time from Remix, but no bullets to get that going. Paint going as well. And energy matching the Mantis. So everybody's staying up yet again. The follow-up quite not there. Cal's gonna have to wait 20 more seconds for that Soulbound. Doesn't need it though, because he gets rid of Caston with the quick shot and the bang to the head. Now we've got a quick Loki copy to try to get everybody up there. And that's the thing of beauty.
It is a thing of beauty, although FlyQuest, now they've rotated back to the point. They've also been able to full res Dazzler here, coming back onto the res of the passive from both Mantis and Adam Warlock, both keep each other alive. Slept though, no, but they wake him up, and everybody else is here from the light. With that ultimate over the high ground, Space connects onto Energy though. Nice job from him. He's been so good on Magneto, but he's gonna get some follow-up right now, and NK is here. Gets shot down from the sky though, from Gasklin. What a huge ultimate Eye of Agamotto though. He's back into the fight. However, Light's still here with the blasters into his face, and FlyQuest towards the point do have the Star-Lord advantage. However, everybody's healed up on the side of Envy, and they've just shut down Gasklin after he's made that swap to Doctor Strange.
Man, and I've seen this story before. Gaston has been getting insane ultimates in this entire Invitational. I've seen it time and time again, but they're unable to completely take advantage of it. I mean, what? NK, by the way, who needs Bucky Barnes? Who needs Winter Soldier? He's showing out big time on Star-Lord there. And they're looking into this next match. Cal has the Resurrection. Not much to help against that. If we look, we do have Spark Chief able to set up, but no follow really as they go into this next fight.
I mean, that was so one-dimensional. It just did not work out for them. Right? They go with the Soul Bomb. They think they can live, but Gaston just goes down. Bow, Clobber time! Just shuts it all down for Envy. Here comes Remix back with his own, but I mean, nobody's here. Nobody's here, man. Nobody's gonna follow you up. Paint commits the ultimate throw on the backside. Or sorry, Energy does commit the ultimate on the backside, and everybody else is just bound. After that one, what an engage from FlyQuest.
And Zealous just completely got rid of Sleepy's ultimate. I heard your powers are dead. Did not get that out and completely shut down Loki, as you would see from Thanos or Thor in the MCU. Zealous, huge play there. And Gal does still have that ultimate to set up this fight. They have a couple of strategies, things that they can pull out. Light though with the ultimate to at least poke and maybe bait that Strategist out as they head in here, and there it is, man. There's the ultimate to get things going for Paint. Gaston trying to keep up the shield, trying to keep everybody alive, and not able to do so without having to peel back and get some help. Light going in, going for the elimination, taking down the clone of Star-Lord. HK, massive pick.
Finding his counterpart, no passive available. Cal also can expound on the inside. Remix built up those ultimates, but he slept again. Both of these Mantis players connecting with those sleeps has been huge. However, everybody's falling back to the point now. FlyQuest trying to slow things down, maybe look for their engage with this Eye of Agamotto like they had before, also to set up Zelos with some space in the high ground. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto to connect on the NK, who does have that passive to self-res, and Remix also falls after committing the ultimate and getting absolutely no value. Full res by Cal, brings back his teammates on the back side. Zelos still holding on to his. Also, NK goes into the sky with a Star-Lord. What can he connect onto? Everybody's avoiding him. Light will go down, but can be brought back by a Resurrect. Also with the Mantis ultimate, he's able to go back into the fight. So with that, FlyQuest trying to find Sleepy, able to do so, and without the Loki in this fight, that's gonna be brutal. Paint's ultimate not gonna get as much value here. Space trying to slowly get rid of energy, and he is gonna do so, but he also still has that Resurrect. Cooper's also gonna fall. Everybody's falling kind of like flies, but Zelos understands the situation they're in. Pops the res, FlyQuest losing members, but they come right back into the fight, and Light's there on the high ground. Soulbond keeps everybody a little bit healthy, so they can fall back into the crystals and stay alive. They still do not have full control. FlyQuest in control of the objective. 5% to go, and the rest of FlyQuest know that. Rotating into Envy, making them feel as uncomfortable as possible. Paint resurrects back in the fight, but losing Remix yet again is so brutal because of how much damage the thing does. And Spark Chief just able to shut out Paint, close out on the main side. Nobody else can really stay alive on the side of Envy or touch the point. We're all tied up. My goodness. I mean, a lot of that just came down to there was eliminations, tons of them, but Adam Warlock was not one of them. And so Adam was able to keep a Cal, or Zelos could just hide, get the Resurrect, everyone back in, quick Soulbound to get everyone back into the fight there. And I mean, the amount of ultimate interruptions that we saw took a huge impact to win. I mean, without that lantern from Loki too, they would have been absolutely toast from Light's ultimate, but we were able to counter that. That was a huge win for Fly. They needed that to get that confidence built. 1-1, winner takes next. If we look at the ultimates, Doug, man, gonna give the favor a little bit here towards probably Envy. Yeah, slightly towards Envy, and you know, there will be an Aiga Okamoto ready to go for Gastelum. Do you understand, I mean, more than anybody, how much this guy does on that hero? And it's interesting, man, because like Cozy, I don't know, we both think that Magneto's like a perma pick, right? And FlyQuest, obviously, they don't think so.
Yeah, Gaskin always typically favors Magneto, but he's playing just sensational. And if you don't have a Strange against a Strange, it just opens up Agamotto that much more to be able to capitalize on it. And he did. He got a lot of key clutch Agamottos, even if it was just 1 or 2. They're going to go high ground here. And Gaskin can almost open up with the eye if he so chooses. But they have Spark Chief as well. 2 combo setups, and we'll see what they do to follow it.
Yeah, those combos are available, and they know it's coming, right? Envy, you gotta play around it. Here comes that Eye of Okamoto! Remix stun, dead, goodbye, buddy, NK. I mean, your ult was not gonna do anything here, man. I mean, the rest of the team falls. FlyQuest handedly won this first fight off of an Eye of Okamoto.
Yeah, and that's the problem. If you don't have a Doctor Strange in that shield, it's like Magneto ain't gonna do much with a bubble or 2 to keep everybody from the eye. That was a huge setup, and good on them for capitalizing on that very early on. Spark Chief still has his combo wombo with the clobber in time and putting the aggression to the max here as Light's trying to get something going with the early pick. You've got Kate taking out Spark Chief though for a flip.
Yeah, I mean, that was so much damage into Spark Chief. He didn't expect that. Also did use the ultimate, so he just heard it's pluck, and then he just immediately falls over. Now Envy walk on up and out of there, using some of that pressure. Here comes Space into the sky to eat some of the ultimate from the Star-Lord. Yeet City to Cooper on the backside to shut down that MVP in Space, doing it all himself on the Magneto. Truly Envy's MVP right now.
Threads the needle, man. That is a hard shot to hit on that Star-Lord. I mean, I've tried that multiple times, coming up way short, and that was a thing of beauty there. Not only just landing the hit on the strategist Coop to slow them down, I mean, hats off to Space there. He just single-handedly did the work.
He's been putting in the work all tournament to see if he can keep it up without the Meteor M. That's so much damage removed, but Space, you know, with this poke meta, this is why we talked to players before. They mentioned how Magneto kind of edges out Doctor Strange at points in terms of just neutral game poke. Ultimates available for both team sides. Strategist ults are online. That's how you know we may not see too many people go down. Though Gastelum just gets doinked by Paint. Thus far on the Mantis, looks amazing. Born again, though, to on the backside will bring back Gastelum into this fight. NK understanding the situation is, just wants to go delete everybody, decide, oh, I will easily bring everybody back towards that resurrect point, take advantage in terms of positioning, and they're able to do so right now. FlyQuest, though, in the choke point. Maybe they want to come back through. Remix sitting with the clobbering time. Delete Spark Chief on the back. No, Red's going to bring Spark Chief back into this fight either, though. Remix goes down, so both of the things fall over like paper. Gastelum, Eye of Okamoto connected, but look who's here on the flank on the cow! It's Energy with the timing of the sentry right into the resurrect of Pal. Everybody comes back, pops the ultimate, just kind of becomes an invulnerability character because he's just walking back towards the point. Meteor M towards the sky isn't going to catch on anybody necessarily right now. Understanding he's given a lot more space to work with, just tracks down NK and the rest of FlyQuest working around the objective.
Yo, I mean, this is an ultimate rave. Like, this is absolute insanity, just trading back and forth. If it's not an Adam revival, it's the portal back, and they're just trying to hang on now as 85% is closing on Envy. Yet another legendary from NK to capitalize on Cooper. This time, though, nothing to bring it back and hold it as Energy goes down as well. And with the rest from Energy happening, using that passive. But this is going to be rough as Gaskin closing it on the Eye of Agamotto. That pick earlier, huge to slow down the progress to grab that. Now Cal eliminating Light, gets the Ago out, and it does nothing. Envy just turns the entire battle with Paint playing out of it. Their mind.
right out of their mind. Resurrect will bring back everybody here. Overtime also ticking down, so this fight is somehow not over just yet. Also, the heals come back onto Paint. It was Eye of Agamotto from Remix, who now is on the Doctor Strange, but it's Gasplin sitting with his. Looks for Sleepy. Does he connect? He does. Sleepy removed from the team fight. Energy also has the Mantis ultimate, and FlyQuest off of a portal are back in it.
Yeah, I mean, wow. It was the swap dive Agamotto change there was massive. I mean, just complete perfection there to get the point over. There's so much life being brought back into this that it's just a swap of ult to ult. Light having theirs ready to go. Energy able to pop it as well. Plenty to go against Envy, but Sleepy Cow ready. They need to find the Atom here if they want to win this, or he's just going to bring them back, and round we go.
Round we might go. Copy from Sleepy there, waiting to use the ultimate, obviously, until the very last moment. They just want to walk up, take a lot of space. Oh, no. That's a little bit too light. Space falls. Resurrect brings back the members that they just lost, though. So Space will be back in. Here comes the Legendary on the backside, though. Is it met by anything? It's a Mantis ultimate, so they have to back on out of there. Everybody else is playing slow. Light understands the situation he's in. Maybe thinking Space has ultimate. Clobbering time from Remix connects on the Light and Energy, but no damage is there. And Cooper, he's still holding on to his ult too in case anything comes from the high ground. Light now able to do so. Able to put in a lot of damage, but Paint is there with the follow-up to connect onto that Star-Lord to make sure that ultimate doesn't find as much value. And guess who's coming up on an Eye of Agamotto? It's Gasplin again. Cooper and Fly just rushing into the back line with the stuns, with the CC. Freezes one, goes on the Cow. Can they find the turnaround onto Paint? They do so. Both of those resurrects are still available, however, and towards the point the Tanks of Envy are trading backlines. Paint back in it. Zello's gone. He surely has a wreck as well. And oh my god, Remix gets it done to the Gasplin to make sure that Eye of Agamotto won't be here. He doesn't have portal either. Resurrect though by Zellos is back, so those members that just went down are back in the team fight. Gasplin still has the Eye of Agamotto, and it connects! And it connects so well, but no follow-up is there. Gasplin's the one to take his life. In this case, he falls. Follow-up from Paint and Envy is there. They do it in overtime, winning map number 1.
Sweet goodness. The rest to come back at the end. I thought that was all but Flies to get the victory there, and I knew this would be close. Both of these are so close when it comes to the talent, and that truly came down to ultimate usage, man. And who got the best of it? Perfection by, honestly, both teams. Got to give the tip of the hat. Envy Space getting the MVP here. Had a phenomenal game. I can't stop laughing at how much of just back and forth there was, coming back to life. I mean, I felt like there was a dance floor the entire match. I swear there's a revival when there wasn't a dance floor. 36 limbs there for Space getting the MVP. 46 by Light was not enough to get the job done, man. Just look at this stats, man. It's insane.
Dude, that was a match and a half, and you know that's just the start too, right? That's just map number 1. RNGing into Hell's Heaven. Dude, it's so funny how players don't like playing this map, it feels like, but overall, we always get the most banger matchups. It's just unbelievable how often we get a good Hell's Heaven match.
There'll be times like I'm like, oh, okay, these 3 things happened. That was key to that fight, but it didn't matter because that was 17 fights ago, because there was like 9 more reses that came from that. Like half the time, I barely knew what was happening, right? And I don't care because it was loud, it was flashy. I want more of it. That was fun, man. And yeah, you said it. Domination, we haven't seen a lot of it, but it was just so good to watch. And hey, we don't see a lot of the res comp, but when we see it, it's chaos, especially on Domination.
Oh yeah, I mean it's at this point, you know, for a lot of the viewers, it's just like, okay, what ultimates are up, you know, especially the good teams, because they manage to just counter with ultimates at all times, make sure like nobody ever falls away out of the fight. And you know, that's why we're sickos, man. I've been saying it, Cozy. We're sickos. We love this stuff, man. We love when these team fights extend another 2 minutes. Honestly, it's just sick. It's awesome to see. And, you know, let's take a look at the highlights from that series and then head into map number 2. But, I mean, what a banger that was.
That was so fun.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has finally.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess! Grab the whip! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
We are back from what seemed to be like an overtime match. That entire thing was just consistent battle after battle. We saw it all in that match. Quite literally, it was like Infinity War and everyone brought their signature move. What do you think, bud?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking Cozy next time we cast like Marvel or like whatever, dude, during summer, we're just gonna have to come in bathing suits. Like this is unbelievable how like hot the room gets and how heated the match is. What are you? It's true, man. We gotta do like a. I mean, we don't want to show off our dad bods. Obviously, you're an actual dad, and you know I have a dad bod, so
Dude,
I don't know.
That match caught me off guard. That might have got me more. That was perfection. Listen, I really get back in, man. One thing we didn't highlight was Luna Cooper had 43,000 heals, and they still lost. Like to know that you could have 40k plus heals and you still get the loss. To me, that came down to comms. Really comms on the resurrect from Adam, because they both had good reses, but I feel like Cal, it's like they were able to get you don't come back full health, and each time it seemed to me like Cal was able to kind of keep everybody up a bit more. Maybe Soulbound was off that cooldown they were able to use right away, and but it was only a couple of things. Gasklin, you know, had that huge Agamotto, no follow-up. Just in a match like that, a couple decisions make the difference.
Yeah, small things, and things are getting so scrappy. We talked about it during the break between this map and in this next one, which we are going to map 2, by the way. That was only map 1. But yeah, we just talked about how like this game, it's just there's so many ultimates built up, and it's just ult after ult after ult, and the best teams just don't seem to fall over. They just manage to, you know, peel off ultimates, not get hit by Meteor M's, and as we progress, it just feels like this meta is getting more and more refined, and people are getting, you know, better understanding how to play against certain things. And like you saw in this triple strategist composition, just nothing ever freaking dies.
That's the thing, because you have all these setups with no return, right? So you have like both Star Lords that you can use, but that's not, you know, obviously with Clobber in time or Eye of Agamotto, those are usually big setups that you capitalize on with, let's say, Bucky Barnes. But when you have a comp like that, like there isn't anything huge damage wise to follow up, so then comms have to be perfect. And as you said before, 100 Thieves, they kind of showcased it, and we just saw it there from Envy, that it doesn't matter how much chaos is happening. They're able to kind of keep everything controlled. I'm sure the comps, I don't even know what the comps sound like. Is it just like they're back again? Like just pure chaos, man.
I don't know. Yeah, at this point, you gotta have a calm, clear communication, be concise, and I don't know. It's hard to do that when things get that scrappy, and that's why I personally like hero shooters, Cozy. Like it feels like things are so like it's freeform jazz almost. Like you can't fully prepare like you can in tactical shooters or whatever, or MOBAs. You can't just prepare a strategy and follow through no matter what. Like in this game, everything is reactionary, and a lot of it is based on the players. It's almost like how basketball is almost, right? You just have to like kind of move on the fly, and the better players kind of just win regardless of set plays or anything.
It's a good point, man. I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, some of it's momentum based right there, dude. There was no momentum on either side. I mean, it was just straight up when a bowl meets a bowl. And we saw it with the small micro like reactionary, the Mantis hitting the Adam Warlock there right as he rezzed, and then there was no follow-up there. They were able to kind of sweep from that. So it's just, what can you do in a given moment? And you can have great plays, like in the example of Gaston and setting up a lot of great ultimates. But at the end of the day, especially when you have portals coming back and resurrections, but at the end of the day, is how do you respond? How do you react? And Fly, they had it. It was done. But Envy was able to get the job done just a little bit more.
Yeah, I didn't expect in this matchup, I think, in this triple strategy, I honestly first of all, didn't expect both teams to just want to run that straight up, right? Obviously, FlyQuest prioritizing banning the Hela, making sure that was not a priority in the last map. I mean, who knows what's going to happen this one, considering now we're going to yet another domination, Cozy. We're headed to Burnand Jala.
Yeah, man. What'd you say? Triple strategy. Say that 5 times fast. That is a line. Hela getting banned from Fly right up the rip again. Doesn't want any part of Cal and what they bring. Groot yet again being brought off the table, showing their respect. And Magneto safe. So we're seeing similar results here, and we're going to see if this is going to be the same. If they go into what could be potentially another Adam save, that would be okay. Hey, drink a glass of water, dog man. We've got ourselves some casting to do. And this is a good map, man, because this map's extremely. First of all, we haven't seen it that much. We have finally a domination pick from one of the teams. So this is going to be almost the exact same thing we just saw. It is. The bands are the same.
Yep. We don't do innovation here, Cozy. We do FlyQuest and Envy, man. These guys, just like you said earlier, just two bulls ramming into each other over and over again.
Yeah, dude, I got a fever, and my only prescription is more ultimates, I guess. I mean, that's what they're feeling over there. We got the exact same thing about to happen. If you guys liked the Res Ult Crazy Rave Michael Bay special, prepare, because you got another one coming.
Yeah, I mean, the Triple Strategist, I think, is not the most in-depth strategy-wise, but, like, it kind of just it brings the best out of a lot of these players, and that's why we're seeing so many teams prioritize it. It feels like, Cozy, the only team not playing Triple Strategist is like 100 Thieves, right? I mean, and they ban it too. They respect it to a degree, but FlyQuest, Envy, in Sentinels, they all love playing this Triple Strategist. It's the outlier in 100 Thieves.
I mean, I'm truly seeing Fly play a little bit of everything. They have played so much now, just adapting what their opponents like to play and what they don't. NK, I mean, just going over to Star-Lord and doing a fantastic job. Paint as well. My gosh, respecting the Mantis plays there. Obviously, Mantis always can come in with the clutch, but truly was like an assassin on that level that I don't know if I quite saw from when we saw 100 Thieves and the Sentinels playing on Mantis as a typical player. Going in immediately, we do have Gascon on Strange yet again, so they're going to keep the comps essentially. And here goes high ground to low ground. Let's get this thing started.
Get it started. They go off to the high ground. The last time we've seen Envy and 100 Thieves play each other, this high ground was heavily contested. FlyQuest, however, first ones to contest it, control that space, drop down towards the point. No ultimates, however, right now. So we're just going to see, who has that pickup potential. How many Loki clones can get removed before the fight actually begins. Right now, it seems like the middle platform just had so much damage go into it that it's removed. Soul Bond by both teams. Committed that cooldown. Sleep on a gas one slows him down for now. Also, both things kind of going into each other. Also, Loki Crystal's committed. So many cooldowns committed by these strategist players, but because of it, they're in the advantage in terms of Team Envy. They walk back in, though. Once healthy, the side of FlyQuest able to walk towards Remix, force them out of the fight. Backs onto their legendary over the high ground. NK able to build that legend. Do they have to follow up strategist ultimate? They do. Keep Light alive. Res also available. Copy also comes through from Sleepy. Here comes a huge ult. Clobber in time, but it's met by Strategist ultimates, Cozy.
Yeah, yet again, it's just perfection there. The Cooper getting his ult just at the right time there as Energy eliminates Pain. NK popping the legendary right away. Energy now going on Cal, taking both out. Light following Pain. Cal does get the resurrect there, and down comes the Meteor. Cal now flipping and getting the resurrections happening for them. So again, it's right where we left up on Hell Heaven. We're back here in Wakanda, but we do have the point going towards Envy. They did get the tick enough to get things rolling for them. And right now, this is tough as Remix is able to just get so much pressure here on the double shield.
Wow, that's a huge ultimate from Gasklin. Goodbye to your backline. Goodbye to your point. Light and crew and or FlyQuest get it done. Gasklin, you talked about his eye Bagamoto's. That was beautiful.
And passives were used. I mean, just about everything from Envy, so they do have an edge here. NK popped that ult again right away, so he's at 83%. Cooper's gonna be able to respond. I mean, I can't even tell you how many microseconds there was in the difference of those ults coming up at the right time. Light now trying to get a little damage there on the Mantis, showing up there. And here it is, the setup. But again, where's the follow-up? Can you get something to happen? Spark Chief using that ultimate clobber in time. Nothing to result from it, but Envy Space does get the pick there on Gaston. Major to get this thing pushing.
Yeah, Ryan's going to bring back both of these players. Also, Mantis ultimate to keep everybody healthy and alive. Sleepy also with the copy. Did find Cooper. So they're just able to walk in. Or sorry, no, Sleepy copied the Mantis, so they just would walk in, able to match that Luna Snow ultimate. Clobber in time on the backside, not able to connect too heavily, although it does force the Mantis ultimate. Meanwhile, Energy, or Paint, will pop theirs to match it. Space still sitting back with the Meteor M because Light has the ultimate. Now he's going to pop that Meteor M. Who does he look for? Does he get the one shot? No, he does! On to Zelos. Also, Light goes down to NK with his own Galactic in the sky. There's no Meteor M to match it on the side of Team FlyQuest. They're going to have to rely on Reses now to come back into the fight. They do have those natural abilities to come back into the fight. Zelos, though, able to take down Remix, so it's kind of going back towards the side of FlyQuest. The momentum back in their favor. Everybody's sort of weak, but it's NK, the one to fall to Light, has the Resurrect available. Still, FlyQuest in control of the point.
Light's going off as Star-Lord and really doing well against NK. I mean, this is insane, being able to flop, and that's how important those passives are and when to use it. I'm seeing Fly really hanging on to theirs, using it at the right time to flip the point, and they were able to, honestly, they had no business keeping that point after what just happened, and they were able to come back, reset the right way. Thing of beauty. I mean, we're seeing exactly what we saw at the last time. There comes Gaskin with the eye. Bagamoto will there be capitalization out of it. Zealous taking out Remix in it, and that might be it, but that might be enough.
Yeah, it did force the Resurrect, but he's going to come back into the fight healthy. Zelos also has his. We'll see how he wants to position. Paint commits the Mantis ultimate, so they're going to get aggressive towards Zelos. Cal, obviously looking for that trade on the flank, is very aggressive. Spark Chief goes in to counter him. Bubble use to keep Cal alive. Clobber in time also from Remix to sustain in the back line. Light also goes into the sky. Pops the ultimate on NK. Is able to take down NK as well. Unfortunately, the Meteor M from space just not close enough to that Star-Lord in the sky. Meanwhile, Sleepy is just on the high ground. Able to take down Sparky. Peeled there, but it's Gaslit on the low ground. Removes Cal from the fight. Light on the other side. Taken out by Remix. But Zelos with a huge Resurrect on the other side of the map is going to bring the team back into it. Who's going to have the ultimate next? That's what we're looking for right now. It doesn't matter as Paint removes Light. He's not going to be in the fight now. And Paint is going to go incredibly aggressive. Tries to hit the sleep dart, but he's not able to hit it. Paint still on the right side, pressing out this back line. So many strategists removed from the fight. Zelos trades back Paint. Eventually, Ayabakamoto from Gasplin. Again, it could be huge, but Sleepy fell. Paint's back in the fight due to the Resurrect in space, able to take down Zelos and Gasplin. It's Envy who brought it back, but Cooper committing the ultimate in FlyCast wants to keep fighting this.
Dance floor coming out with it, and say it with me again, born again, because Cal's at 96%. We're about to see it come again as Space is going to get a Meteor, though, to try to get something rolling, but the Soulbound, great usage there to keep everybody alive. NK going with the Legendary, trying to get things rolling. Energy keeping everybody up. It's a perfect stagger of the strategists. We're saying a recap because the portal's back. Hello, neighbor. Cal looking to trying to get some picks. Sleepy probably still at the top there. And Cal getting the pick on the Zealous and has the res. Legendary coming out from Light, trying to get the important pick, but the Lantern's coming out at the perfect time.
And they got the flip, so overtime doesn't tick down anymore. Envy, they have all the space in that fight. Is adding years onto our lives, years onto these players' lives right now is Envy. Just playing it back, right? We're kind of back to this neutral at the moment. 70% of the board. Remix ready to go with the clobber in time. Can he connect flush? Zelos also does have that res, so he's going to try not to get hit by it. Remix goes aggressive, does have that jump onto his teammate, and also forces an ultimate with the clobber in time. Now they back on out of there. Trying to play this yo-yo very well. Light gonna go down. Does have that self-res whenever he wants to use it. Also, ultimate's running out. Sleepy on the high ground has to give up the position, but here's NK to follow it up. Understanding Sleepy was a bit of a bait. Light's not gonna have that res, but the res from Zelos is there to bring everybody back. We're 5% away from Envy taking it. Can anybody touch on the side of FlyQuest? It looks like the answer is yes. They come in with Energy's ultimate, committing the Mantis. Gasland drops down for Paint. Does take him out as well. Is the res there to bring him back into the fight? Sleepy's very close to that coffee, but is he going to build it up in time to save space? The answer is obviously no. Remix falls low. The rest of the Envy also falls. Nobody else going to be here. Is the teleporter potentially going to be here in time? Because overtime is now ticking down.
Yeah, here we go. It's going to be an any minute. Pain trying to go to the Doctor Strange. Can he get the portal out of time? Yes, but Zelos getting the big pick on Sleepy, taking down the Loki swap before the ultimate coming out. Now Cal going down NK as Gaston lands the Eye of Agamotto. Light sweeping it up. Spark Chief, and that was who used the board again at the right time, same time, and Fly capitalizing on it. What a huge pick on Sleepy there. My God. Whoa, you wanted a repeat. We got it.
That was round one, dude. That was round one, Cozy.
Bro, there's gonna be silence on the cast here because we're both passed out from pure excitement and born again. It's just insane. I love that both teams are like, our res comps can be better than your res comp. Let's run it back. Let's have it happen again. And honestly, they're both super close when it comes to it. Light stepping up massively, as we're probably going to see the stats here, but I think Light's doing a great job keeping things at bay, able to now counter NK a couple of times in those key matchups. And the only big difference between the teams is Gaston and when he could pull off that ultimate the right way. Space obviously getting huge value out of the meteor. Get ready. Here it comes again, buddy.
Dude, that was so long. I already forgot who won map number one. Like, I know it's
What day
empty
is
now,
it?
but like, what day is it? Where are we? 2025? What?
Yeah,
how old
it was
am
like
I?
an anime. It was like an anime like last battle. I mean, I've seen crazy things on that, man. Truly invincible both teams as they head in here. We've got Gaskin obviously going to get them to the point right away. At this point, not as big of a deal though to get the TP in, as there's going to be the initial fight for the top side. And here we go, Paint initiating it right away as the battle's going to commence. And we pick up where we left off.
Yeah, Clobber in time connects onto 3. Everybody's low and Fly. The follow-up is there. Res available for both Energy and Zelos. Ooh, I don't think they're going to use it, though. Just want to get that quick reset. Clobber in time for Mimic committed, and they get that fight win.
I mean, that was the perfect clobbering time. Straight up, they had a full answer to it, and NK just going off there with the double pistols, the dual pistols. Man, he must have the right mixtape in. NK, thing of beauty. Going with Legendary now. We also still have Space's ultimate that's going to be countering Light when he does come at the right time. Cooper trying to help with the team. Probably going to initiate. Here's the portal coming in. They saved it at the start, and it is starting now. NK, we do have Cooper's ultimate to be able to protect everybody. Light counter-ultering here.
Nobody found by the meteor by Space. I mean, it did counter that Star-Lord temporarily. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Spark Chief trying to pressure out the strategist, and the follow-up is there from Light onto 3 members. But guess who those 3 members are? It's the Guardians of the freaking Galaxy. Cal back, NK back, Paint back in this fight. They're going to be here. Cal also has to ready to go. Sleepy does get caught out, but teleports to a clone. Meanwhile, MK takes down Zelos, who did have that res, so that's a huge pickoff from them. He's not going to be in this fight, and now the rest of the team is back in. Wait, just kidding. Zelos did have that res. He's back in the fight, actually, with the ultimate. Connects onto himself, or Cal, rather, is going to bring people back into this fight for Team Envy. They just walk on in here, but FlyQuest, Gasland, sitting with that Ibakamoto. Clopper in time onto Zelos. Can they connect onto him? They do so. Gasland also falls. Envy in this fight and able to take the wins slowly.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zelos did not have the cooldown of the resurrection for himself. He could have been able to flip the script there. That was a great Clopper in time to shut down Zelos. He couldn't move and got picked off from there. And that was actually going to lean towards Fly there, with Gas being able to set up the team. But great usage of ultimate. Just first of all, these Star-Lords have their hands full. First of all, you've got Light having to worry about Sleepy, who always seems to be in a different location as Loki, just poking down, prodding, being the annoying god of trickery as we've seen him in the MCU. Heck, if you're first watching Rivals and this is the match you're watching, this feels like an MCU movie, dude. This is nuts.
Absolutely nuts, man. And now FlyQuest just want to walk in. They didn't have portal, so they're just going to go in raw right now over to the high ground. NK drops the Ultimate as he connects. He's going to force any ultimates out. He does so. Meanwhile, what does the other side want to do? What's the light want to do? Oh no, Energy and Zelos both just fall. Iwakamoto's here, but as a follow-up, going to be on the top side. No, because the crystals are there from Sleepy. Perfectly placed in that instance. And also, here comes that Clopper in time. Legendary of the high ground does meet Space's Meteor M, and Paint is meeting the front of Spark Chief Space with his leaves and is diving to the high ground as well, playing as aggressive as all can be, but is eventually found by Light. So they're bringing it back into the fight right now. NK able to take down Gaston, removing the presence that is him on that Doctor Strange, and Envy still have a good control of this point. They get it done, tie it up.
Wow, really the only difference why that wasn't as crazy, still crazy, but Zelos, that passive must have been perfectly off once again, because he got eliminated, didn't have to bring the team back, and then we saw him get eliminated again. The Mantis could resurrect, but he had to walk back and did not have that res, because if the res came, you know what is to follow, the snowball of ultimates, the blender, if you will. And there it is, Envy getting the win, 1-1. We have one more of this chaos happening. Looking at the ultimates, Zealous is going to have their resurrect right into it. Cal should follow, though, so expect some chaos.
30 seconds before you attack.
Just to collect our thoughts, we're heading back. Just a refresher for everybody. This is a best out of 3 currently. Envy is up 1 in this second map that we're in. FlyQuest won the first one. Now into the second round, Envy tied it up. So whoever wins this map, if Envy were to win it, that would put them on map point cozy. I mean, for Team Envy, they obviously want to get the job done here. And, you know, like 100-0 last round has to feel good for Team Envy.
Yeah, everything went right for them, really. And I would say NK stepped it up massively on the play there. Was definitely, I mean, getting that triple from Light was sick, but you're right, was the Guardians Cup. The wrong team to get it. Any other 3 would have been just fine. Gaston taking the fight to them right away. They want the aggro. They want the pressure. Let's get this thing started. Not a lot of ultimates to follow outside of Zelos, and they have the ultimates on the flip side. Envy can set up the clobber in time. Will we see it right away? Yes, we do. Bang goes to Zelos, and Zelos going down yet again. Does finally have that passive, I'm sure. Light going down to follow. Huge clobber in time. We have seen so many of those come out, Dogman, and getting the value as Envy's trying to get the point right away, get the ticks rolling for them. But no, they're trying to put up the fight. Spark Chief coming in, trying to make a presence. Not enough, because we've got the Mantis soul popping. Here comes yet another Mantis as we have Loki copy, and this is the beginning of it. This is the beginning of the chaos as Cal's got the ult, Zelos has it. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Also, Gaston still sitting with that Ayabagamoto. Zelos and Light both committing that passive. As Speed's moving forward, Ayabagamoto's here, connects on to Sleepy. Follow-up is there potentially from Light. He does. Shut down Remix. Space also falls. Born again. No! Nobody's born again. Cal dies immediately with the ultimate. That's going to go back to pretty much nowhere. 0% of the board. What a shutdown from Energy and the rest of FlyQuest.
That's what we're seeing, man. It's who is controlling the Adam Warlock, right? We saw it with Zelos in the Resurrections. We saw in the first map, and who capitalized the comms better. There it is again. That's a massive miss, because it takes a long time to get that ultimate, that Resurrection happening. But Remix does have that clobber in time yet again. There it is, right on cue. But this time, the Mantis Soul able to keep everybody alive as Light's trying to get that poke in time. Clobber in time in exchange from Spark Chief. Can they follow up? No, they can't. But here comes Space with the Meteor going down, landing on Light. Cal, though, there he is, getting 2 in a row, but Zealous bring them all back yet again, and Cal's not going to have his rise to counter, so can they capitalize? We've got the undefeatables coming out from the Mantis. They're pushing into point. They're trying to get it here, and Pain just trying to get something rolling to start this team fight yet again.
They didn't even give up the point. They're still on it. FlyQuest, 50% of the board now, and maybe that's why we don't see a whole lot of domination, is because cases like this where you feel like you're winning a fight, oh, everybody's resurrected, and now we're confused. So FlyQuest are in a good spot.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we're just seeing exactly the punishment of Cal losing that resurrection there, and just how much it just, you can't snowball. You can't snowball what you have. Now, NK, really the only ult available. They use just about everything. They're Sleepy able to get a little something going here at the next team fight. But Light looking to try to get early aggression. Gaston, if he can get that ultimate, is going to be huge. We've got the first legendary coming out from NK with the lanterns going down. We're going to see if Light is going to respond. He's holding on to his patiently. That could be the difference in this match as Cal's growing close to that point again. Zealous at 50% now. There's Gaston with the AoE, the Agamotto, and he capitalizes. 1, 2, 3, bang, dead, make it 4, 5, and there's the 6th.
Yeah, they're going to spin a spawn camp too. No portal from Doctor Strange. Nobody can touch. Did everybody go down too? Yeah, this is not going to go overtime. We are done. FlyQuest tie the series up.
At times, I swear that felt like my first game in a bronze lobby. I was just nuts, right? Like just pure chaos. But again, I would say what we can highlight there is really the use of Born Again, the snowballing, great use of, honestly, we saw probably the best ultimate follow-ups out of the two matches we've gotten to see here on that, whether it was Clobber in time or the Ivar Gamoto. They were able to make something happen there as Cooper getting that MVP, and with, oh my gosh, 62,000 to the name is a good reason to give it to him. 11k heals, 28. We got 20 final hits on Light there, making a big difference. Look at the heal diff, man. 62,000 coming from Coop.
Yeah, I would imagine, to me, that feels like it's because he was playing Luna Snow for a little bit too, and to build up a lot of that healing is like her main role, and obviously they benefited a lot on the first two maps. The switching to the Loki on the third one, it kind of worked out for them though still. I mean, he was able to, like you said, pump out all that healing out, keep the team alive, and still had some very valuable copies. So, I mean, it's still anybody's game as we move forward, man.
Bro, just imagine that was your first game of Marvel Rivals that you watched, and you're just like, yo, what is happening? Great job, though. Love to see that Fly is in this, and I knew it would be close. It is close. And guys, let's check out the chaos. We've got the highlights ready for you.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen.
Be strong. Feel the thunder. Feel the wrath of the goddess! Grab the whip! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Anyone say fireworks? Powering up. Maximum pulse!
Welcome back, guys. I mean, we're coming back from back-to-back fights where it's like the last 5 minutes of every Marvel movie combined. You can hear the game engine just begging for life as we saw Ultimate after Ultimate there. It's been good, man. It's been good, fun matches. Will we see another domination at this point? They can pick Royal Palace. They can do the Res Cup yet again. I mean, come on, hit me again. That was, we need more of it.
I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm with you on that boat. I mean, who knows? Like, obviously, for the team of Envy, we talked about it with the last domination map that could be played with Royal Palace. I mean, nobody likes playing it, right? Unfortunately, and as much as we do want to see it, maybe Envy's had enough, right? I imagine they're putting the foot down, being like, guys, let's maybe not play another domination. Like, let's stop, please. And also, well, to be fair, like the first map you mentioned, it's random, right? So second map chosen by FlyQuest, maybe they feel like they have the edge in domination in that game mode.
Yeah, you gotta hand it to them. It was obviously very close in the first match, but they were like, hey, you know what? I think we can, correct some of the mistakes. They obviously focused on Cal there a lot more. That was evident, and just capitalizing on the ultimate. So that was cool to see from them. If I'm them, spoiler, I don't think we're gonna get that domination. I think we can both agree. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in this. Royal Palace it's not my favorite map. Is it Odin's archive? Man, I hate that thing. But we could end up seeing that if they don't. I think if we don't see it, which is highly probable, we're gonna see much different comps as we head into the second bit here. It's 1-1, first to 3, best of 5, other known as that as well. And man, listen. Everybody's playing extremely well. There's really nobody to say, hey, this is the missing link. It's just coming down to who is clearly what we've said before, who's able to capitalize on some of this ultimate combination.
Yeah, there's so many different players that are stepping up right now, and you mentioned it best. In these triple strategist compositions, it just feels like it's just a team effort, right? It's just like, okay, can we just keep throwing bodies at them? We're just like waves D-daying it, right? Just constantly making sure the other team is feeling your presence, because it's like, it's almost like the deaths don't matter, right? All the deaths do is delay the inevitable, right? What happens is, you die, somebody gets resurrected, especially if you find the Adam Warlock or somebody. There's really like one death that matters, and that's finding the other team's the Thing player, right? And that's about it. Like if you find the Thing but don't have res, okay, guys, it's actually a 5 versus 6. You find anybody else, the Guardians comp, you don't find the Adam Warlock who has the res or whatever. I mean, there's so many ways to get back into it, and it's really just this tug of war back and forth.
For sure, and it doesn't make it, any easier when you have just so much heals going on at the same time. The instant healing from the Atoms, it's one thing to have the game plan to take them out. It's another thing to actually execute it there. And again, want to, give hats off to some of the play that we did see from Gaskin. Remix played well there too. They did their job correctly. We saw it happen, but it always came down, to those cooldowns and what happened. Now, we've seen them play a lot of different heroes. I'm surprised. This feels like the first match in a long time we haven't had Bucky Barnes play Winter Soldier. Like it's like the highlight clips, it's been just more Bucky movie, but now it's like, okay, I can get used to this. It's kind of fun to see, what else these teams have. No Hela. It's kept things interesting.
Yeah, it has kept things interesting. I mean, like, yeah, you mentioned how Bucky's not played anymore, really. Both of these teams prioritizing that triple strategist composition and avoiding it definitely makes things unique. And with Bucky, considering his evolution, right, and how that character sort of made the meta, it's interesting because I think at first, like, everybody saw Bucky get introduced to the game back in the beta, and they're just like, okay, this character's good, but how good is he really, especially with how dominant Hela is at the current moment? There was a lot of factors, and obviously the more and more people played Bucky, the more people realized, okay, wait, this character's kind of just insane. And also with the evolution of Rocket Raccoon into the team comps, man, like, you just toss out the See You Later, toss out the Cosmic Yarn, and you can just one-shot people with Kraken. So I don't know, man, like, it's interesting to see that he's not prioritized, but it's simply just probably because of the fact that, I mean, like we said, nobody really dies in this composition, in this meta right now.
Yeah, man. We had some interviews with Rocket Raccoon and why, we've had players talk about Rocket Raccoon and why it is actually not a throw pick. You might think there's big camps on each side, but like what he brings to the table, potentially we see a little bit of that. But what I think could end up being what we're going to see if we head into, in fact, we got a little, I believe we're going to be heading into Midtown here most likely for our next matchup. So not the Dom match, not the Royal Palace that we once thought. So I do think we're going to see something. I want to highlight Loki play real quick. I thought Cooper obviously did, was a lot of Luna, went to Loki. But when he was Loki, he was like always involved in the team. And honestly, I kind of lean towards Sleepy's playstyle. Love just being kind of out of it. Have your clones up. You can do all the healing from there. The only problem with that is if you have too many clones, which I often saw on the top in there, you're unable to get the quick, lantern down to have that survival. There are important abilities to track in Rivals, and I feel like 3 of the heroes were right there. The Magneto bubble, the Atom Soulbound, and the Loki Lantern. All those are massive when it comes to tracking abilities.
Yeah, that's 100% the reason why we don't see, eliminations happen until very late into the fights. Like you mentioned, Cozy, so great observation. And with Sleepy and how this team is playing right now, obviously they probably want to continue playing a Loki. We'll see if FlyQuest prioritizes the Hela ban. I mean, we're going to a very good Hela map in Midtown, and it feels like all of these teams just love Midtown overall. Like, no matter who it is, we just go to Midtown eventually. We've seen it so much throughout the tournament so far, so it's not a surprise to see it. The only real surprising thing I think we're both going to maybe keep an eye on is like what this FlyQuest ban, because they do get that first ban going into this next map. Do they want to prioritize getting rid of that Hela again? And I mean, the answer is probably yes, but anything's possible.
Yeah, we've seen, obviously there's a little bit of we've seen the same thing happen, but with the same map type. They don't want to, it doesn't look like they want to do the Hela v Hela. I mean, heck, on Midtown, we've seen a little bit of everything from the Wolverines, like we said, to the Benny Parkers. We might see it here today as we're about to head into it. But what's great is we've seen it before that NK is able to flex well, and same as Cal. But Light, as I highlighted, I mean, we talked about it. You were leaning towards Envy. I was like, I don't know, FlyQuest might have it. It's this battle of who can do better in different roles all at once. We're about to see it all here into Midtown. Buddy, this is gonna be a big one. The big momentum changer to get 2 wins on the other.
Oh yeah, absolutely huge. I mean, what a battle it's been. Like you said, I think, SJP and people behind the scenes maybe thought FlyQuest would win relatively handily. A lot of people didn't even mention Envy, right? In the interview we had with the 100 Thieves SJP earlier, not even giving them much of a shout at all. And, we're seeing why Envy's kind of been this dark horse that the tournament to just progressively continue deep into it, right? No matter what happens, it almost feels like Team Envy has succeeded simply because the expectations for them, I think, were much lower going into the tournament compared to FlyQuest, who a lot of people were talking up as a top 2 team currently. So for FlyQuest, they want to get the job done. The answer for them, removing the Hela once again, Cozy.
Yep, there it is. No shocker, no surprise. Obviously, a little teasing on some of the characters. We're not going to see Double Jeff and the Iron Fist, but love to see it. It's Hela, it's Groot. These teams know what they want, and honestly, the matches have been that close. Why change it? Will we see the Magneto? I swear, if the Adam Warlock comes to follow, we're about to enter yet again. It's going to be a little less chaotic because we're not in domination, but still equally going to be, crazy. Here it is. They're thinking about it. They're thinking, dog man, do they go? Is the Atom about to be hit?
Maybe 5 seconds. Spider-Man! What? Spider-Man? The hell? That's insane. I mean, for Light.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen. Light said it's his favorite hero to play. That is Light's favorite hero, often banned. We only saw it a couple of times, and that as the response of the Venom. Now, can I tell you, the res comp is up for grabs, and it looks like Envy is going to play it. And is Fly even to go with the Spider-Man? Was it just a small bait? Dude, look at this.
I think it might have been, yeah, because then they don't ban Loki, they don't ban Luna Snow, they don't ban another strategist. So, obviously for them, they're fine banning out the Venom. Maybe a bit of a bait from FlyQuest as well. Really anything is possible. FlyQuest specifically on Midtown too, from what I've seen them in practice, Cozy, they just love to like play a lot of weird stuff. Like this map is like their test map almost.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mean, we saw again that Penny, and here it is. I mean, we've got quite. I don't think we're gonna see the. I mean, you know what? The Gamma comp, we haven't seen that since the early season 0, some season 1 action. Spark Chief has played well on Hulk, and again, Gaskin right at home with Doctor Strange. We're seeing that Magneto not as much play from him in the role. And then Cal's just going to stick with what they've been doing. They've got the Guardians 3. Why not? It's been working, for them for the most part. As I've stated, it's going to be a tad different here as we head into it. We've got the top, the high ground. And as Obi-Wan always says, he's got the high ground. Is going to come in for the advantage to initiate the fight here. Let's see what happens.
Wait, oh, they didn't do it. They did, but they do have Spark on the Hulk. Maybe that's interesting if he sticks on it. And like you said, the high ground super important. Envy prioritizing that also with the Loki. You get a huge advantage. We'll see how close they hold. Now everybody's swapping Spark Chief off the Hulk over to the thing. So pretty similar composition for Envy, but like you said, 2-2-2 for FlyQuest, looking to make a difference here on this map. Maybe shying away from 2-2-2 on Midtown specifically, or sorry, from Triple Strategist on Midtown. But obviously for FlyQuest, you know, they're just going to keep trying to take some space, but Envy's going to be a constant threat here towards this objective. Also, ultimate charge, huge in terms of what Envy's doing.
Yeah, you know what? I love the Bucky pick here for Energy because you can capitalize on the Loki clones. The Resurrect is not as big from the Adam Warlock, and then you can go crazy with the combination of either Gasland or the AoE as Energy takes down NK to get things going on that Bucky Barnes. But Cal does respond with the quick trigger there, and wow, beautiful as Zelo's taking out space. This is equal footing here.
Yeah, this is the tough part with Triple Strategist compositions, man. It just feels like you lack that bucket, right? You lack a lot of that firepower that character can bring alongside the rest of FlyQuest composition. So right now it's working in favor of FlyQuest, although 2 minutes and 30s off the clock. Envy has bought themselves some time into the next match.
Yeah, I think Energy here, as soon as he gets this Kraken impact, it's going to go off. I mean, here's NK popping the legendary. They do have plenty to counter it. They're not trying to use anything at first here. As the Agamotto stop for Gaskin, does get a connection on Magneto, but we do get the undefeatable coming from Mantis quickly. Gaskin's able to escape into Cooper's ultimate, keeping everybody up and at him, as we do have the Loki ult from Zelos going to bring the exact same ultimate. Clobber in time coming out again, yet again. Ultimate blender here. Someone trying to get the pick early, trying to make something happen. Kraken Impact just waiting to explode. Will they make use of it here as Gaskin pushing out, taking out, trying to get a little bit of poke damage to get the thing down. As you said, one of the most important picks here, especially for Fly against Envy. And it's just a brutal match as Sparky finally takes out Remix, but Cal hitting the board again. Not before the meteor comes, Dogman. Can he get the value?
Yeah, looks like NK's the one finding value now, coming out of that Resurrect full force. The rest of FlyQuest backs on out. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. We're seeing the advantages of this Triple Strategist composition, and they're able to hold on just off of that huge res from Cal.
Yeah, that was a very good staggering of the Strategist ultimates. Great job there, just trying to honestly survive through all the chaos. Gaskin hitting the big Agamotto, but just not getting any value out of it. Light here does have the initiation. There is not a lot of response. Paint's about to get their ultimate. If he would have popped it right away, you would get that value. But no, here comes the Mag Bubble with NK trying to get some hits early. And there it is. There's the legendary from Light. Can Light get the impact? Nope, because we've got... Oh, hold on now. Paint handling it by themselves.
A nice damage boost from the Fate of the Worlds there, or rather, a fully timed damage boost, I should say, because Paint is able to tap through it. Unfortunately, Cooper's ultimate poorly timed, and now Envy's holding on. 35 seconds left to go. Envy playing it slow. Gasland obviously has the Eye of Agamotto, but I mean, it's so far away, these strategists. They know the ultimates are available. They know what FlyQuest's plan is, right? Just to make sure he can get onto the back line. Gasland has to fly into the sky because of NK's Galactic ultimate. There's been a lot of pressure on Energy. Oh no, he gets left behind. The Bucky left in the dust. And Gasland does hit the Eye of Agamotto. But I mean, Solon keeps everybody healthy. Gasland also gets found too. And man, that was such an unfortunate fight for FlyQuest. Because they have the Kraken Impact, they're going to be lacking that in this upcoming fight. Delos, though, does take down NK. Resurrects back into the fight, though. So he's going to be here for the side of Envy. Clobber in time by Fly, or by Spark is massive. Remix goes down, but he's found immediately. Also, Meteor M into the sky. Count out that ultimate, considering it was just deleted by the rest of the guns from the side of FlyQuest. Stun on the Spark Chief doesn't really end up mattering. Energy tried to go in forwards with the Kraken Impact, but Envy holds steadfast. Nobody else low on Team Envy's side. Off of a nice copy from Sleepy, comes out of it, drops the crystals. Nobody else here for FlyQuest. Overtime going to tick down. Triple Strategist remains supreme.
Wow, I loved the pick of Bucky, but we did not see that have the impact. I mean, they did not get anything going with the Kraken there. Unable, that pick was so massive. Probably the best possible hero to pick out of that lineup to get anything rolling there, because they were unable to make use of the remaining ultimates there. And then not having the, again, look at it, they all go right back into the res comp. I applaud them for going with something different there, and the Bucky on paper made sense. But you were playing so well as a res comp anyway, you might as well just play right back into it.
I think right now, 2-2-2, the only team that really can play at a high level is 100 Thieves. And, you know, every team just, I don't know how keeps full holding this, man. Just like over and over again, we keep seeing first holds, no matter the composition. So it's tough to say really what's best. But, you know, you mentioned how 100 Thieves' worst map is this one. And I guess they're just going to keep playing against these triple strategist compositions that somehow do well on Midtown. So.
Yeah, Cooper playing well. Strategist play is at a high. NK and Light, we've seen that story, that matchup. You know, we talked about Delina and Rye Amazing. It's NK and Light in a lot of these matchups here. Loving what we've seen out of both teams as far as I would say their terms and what they want the strategy to be. But right now, if I'm Envy, I'm feeling great after what was honestly a perfect matchup. Great defense, and they're gonna have to play for their lives here to hang on.
Oh yeah, they have to be feeling good for sure, Cozy. And meanwhile, Black Widow swap with the damage boost. Can you find anybody? No way! It's the first Black Widow kill of the tournament
of 2025.
Oh my God, Cal, another one! He gets two. My God, I've never seen such good Black Widow play. And yes, that's not an overstatement because we never see Black Widow. So
yeah, the first two, now 3 eliminations from Black Widow in 2025. Cal bringing out the rarity that is Natasha. And man, I'm all about this. That's awesome. Love it. Obviously, we're gonna get the swap off there. But Cal bringing a little bit of fun.
Definitely bringing a little bit of fun for sure. I love to see it. Now Sleep comes through from Pain on the right side. Slows down the push from FlyQuest, who have just lost the first fight with really nothing to show for it. Entering neutral game, however, in terms of ultimates for this next fight. Soulbond committed, Crystal's committed to counter that. Light goes low, needs a bubble. A lot of cooldowns to keep this front line healthy. And oh my, Remix gets removed from the game. Paint trying to build his ultimate, go to the top side, able to get down Light, also in the sky. NK is flying above, able to take down Zelos, who has that resurrect to come back into the fight. Also, Mantis ultimate keeps everybody healthy. Light will be back here. Zelos in a moment will be back, but Light, oh no, that's a big pickoff onto him. Energy, gonna trade it back, go on to Cal, so that's something for them. However, Cal back into the fight. Space and Paint also combined for 2. Gaslin looking for an elimination, who is now on this character of Magneto. Able to take down Sleepy even through the shield somehow. Got the damage. Clopper in time on the card. That was a massive Clopper in time, but it doesn't end up mattering because Mantis is here with an ultimate in your face. Also, they're coming back into it. Legendary in the sky. Is anything here to meet it? Space with the Meteor M to soak it all up, but not going to connect on anything on his side. Cal and the crew keeping everybody alive also with the Soul Bond. Gonna trade Vanguard. Zelos with the res there. Gonna bring back one more. Light as well onto Cal. Gonna find him yet again. FlyQuest are holding on.
Perfect comms and communication there from the Soulbound and the Lanterns. Fantastic play there as Fly able to keep them on it. And my goodness, I mean, that is about as well as you can stagger those key abilities. We're seeing it yet again. Beautifully orchestrated here as they're heading into the next fight. Gaspin here now on Magneto, trying to get something going with the poke damage. Bro, I mean, we have Cal with his ultimate though. Zealous has used theirs already, so that's going to come into a massive play for the unrelentless, unstoppable offense, and it's going to kick things off with the Legendary.
Get up the Legendary for some cooldowns out. Keeper as well. Copy waiting to use the ultimate whenever he wants to, and be trying to create some presence, be known. Copy as well throws that ultimate out from Cooper. They try to take advantage with that Mantis, commit the ultimate. Now counter comes back from Sleepy, copying the Mantis on his own team. Clobber in time still available for Sparky. We'll see if he wants to use it. He does. Connects onto the Mantis of the copy, and actually elimination on the Sleepy, who isn't going to be able to be brought back until a resurrect comes back from Cal. So they're still back into the fight. Also from FlyQuest side, Mantis ultimate to keep them healthy. Now wants to keep pushing forward. Pain is brought back by the very end of the resurrect. Also is here on the flank. Sparky though still a threat on the thing. Shuts down Cal. Resurrect brings him back. Counter ultimate on the other side. Slows down for Sparky. Into the sky. Gaslin trying to hit the Meteor M, but it's Zelos hitting the shots onto both Paint and Cal. Those were huge as Remix also is to fall.
Wow, I mean, Zelos, tremendous play here. Fly, I don't know what kind of pep talk they had at the halftime there, but Tony Robbins, who knows who was in there telling them that they can do it, and they're looking to do it as there's 13 seconds left. This is still plenty of time, though. We're going to see an overtime scrimmage here as we've got no ultimates at play, though. Zealous is about to have the Resurrect ready to go. NK going to pop that legendary probably right as he has it. They're tracking these ultimates. These guys are pros. As the battle commences, Gaston trying to target here the thing early and often, and this is going to be tight as Cooper now with their ultimate. Plenty of strategists love to go around, keep these teams up.
That was greedy by Gasquin, but it actually kind of works out for them to hold that presence towards the cart. Here comes NK in the sky. And he's baiting out that copy on the other side from Cooper, in which he does so. So he's waiting to pop the ultimate. They kind of reacted early from FlyQuest. We'll see if that actually ends up punishing them. Vantis ultimate now comes through from Cooper. Copied, Sleepy with the counter on his own side. NK still waiting. Clobbering time on the other side. Oh my god, connects onto so many. But everybody's healed up. NK into the sky, connects on the light. Does he find the elimination? He does. But he still has the res. Clobbering time on the low ground. Ford again also here. Any elimination down will just be brought back, but they're so far away from the fight. They have to walk all the way back into this one. And they're met by Cal, who is here at the choke point, finding all of the Resurrectees, coming back into the fight. That's huge, although they have the red, so they're going to be back into it. Into the sky. Space goes to the meteor. Who's he going to connect onto? Can he find elimination? He does. It's onto Energy, who still has the Resurrect from the passive as well. So there's still so many members of FlyQuest here. Lights in the sky, takes down NK, Paint resurrects back into the fight as well, connects onto Cal, members that still can be available due to the res, but clobbering time might end Envy's hopes here on Midtown.
Perfect
Oh my god.
Perfect defense. That was beautiful. I mean, it came down Magneto versus Magneto. Both got rid of the Mantis, both rezzed up. They were matching each other until Fly's momentum was just enough to take it. I can't believe it. I can't believe they ended up holding what was a monster defense. Spark Chief getting the MVP as the thing. First family, and it starts with that clobbering time we saw in the four-piece. Thing of beauty.
Absolute thing of beauty. In FlyQuest, now up 2-1 in the series. That puts them on map point, man. It's like crazy how much FlyQuest, how much work they're putting in here, even though you saw in those stats, I mean, NK was absolutely parsing.
I mean, honestly, this is as close as you get to team talent. These teams are just neck and neck with being able to. It's just razor thin, the margins that they're able to pull off here. And I mean, you saw it with Space getting the immediate hit. I mean, that was just awesome with Gaston to follow. Again, though, it kind of comes back to what we just talked about. Now we've casted it over 3 games with the Adam Warlock and the use of the Resurrect when it comes. I thought when Cal cut them off, that was going to be it, but they came back.
Yeah, they I don't know how he didn't find more just due to ultimates, due to the Mantis copy. You know, I thought FlyQuest made a mistake once. Like, NK did a bait. This is like the closest you can get to maybe forcing an ultimate. Like, flew up, tried to see if they would react with the copy, and they did. But you don't really get punished because it's like, okay, great, you copy a Mantis, you wait till the Loki clone is about to run out, and then you just pop the ultimate so to keep the clone going, and then you have to use your own. So it didn't really end up mattering in the long-term side of things, but like for FlyQuest, I mean, what a way to win that too, considering how things have gone.
Yeah, and I mean, the Star-Lord play immaculate, right? Chris Pratt would be proud. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights and see we're very familiar with the Midtown at this point in that part of the map. Let's check.
How the fuck didn't we lose that? How the fuck didn't we lose that? Hello.
कल मैंने कॉर्ड खेली अंकुर के साथ, सही ग्राफिक्स सही कर दिए।
मैंने डाउनलोडिंग पे लगाई पर मैं डाउनलोड पॉज कर दी थी, पता नहीं क्यों। हाँ इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा था। करता हूँ
सही है।
डाउनलोड।
और साउंड भी सही कर दिया, अब आउट ऑफ ट्यून करेंगे तो और सही हो जाएगा, क्योंकि जब मैं मर रहा था मैं लोगों को सुन रहा था ना, उनको सही आवाज आ रही थी एकदम। कोई नहीं, आराम से। He's Spider-Man. Oh God, no replacing me. Bro, the rest comp is so cancer.
Powering up. Maximum pulse.
The fights never end. Never.
Welcome back. I hope you're ready for more, because we got it for you. 2 for FlyQuest, 1 for Envy. And I gotta say, man, it again came down to Adam Warlock, Cal, unfortunately going down. And at this point,
I need the
think,
new
Dogman, they've got to stay over there on
headphones,
Envy.
man.
Okay, the Res Cup, we've had enough. We're gonna probably now ban
But
one
I'll
of the heroes
stay with
involved in it,
earphones.
because I think Fly adjusted to it immediately and took it from them. And there's not a lot of ways that they can effectively counter that if they've not. You know, you can dive. Dive's decent against like Mantis
give
and
me some
Adam.
good
There's
company.
a lot. You know, it's tough to be able to
JBL.
handle some of the heals and whatnot with that. But
JBL
they've gotta
are this
change up the
cheap?
strategy now. I don't think it's the res comp for them.
Yeah, they might.
What about IEMs?
You know, we'll see if they do, because I guess the difficulty becomes you just
Okay.
constantly get your Hella banned, man. Like, it's just so consistent that they know that, you know, for the side of Envy to win, they got to keep playing the Hella. And, you know, maybe in scrims, maybe in practice, that's also what other teams are learning, is that
Oof.
the team may struggle without the Hella. They can do well, right? It's been neck and neck. It's been super close. So who knows if they'll bail on it just yet, considering, you know, how close it has been. But I think you're right. It wouldn't hurt
But customer
to mix up
in
their
India
strategy.
buy the cheap, so the rating
Yeah,
of
I mean, you bring up a
cheap
good
would be
point. I think
more.
that the Hella pick is just
Let's see.
too good against
Good
what they're
company.
able to do. Cal is a phenomenal player. And it comes down, it's just coming
Skull
down to
Candy
just
is
micro
nice.
decisions and honestly mistakes.
I had
I'm
Skull Candy
I'm
before,
floored
they
with,
were
with
very
Fly.
nice.
I know I've talked to some of these players and I know how much they want this so bad. Yesterday, they were honestly just completely bummed from the loss from Sentinels, and they wanted to scratch out, get back out there. They even heard, you know, they saw Envy's performance with 100 Thieves, and they're like, you know what? No, this is ours, and they can make it right now. They're 2 up 2-1, and but with the way the night's going, man, it's probably gonna be 2-2 here in a
Sony.
moment. What do you think they pick map-wise, and what are we gonna see?
I'm trying not to look, because we can kind of see what map they're going to play. I'm avoiding it for now. I mean, it's tough. We just played Midtown. We just
Why is
played
everything
on,
wireless, bro?
Burning Chalda. We just played on Hell's
I think
Heaven,
this is
so
fine.
I don't know. I'm thinking another Wakanda map, man. I'm thinking we go to Convergence here or Digital Path, maybe. I mean, I know both of those maps are viable options, and I bet both these teams are done with domination, or at least the set of Envy is. They don't want to play that again.
Yeah, I really don't want headphones.
You know, it's
I want
funny
to
'cause
try.
I feel like I know
earphones now.
Fly
This is
does have an
nice.
answer potentially in dive. You know, you would think with Envy, we saw a little bit of Venom, but not much from them. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that potentially into this comp. But it's hard to handle, and I got to give the kudos to tip the cap to
Should we
Fly
try
for
these?
trying something different there in their original offense, and then they snapped out of it. They swapped right back to the res. But they're trying things here, and we'll see if they continue with it. I think we get the Atom ban. I think the Atom ban's going to happen on this one.
I'm thinking I agree with you. I'm thinking that's my as in depth as my analysis goes at this point, Cozy, man. Like anything is possible. I feel like, dude, it's just absolutely insane, this matchup right now. I mean, if you're just tuning in, we are now 2-1 for FlyQuest, like you said, and you know that means a lot moving forward because either team, once they lose, they are out of the tournament. They're going to have to see us in MRC, and I mean that's also going on right now. So there's so many options for Marvel Rivals Esports to watch right now, and for Team Envy, they got to come back right now. I think that, you know, overall, I think I wouldn't be
They can
against
come
it
back.
per se, but I mean, what are the strengths, Cozy, maybe for Team Envy right now? What is the benefit if they do want to run it again? What's the win condition this time? Like, how are they going to make it work versus the side of FlyQuest?
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly do what you did on the first map in Hell's Heaven, and that is attack the Atom Zelos. You know, they went for Cal immediately. That was the first thing they did. So they need to flip that. You know, and when your back is against the wall, I've said this before, but you have all that support to come out swinging, right? And so right now, Envy facing elimination, they're gonna get as locked in as you can. Obviously, FlyQuest not getting too comfortable. But the approach here is just put all effort on while managing everything else on the Atom, because that's where everything gets dictated there. But you know what's also the difference is that you also have been having, he didn't play that last match, but having the Strange pick there too, just to help with the extra portal, the extra bit of sustain, is also just they have to be that much more perfect in these team fights. And in case playing phenomenal, in case playing great there, it's just the cards aren't pulling.
Yeah, for sure.
How about
NK,
BT?
if we could, I'll just kind of rant about him a little bit longer. I mean, just based on what we've seen previously, he's just been so consistent for this team, for Team Envy. It's been a standout player, right? I think he
How
was
about
the
Apple?
one that I personally knew the least about, kind of, coming into the tournament, and just simply because, you know, there's so many Envy players that have played former hero shooters. He's the one that's kind of, okay, how good is he right now, right? How much is he worked at becoming a top-tier duelist in Marvel Rivals? And you could see his hard work's panning out. Right? You don't need to be a big name to be absolutely crazy at the game. I mean, that's like every single duelist right now has kind of come out of nowhere, right? All of the good duelist players were from maybe tier 2, tier 3 in other games, and then they come into this game after, you know, playing controller
Maybe
or
it's
whatever,
time to
and
try
they're just gods,
IEMs,
right? So a
EIMs,
lot of these
whatever
duelist
they
players
call
have made a name for
IEMs.
themselves in Delena and, you know, in NK, and I think it's just going to continue that way,
This
right?
looks nice.
He's so good. NK has been a standout. I mean, obviously we saw Cal yesterday, but truly has been a top-tier player on the Bucky.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And good highlight there. I feel like there isn't, if I was going to pick, a path of what the weakness is for the team here, what I'll give Envy is they come from other hero shooters, as we talked about. So I'm sure plenty times before they've been right here. They've been right here in this exact moment where their backs are against the wall. And so they do have that going for them. Again, you made a great point there, and I think we're kind of seeing that at all levels of play, right? Whether
I'll
it's
get
the
my
duelist, who,
phone.
obviously has a lot on their shoulders, but man, I've been blown away with how much the thing has impacted the meta. It's been so cool to see a brand new hero come in and just make that much of an impact, and especially there. I mean, we saw there's some clobbering times that between his shift or his quick dash to dash and the knockups there, and then his ultimate, that small bit has completely changed what you were able to run before he landed at the game.
Yeah, he just offers so much. I mean, similar to Invisible Woman. I mean, both these two characters added to the game have just brought so much in the Fantastic Four. So, you know, obviously, rest in peace the other characters we don't talk about that. Okay? We don't talk about their two Fantastic Four characters. They don't matter currently. You know, obviously for Marvel it matters and stuff, but in this case, let's not play Human Torch. Maybe let's not play Mr. Fantastic.
Kind of like that Fantastic Four movie with Miles Teller. That was no one remembers that one too. That's that one's forgotten as well. As we move in, and hey, you were right on the money with the map pick here in Convergence. It's going to be the Hall of the Jala. And listen, definitely botched the name, I'm sure. But with that, this is kind of like Midtown in the sense of it's so hard. Midtown, obviously a different type of map, but this first point is a tough one to grab. And we're going to see right away the approach to this. We've seen actually the res comp here from a couple of teams on this map. So this could be the return of it yet again here. But yeah, what's the strategy you like to do in this map? You know, do you like there's three paths, right? The left, the right, and the dead mid. What do you go with?
Yeah, it's probably the left side for sure, just to take that long angle, set yourself up that way. A lot of the pro players, however, you know, they just go into that right room. They just get right to it. That also, just when I play this map, I honestly, as a duelist, don't like playing it. I load in, I'm like, oh, damn, we're playing on freaking Hall of the Jala again. No, please. You know, it's just brutal. But, you know, for these two teams, I'm sure they both like playing on it, considering, well, at least Envy does, because they are the ones that picked it. Hella Band came out first. Group band countered, and I think we know how this goes, Circos.
Yep, I mean, we are seeing some differences in the lineup, but really it's just the same. There it is, the Shockface, Pikachu Shockface with the Magneto getting the save there. And,
Adam?
well, you know, he had the Spider-Man kind of bait protected the last time. Will they do the Atom here? Are we going to see it yet again? But if I'm Fly, man, it's been going so well, you might as well try it. But no, they go with the Spider-Man again. I don't think we're going to see the Venom Band this time, though.
Maybe not. Yeah, it could be a bit of a bait. Need more band on the other side. What do they do? 20 seconds to decide. Venom Band to counter it in Cozy. It's the same Flarkin bands, man, every time for these two teams.
Another cancer game.
They're destined to kill us as casters. Like, you know what? We're gonna just keep on bringing the res comp, which is actually really good for this map because it's so hard to cap. And as Adam, especially on defense, you're able to back into that kind of tiny room. There's a lot of safe play for Adam here. That if things are getting a little bit too heated, like there are some maps that you can't hide. Like there's nowhere to go. And so I love this a ton for the defense play. But I have not seen both offense defense go with the res comp. Again, though, if I'm Fly, I'm just going to keep rolling it. You're playing it well. It's going well. And it looks like Envy, they are like, you know what? We've had a couple of misplays in a couple of areas, but we are confident in our res play.
I have not got a single 100.
See if it pans out for the side of Team Envy, who are now in the last map, man. I mean, this is their tournament.
There's 200 on the map, and I have gotten 0.
Yet another Wakanda
That's
map,
how
and
unlucky
they
I am,
want
by
to
the
play
way.
the same composition like you said. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, sticking with Asklin on the Doctor Strange.
Yep, absolutely here. And again, couple paths to take. Typically, we see teams have been taking that high ground. That's the right path to take as the offense going left. But Gasland and the Doctor Strange poll, we've seen portals almost every single time this map is played. Great map to get the first portal on, because then if you whiff, you don't get it, you're able to use it at the end there as they try to trigger the map environment right away. And look, we're getting a little spying. They're seeing what's up. Sleepy looking around. You see him? Sleepy's looking for that portal as they pop it, go behind the team here, and this is going to be massive. Can they get the pick right away as the teams are fighting? And they've got the health back here. Nice little spot there for the portal.
Yeah, nice little spot to hang around. Soul come out. Now here comes the Soul Ball on the other side to keep Paint alive. If he didn't get it, he would have gone down. Envy's still kind of surrounding this spot right now. Sleepy's position's down, so is NK's, but they somehow avoid the depth of Gasklin's abilities. He drops down, comes back towards the main side, goes low.
Damn, bro, how is he
trying
alive?
to prioritize taking
Never
down
mind.
Gasklin, and he does so pretty effectively. And that's going to be huge, because that's one of the characters you got to get rid of that does not have that resurrect by nature, by passive. Also, not going to have the teleport to come back.
Well, there comes two res, by the way.
Copy comes through from Cooper. So that's interesting considering the situation they're in. They want to
Fucking
expand this
res
fight,
combo.
but the Mantis ultimate disengaged from Envy, so that's going to buy some time for FlyQuest to regroup.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that came out from Cooper, but they then procs the passives because of it. NK trying to put the pressure on, getting rid of Zealous, and now it's just going to be rough as they're going to play the cleanup job, but they're using their
he
ultimate.
does
We're
know
getting a
that.
little bit of that
That's
staggering happen, and Energy doesn't care. Taking down Sleepy, but here's disappointing it from Cal. This is a big meteor from space, and yet
Nice.
again, the bang, it connects it. Energy going
Cal
down,
res.
and now they should be able to clean up. Flight is using that passive, though, wanting to get back into the action. Doesn't matter. It takes a fistful of the
Remix
thing
is a good
right
time,
to the
very good
face,
time. I mean,
and
thing.
Envy cleaning up the job. That was a lot of ultimate staggering. You had Gaston not even there. Loki popping the Cooper pop on the ult there. It was a little bit of messy play.
Yeah, indeed, it was a bit of messy play from FlyQuest, and 2 minutes left to go. That could be a difference maker when it comes to who wins the map. You know, Ultimates are in favor of FlyQuest. They've also got the Eye of Hakamoto ready to go. How's everybody to play for Team Envy's side, right? Sleepy's going to be target. Space as well in Remix. Everybody else on Envy, Cal, Paint, and NK can play as aggressive as they
Fail to
want.
join team.
Everybody from FlyQuest sort of just walking down mid, taking the space. Gaston setting up Eye of Hakamoto on the height, connects onto Cal. Soulbomb keeps him alive temporarily, but eventually the damage is far too much. Cal does have the res. Remix also falls low in main, looking for both Paint and Cal to force those reses out. Gaston is his job done. Tick also halfway given. Cal found again. That's massive because he does not have that cooldown to come back into the fight. Spark Chief as well, making sure Remix not able to set up a good ultimate or come through the choke point, build towards it. In fact, the point is given up. FlyQuest space was created. The rest of the team came through to Captain Point.
Yeah, I mean, Gaston didn't miss any of the magic from Doctor Strange. Great job to hunt down Adam there, and even though the resurrect from his passive came up, just great job keeping on the pressure and getting rid of Paint as well. Gotta give it to Gaston there in the way that he just played that. Great job overall. They do have plenty of ultimates going in this next fight too. Now they can, you know, Envy can match them. Envy has 0 strategist ultimates going into that fight though. They look to change the tide here.
0 entering with his tip drop. Fight going aggressive. Last fight, rather. It's a bit rough. Here comes Mantis ultimates. The sustain for now was FlyQuest back under there, looking to rebound into it. Legendary of the high ground. They actually just give up the space, and Cooper goes down. Everybody's trying to just kind of run into it. Maybe get that res off on Delos' side. In fact, they just want to come back through, coming through in the main side. Delos with the res, going to bring back Light and Cooper into the fight. Energy, nice momentum creation towards that main to get some progressive overload. Gaslin's going to go down, but he's brought back by the resurrection again. Cal still has his on their side. Sleepy copy, able to go in. Also can float because of how the map works. Kind of flies around the objective. Gaslin trying to walk in with his Eye of Hakamoto. They have the C boost from the Mantis. Where's Cal going to be? Can he get hit by this Eye of Hakamoto? Or is he going to be able to play back? Hit that res off. Legendary met by the Meteor M. Drops into Delos' face. Eye of Hakamoto's here. Connects onto multiple members. And FlyQuest is there with the follow-up. Delos reses also into the fight still yet again. Cal went down in that fight. Did not drop that res.
Wow, that was a game of patience, honestly. You know, Gaston did fall. They didn't get the Mantis out in time, but Light had his ultimate a very long time. They get the point 2 with it. My goodness. I mean, Light had his ultimate through NK having it to 50%, died, but had the passive up. Beautiful display of patience here as Spark Chief is going to be able to set things up. Doesn't need it. Light taking down NK and
Shallow.
The battlefield may change, but the war never ends.
अबे भाई कैसे लोग आते हैं?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
That's a new arm of yours. Steve and T'Challa gave it to me. Why?
ये ले लूँ क्या?
A bit more reliable.
नहीं
Some
मैंने
start
तो
tech. When it comes to reliable, there's no one that tops those two. I'm all good.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
About time
3,
I got a shield.
2,
अभी ले लेंगे अपने
1.
आगे.
All
इन्हें
you
रिलीज
need
नहीं
to do
करूँगा.
is capture the mission area. Got it?
Ready to help. Leave it to T'Challa to rise above his fellow man. Literally.
Our enemies are near.
आईने में वो
The mission area is yours to capture now.
That's what I need.
Again!
Double kill!
Again!
That's 3!
Again!
वो क्या
हाँ नहीं 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 यार मैं ज्यादा आगे चला गया मैं उनके सोन में ही चला गया अगेन करते करते ज्यादा आगे चला गया थोड़ा
I always come back.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
पग लवर अरे नाइस में दिया
Fall back.
Why bother? Us against the world! Now I see them.
No need to reload. Nice.
Playtime's over!
Your powers are mine.
Armed and dangerous!
गलत कॉपी कर दी इसने
Armed and dangerous!
I got it with this. You thought I was gone for good.
तू टीपी कर रहा है हम पहुंच तो जाएंगे
My crows
I'm opening a portal. Pentagram of
अच्छा उनकी हेला ने भी हल्ट कर रखा था क्या
My good deed for the day. You thought I was gone for good.
ई नहीं है आपका
वो मैं जरा
Man, I gotta make another beacon.
Together! Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
हल्ट कर देना
अल्ट तो मैंने कर दिया था
अरे हील कहाँ
पे तो मैं नीचे वाली
पूरी टीम ऊपर है
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Always glad to help, partner.
Control seized!
A successful operation. Nothing personal.
अब ना कर पा रही है टच
Lead them to Khonshu!
हल्ट क्यों कर दिया इसने बड़ा पागल है
Weapons keep getting better, but it's still the person behind them that matters most.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I smell a familiar hint of divinity on
OWIDS टाइम सॉरी मतलब क्या हुआ
Of the moon and of vengeance.
I remember him well. We were nearly lovers once.
इसका क्या मतलब हुआ
The battle starts in
OWIDS
5,
टाइम सॉरी
4, 3, 2, 1.
कोई
All you
लैंग्वेज
need to
होगी
do is
भाई
capture the mission area. Got it?
Should I give them until the count of 4 to walk away? Anyone willing to help?
Our enemies are near.
Armed and dangerous!
Looks like the mission area is
Again!
now. Capture the mission area! I am ready to put on a show!
Armed and dangerous!
अरे बहुत ही बढ़िया, अरे भाई
ये तो अल्टीमेट भाई आपका डैमेज है तो खतरनाक।
वो लूना के अल्ट में भी मर गए भाई सारे।
हाँ वही लूना के अल्ट में ही मर गए।
मैंने को लगा मेरा अल्ट बेकार हो गया।
जी तो दे दो, आप जी नहीं दिया एक बार भी।
Thanks for the upgrade, Rocket. Stick around. Playtime's over. I unleash
Keep going.
Always glad to help.
यार अल्ट वेस्ट हो गया।
The Vishanti guide us to retreat. Nothing here. Suspicious. Our enemies are here.
Team play. That's me.
लग तो नहीं रहा यहाँ पाएंगे।
A little help, please. The area is almost yours.
Armed and dangerous.
I am ready to put on a show.
Thanks for the upgrade, Rocket.
Hell unleashed! Shields up.
वो मैच मत मर गया।
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
इसमें खेलना था आपको इसमें।
Again!
तो जीजी हो गया बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से एकदम।
On the backside, Jackson Ivanov is next. High trying to push it, but it doesn't matter. Almost there, the damage is there. Kraken Impact still out there, by the way. He's able to get so many resets on the high guard. Light going aggressive with another ultimate. He's been big before, but it's Gaskin this time.
Ooh,
Taking advantage of
MVP.
the pressure created by Light. And Envy sent back to the spawn once again.
Yeah, Cal was 5% behind Light there, and he was
I mean, how
able
long
to
was it?
clean up the job, and it was going to be close because a great way to counter Legendary is from, in fact, another Legendary. I mean, they're surviving all. You know, we just saw this on Midtown where the Bucky. All this on Midtown where the Bucky is supposedly should counter the Warlock, but it's not. It's they're playing the abilities perfectly. And if we look at, we still have a Born Again ready to go. Sparksheep can set up the battle to start, but Cal can't open up with a Legendary, and there's not going to be a lot of response to that outside of the Born Again.
Not a lot of response indeed, but Zelos really good at hiding. So, you know, depending on what happens, can't even find him. Meanwhile, Clobbering time on the main side does connect on multiple members. It's a little bit late from Cal. Just find one. Remix also brought back with the BRB, so they do have even numbers. Zelos also still sitting back. Energy going to be brought back into the fight, so they have the advantage now. Once Energy comes back into the fight, Gasplin has built the Eye of Agamotto. It could send Envy home. What does he want to do? Rocket Raccoon ultimate in the main. Playing it slow. Mantis ultimate gives Gasplin the advantage to go forward. Looking for the back line. Connects onto Rocket. Is it going to have the follow-up? Maybe? How is Sleepy alive? No way, eventually gonna fall to Cooper. Space comes back. We've seen MV do this again, but Gasplin on the paint. Clobbering time is big, but the follow-up isn't there. Light on the backside on NK. Shuts him down. Nobody's gonna be brought back. Space with the meteor. It doesn't connect. And Envy, their tournament life has been absolutely unplugged. FlyQuest get it done to move forward on the Sentinel.
That is going to be the swan song of Envy, and it came down to, I've got to say, Light getting those ultimates just ahead in time, and beautiful play and great defensive effort and even better offensive effort from FlyQuest. Massive
The right
with
heroes
the
can make all the
3-1.
difference.
I am Loki, god of mischief and the king of Asgard.
चला चले जा सुअर के बच्चे, दिख नहीं रहा लोकी लिया है मैंने। ये गाली सुन के क्यों मानते हैं? पर हमारे पास वो नहीं होगा।
We are cloak and dagger. We are
Spider-Man तो
hope
बैन
and
करा।
fear. Round 1, go! Before we had powers, we had our cloak and dagger.
I'm not the type. Even when the multiverse is in danger,
They'll
family
be
is
coming in
still
30
comes
seconds.
first.
Stay strong.
Are you actually made out of orange rocks?
Are you actually
Fight.
Maybe I should have said
रकून लड़ने की बात पहले कर देता है।
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
हमारे बंदे कहाँ हैं?
You need to stop
पता
that
नहीं।
vehicle in its tracks.
तो भगते आ रहे हैं।
Get that turret before Frank gets up.
Clear the way.
Clearly, you needed some help.
Feel the pull. Clear the way.
Feeling fantastic.
Clear the way. Vortex field.
You're welcome.
अरे यार, साला कैप्टन अमेरिका हीलो पर आ जा रहा है।
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Hey, team!
Watch me fall. Clear the way. Us against the world. Disappear. Psionic burst.
उसके अल्ट के लिए कुछ नहीं है हमारे पास। इसका अल्ट है, 4 लॉक तो कोने में खुली खेलते रहना पहले ही।
Judge, jury,
You get a weapon, you get a weapon, you get a weapon! Your powers are mine!
I was getting worried.
मैं लेता हूँ इसको।
Help, please.
I'll be ship in no time.
There's still a chance to stop them.
I won't disappear so easily.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
A little help, please.
Psionic surge.
Feeling fantastic.
यार अल्ट आ गया, अल्ट करके लूना।
Stop that vehicle. Vortex field. Watch me go.
Hip in my step.
Psionic surge.
You're welcome. This is a nice spot. Hey, team! Enjoy the
Rest easy, Ben. You've earned it.
Psionic surge.
I've got you covered.
Us against the world.
Assemble!
fucking hurt.
I'll patch you up.
Judge, jury, executioner!
They've made it halfway! Stop them! Psionic surge! I suck!
My favorite!
लो है
Step aside! I don't give up so easily. There's still a chance to stop them!
ऐसे लोग आते हैं
I suck! Feel the pulse!
This is real firepower!
एंड कहाँ बनने चला जाता है उनका
सही में
My shields are down. Psionic burst!
Judge, jury, executioner!
Down to 30 seconds! They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them. They look like they mean business.
Did you see that?
Your mind. Be strong together. What am I? Invisible? Feeling fantastic.
अल्ट कर सकते हो
Clear the way. Thanks so much. It's now or never. Stop them. Clear the way. It's the grand finale. Only 60 seconds left. Feel the pulse. Psionic burst. Feeling fantastic. Me so. Vortex field.
Assemble!
Clear the way. Down to 30 seconds.
मुझे हील देते रहो काफी
जम गया जम गया जम गया
Jury,
और लो है वो
Psionic burst.
आपने क्या वर्ल्ड यूज किया
This is real
10 seconds.
firepower!
Don't give them another inch. Freeze. Or else. It's clear and
Bright
still
like a
needed here.
star!
Clear the way. We'll have to keep fighting until we have better care. No worries. I got your back. Psionic surge.
अरे बढ़िया गुरु
Powers of mine!
Prepare.
रिजल्ट हमारा उनका
उनका मैं आपको हील दे रहा हूँ
Vortex field.
अब मत कर
Got you covered.
अरे यार
चलो कोई नहीं। उन भाई ने C9 कर दिया
Score is 0
अपना ही फायदा
to
होगा
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
HT कौन है भाई? HT Human Torch.
To see something fantastic.
अलग-अलग नाम ही निकाल देते हैं ये भी.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always, Loki shall prevail.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
बोलूं रकून आपके लिए.
I'm not the type who fades.
Who are you?
मैं तो
I'm a good guy who occasionally takes stuff that doesn't belong to him.
वैसे इसमें ना
Change कर
ये
दूंगा.
स्क्वेल गर्ल बढ़िया रहती है.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
कैप्टन अमेरिका है यहाँ पे.
2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
मरेगा मरेगा मरेगा.
That fucking hurt. I'll patch you up. The wounds are gone.
बढ़िया.
Ready for a boost?
अरे यार बड़ी जल्दी मर गया.
To Rocket's tree service. I'll patch you up.
गुरूर रेज हो गया मेरे.
Team play. That's me.
रेज हो गया.
ह्यूमन टॉ
अरे नाइस मोहित भैया यार.
भाई यार ये ह्यूमन टॉर्च ऑपोजिट टीम का बंदा है.
ऐसा लगता है ना लाल लाल.
The tree was real? I'm hunkering down.
आपके ऊपर कोई है. आपके ऊपर कोई है. बहुत लो है बहुत लो है. अरे नाइस नाइस. ये बता ना कब चाहिए.
अब नहीं ये थोड़ा सा मार दूंगा.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. You're ready for leave them to concede. I'm fucking helpful.
नाइस मोहित भैया.
Battlefield ready again.
The vehicle reached a
यार इसमें
checkpoint.
लोकी की ले लिया. गधे का बच्चा है क्या? कॉपी किसे करेगा?
I'll patch you up.
क्या हुआ?
वो बहुत लो है ये.
Pounce the adversary. This is a nice spot. Destructible environment here.
एक यहाँ पर है.
You're ready for action.
ये बता देना जब भी चाहिए. रेडी है.
ये इसके यहाँ पे दे
Guys
दो.
are about to shoot at. Get ready to lock and overload. See?
एक पीछे बंदा था. ये नहीं लेता.
I'll patch you up.
एक यहाँ पे है.
I can heal, you know.
ग्रूट के पास. ये लकड़ी वाले के पास.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Team player. That's me. You're ready for action.
वो भी है.
Don't turn back now.
पीछे कोई आ रहा है.
करते करते करते.
This is real firepower.
पीछे स्पाइडरमैन है. वैसे जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. हम पहले टच कर देंगे. अरे नाइस. अरे बहुत ही बाहर बोल दिया यार.
हमें को भी अल्ट है.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap. Hey, mind if I join you, pal? I'll patch you up.
ये बता देना जब चाहिए. एक.
स्पाइडरमैन लो.
Against the world.
हमारा अल्ट है, हमारा अल्ट है, हमारा अल्ट है। अल्ट में आ जाना।
I am ready to put on a show.
I'll patch you up.
By the eye of Agamotto.
मैं मार दूंगा, मैं मार दूंगा। ओबे शील्ड लगा दी।
Again. You're ready for action.
Bless the healing.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Good to go.
तेरा अल्ट आ गया?
99 हाँ आ गया।
स्पाइडरमैन
I'll patch you up.
मेरे पास भी अल्ट है।
Welcome to Rocket
इस होने की बात करते हैं। पहले जी दे देता हूँ।
हाँ।
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
रेज मिला होगा?
नहीं
यार कौन रेज होगा?
Day at the spa.
Us against the world.
मोहित भी ऐसे के थ्रू मार सकते हैं। अल्ट कर रहा हूँ। मारो मारो मारो।
This is real firepower!
इसे मारो, इसे इसे। नाइस नाइस नाइस।
I'll patch you up. Lights out for stuff. Those guys are about to shoot at us.
मर गया। बढ़िया।
You're welcome. Needed that.
अरे लो लो।
जी दे रहा हूँ इस होने में।
Get ready to lock in.
अरे मेरा माउस अटक गया। अरे मैं कहाँ अटक गया?
I'll patch you up.
मैं आपको हील दे रहा हूँ।
You're ready for action.
हाँ यार। कम कर दो।
भाई ग्रुप में पकड़ लिया।
That fucking hurt. You're welcome.
अल्ट आ गया आपका?
39 जी लगा के वो दे दियो।
This is real firepower.
ओ ये भी गई, ये भी गई, ये भी गई। बहुत ही बढ़िया।
पीछे स्पाइडरमैन।
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
यार ये स्पाइडरमैन को वो क्यों नहीं करते?
Final score 3-2-2.
भाई नहाने जा रहा था। ये मैच लंबा चला गया। ये पता नहीं लोकी क्यों ले रखा है इसने। 5000 हील है भाई के। हम जीत गए।
हाँ।
और मुझे लगा अब वो ठग गया। मुझे एक खेलना या तो मुझे 10 मिनट देना। मैं नहा के आया।